welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. On a tranquil, hushed night when the world seemed to hold its breath, I found myself driving home under a midnight sky. The road ahead stretched out, empty and silent, illuminated only by the eerie glow of distant streetlights casting long shadows on the asphalt. These late-night drives were my solace, moments of solitude where my mind could wander freely as the world slumbered. The familiar country roads leading to my house usually offered comfort in their isolation. But on this night, that sense of security began to slip away as I noticed a pair of unwavering headlights in my rearview mirror. Initially brushing it off as just another vehicle sharing the road, I soon realized that these lights were different. They stayed fixed, neither approaching nor falling behind, matching my every move. Unease crept in as I tried to shake off the persistent presence behind me. Accelerating, slowing down, taking abrupt turns, all met with the same response. The headlights remained, a constant companion in the darkness, a silent observer of my every maneuver. It was as though the other car anticipated my actions, following with a chilling precision that sent shivers down my spine. The desolate road amplified my growing unease, the silence broken only by the rhythmic hum of my tires on the pavement. With each passing mile, the knot in my stomach tightened, and my thoughts raced as I struggled to make sense of the situation. Stories of being followed flashed through my mind, adding to the mounting tension that filled the car. In a desperate attempt to shake off my pursuer, I veered onto a secluded lane, hoping the labyrinth of twists and turns would throw them off my trail. But as I stole a glance in the mirror, those unyielding headlights remained, a constant reminder of my vulnerability in the night. Heart pounding, palms clammy, I decided to make a bold move. Testing the limits of the unknown car's intentions, I pushed the boundaries of my own comfort, only to find that the relentless pursuit showed no signs of faltering. It was a game of cat and mouse played out on the dark, deserted road, with me as the unwitting prey in a sinister hunt. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of a small gravel lot, a fleeting refuge in the night. With bated breath, I pulled into the shadows, cutting off all sources of light, enveloping myself in darkness as I waited, straining to hear any sign of the other car's approach. Time stood still as I watched the headlights pierce the night, searching, probing the empty lot for any trace of my presence. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, the weight of uncertainty heavy in the air. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the car began to retreat, its lights fading into the distance until they vanished from sight. Minutes passed in the darkness as I mustered the courage to start my engine and venture back onto the road. Every shadow, every sound now held a heightened sense of danger. The once familiar route transformed into a labyrinth of hidden threats lurking in the night. Arriving home, the relief of safety mingled with the lingering unease that clung to me like a shadow. The memory of those relentless headlights haunted my thoughts, a symbol of vulnerability in a world that could turn dark and menacing in an instant. In the days that followed, I steered clear of late-night drives, opting for busier routes and daylight hours. The solitude I once cherished now carried a tinge of apprehension, a reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk in the quietest corners of our existence. Reporting the incident to the authorities brought little comfort, their advice to stay alert, offering little solace in the face of my lingering fears. The mysterious car never returned, but its presence lingered in my mind, a cautionary tale of the fragility of tranquility in the face of the unknown. Though time dulled the sharp edges of that night, the memory remained, an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder that even in the stillness of the night, Shadows of uncertainty could loom large, casting doubt on the safety of the road ahead. Story 2. It all began with a subtle, disquieting feeling, a sense that unseen eyes were fixed on me. Initially, I dismissed it as mere figments of my imagination, brief glimpses of movement caught in the corners of my vision as I went about my daily rituals. Every time I turned to investigate, there was nothing to be found. But then came the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had organized a simple gathering in our backyard, with colorful balloons, a play area, and a cake adorned with her beloved cartoon characters. While I stood by the window completing some final preparations, I saw him once more. Mr. Thompson, our neighbor. He was peering through his window, his stare locked onto our backyard. This time, his observation felt different. It wasn't casual interest. It was intense, almost intrusive. My husband Alex and I had relocated to this suburban enclave 3 years ago. Mr. Thompson had been a fixture here for much longer. He was an elderly man, reserved and solitary, residing in a weathered house that seemed perpetually on the brink of decay. We had exchanged polite pleasantries on a few occasions, yet he remained a mystery. As the festivities commenced, I noticed Mr. Thompson's unwavering gaze, his face barely visible through a slender opening in his blinds, but his presence undeniable. I attempted to brush it off. Maybe he was lonely, simply curious about the bustle next door. However, in the days that ensued, his behavior became more pronounced. Whenever I stepped outside, there he was, peering from his window. Whether I took out the trash or tended to the garden, his eyes seemed to track my every move. It grew increasingly difficult to overlook, harder to rationalize. Finally, on a crisp autumn afternoon, I made up my mind to confront him. I approached his door, my heart pounding with a mix of nerves and resolve. After a few moments, the door creaked open, revealing him. Mr. Thompson appeared gaunt, his piercing blue eyes set within deep creases. His gray hair neatly arranged, his attire immaculately clean, a stark contrast to the dim, cluttered interior behind him. "Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to steady my voice, "I've noticed you've been observing our home quite frequently lately. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed slightly, though his demeanor remained composed. "Oh, I apologize if I've been a bother," he responded in measured tones. "I've just been watching." "Watching?" I echoed, struggling to conceal my unease. "Yes," he replied slowly, his gaze drifting as if in search of the right words. "I've always held a keen interest in those around me." The conversation took a chilling turn as Mr. Thompson began recounting intricate details about our lives, details he couldn't possibly have known. He mentioned Alex's work schedule, our recent home maintenance challenges, and even my daughter's recent illness. He brought up private conversations between Alex and me, as well as plans for a vacation we hadn't shared with anyone. My heart raced. "How do you know all this?" I inquired, my voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying on us?" His expression remained unchanged. "Not spying," he stated cautiously. "Just observing. It helps me feel connected to the world." I stared at him, torn between anger and sympathy. "Watching people so closely isn't normal," I remarked. "It feels intrusive." He nodded slowly, a hint of potential regret flickering across his face. "I comprehend. I never intended to make you uncomfortable. I suppose I've been more involved than I should have been." Despite his composed demeanor, his penetrating gaze left me unsettled. I thanked him for his time and departed, my mind awash with questions and disquiet. In the days that ensued, I endeavored to push the encounter from my thoughts, yet the sensation of being watched lingered. Then one evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, I spotted him once more. This time, he wasn't merely observing. He sat by his window, scribbling in a weathered note B. Ugh, the sight sent shivers down my spine. I realized I couldn't face this alone any longer. The following morning, I contacted the local authorities. A sympathetic officer visited Mr. Thompson's residence, assuring me after a brief inspection that nothing seemed amiss. Just an elderly man with a cluttered home, he remarked. Unusual, but not unlawful. Despite their reassurances, my unease deepened. Though Mr. Thompson eventually ceased his daily surveillance, the impact had already been made. I remained hyper-vigilant of every movement and shadow near his dwelling, every creak or rustle. Weeks passed, and the unease gradually subsided. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, the memory of Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never truly faded. I often found myself pondering, was his fixation merely a harmless eccentricity born of solitude, or did it conceal something more sinister? Had his intense curiosity stemmed from benign fascination, or did it mask darker intentions? Mr. Thompson transformed into a spectral figure from the neighborhood's history, a symbol of the delicate boundary between curiosity and intrusion, a reminder of how the seemingly ordinary can evoke profound unease. Even now, I can't help but glance at his residence as I pass, half expecting to find his face at the window, observing. Story 3. On a typical Saturday morning, a simple act caused a ripple in the tranquility of my bathroom sanctuary. The mirror, a faithful companion reflecting countless moments, met its demise at the hands of my clumsiness. As it crashed to the tiled floor, shards of glass danced in the air, each glinting like a malevolent star. The sudden absence of the mirror left behind a void, a sense of loss that lingered in the air like a whispered secret. Cleaning up the shattered remnants became a meticulous task, each shard a reminder of the fragility of things we take for granted. The larger pieces, sharp and unforgiving, were carefully gathered, while the smaller fragments were swept away into a dustpan. With the floor finally clear of the broken mirror, I disposed of the pieces, preparing to welcome a new reflection into my life. The replacement mirror, a sleek and modern design promising a fresh start, arrived a few days later. The delivery was swift, almost eager, as if the driver wished to escape the weight of the package in his hands. Unwrapping the mirror revealed its pristine surface, untainted by the flaws of time. A note hidden within the packaging bore a cryptic message. Hope this one doesn't crack. A chill brushed against my skin, a subtle warning veiled in casual words. Mounting the new mirror on the wall brought a sense of renewal to the bathroom. The crisp reflection breathed life into the space, casting away shadows of the past. At first, everything appeared normal, but soon a subtle shift began to unfold. Each glance into the mirror carried a weight, a feeling of being observed from the other side of the glass. A creeping unease settled within me, growing stronger with each passing day. I attempted to rationalize the sensation, attributing it to the remnants of the old mirror's demise. Yet the feeling persisted, a silent presence lingering in the mirror's gaze. Avoiding the bathroom became a habit, a way to evade the unseen eyes that seemed to follow my every move. The discomfort gnawed at me, refusing to be ignored. Driven by curiosity and a sense of unease, I delved into the mystery. Examining the room where the old mirror had once hung, I searched for clues in the dim light. A faint smudge in the corner caught my attention, an anomaly that defied explanation. Cleaning every inch of the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that the note held a deeper meaning, a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered. Nightmares plagued my sleep, visions of shadowy figures lurking behind the mirror's surface. Their gaze, cold and unyielding, pierced through the glass, haunting my waking hours. Seeking solace in the words of others proved futile, as friends and family dismissed my fears as mere imagination. Nailing to a paranormal investigator for answers, I hoped to unravel the mystery that had woven itself into my reality. Tools of detection were employed, yet the results yielded no evidence of the supernatural. The investigator's reassurance offered a fleeting sense of relief, but the unease remained, a silent echo of fear. Slowly I confronted my anxiety, facing the mirror head-on despite the lingering discomfort. The grip of fear loosened its hold, dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The mirror remained a fixture in my daily routine, a symbol of resilience in the face of uncertainty. The shadows that once haunted my reflection faded into obscurity, their whispers silenced by the strength found within. In the end, it wasn't the mirror itself that held power, but the shadows of the past and the echoes of fear that danced within our minds. Through the experience, I learned the delicate balance between perception and reality, discovering that sometimes the most terrifying shadows are those we create within ourselves. Story 4. On an ordinary Tuesday morning, amidst the mundane clutter of bills and junk mail, a single puzzle piece emerged, hidden within an unmarked envelope. My name elegantly inscribed on the front, with no hint of its sender. The piece depicted a weathered house, entangled in vines and surrounded by barren trees, evoking a sense of unsettling familiarity that eluded my grasp. An enigmatic message adorned the back in graceful calligraphy. You remember this, but you don't remember why. Initially brushing it off as a peculiar jest, I placed it aside, immersing myself in the routine tasks of the day. The following morning brought another arrival, another piece unveiling a cluttered desk adorned with aged letters and faded photographs. Each piece, a fragment of a mysterious tableau, whispered cryptic promises of remembrance. As the week waned, 5 more pieces found their way to me, each unveiling a different facet of a dimly lit study, with furniture cloaked in neglect and a crooked family portrait gazing askew. A disquieting sense of déjà vu pervaded my thoughts, akin to a half-forgotten reverie from a bygone era. Weeks drifted by, each day delivering a new piece of the puzzle, urging me to delve deeper into its enigmatic depths. Yielding to the persistent call, I cleared my dining table, embarking on the assembly of the fragmented images. With each piece interlocked, a disordered yet intricate study room materialized before me. The familiar desk, the faded portrait, and a weathered book bearing cryptic inscriptions in an archaic script. The more I gazed upon the completed puzzle, the more the tendrils of recognition tightened their grip on my mind, elusive memories dancing just beyond reach. Then, a final envelope materialized, containing the last piece and a typewritten missive. You've done well. Now, you must comprehend. The house within the puzzle harbors a connection to someone dear to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. Seek the answers within the book depicted in the image, and the truth shall reveal itself. Frozen in disbelief, the letter shattered the illusion of a mere prank, plunging me into a maelstrom of introspection and foreboding. That night, I sought solace in the presence of my parents, unveiling the assembled puzzle and the enigmatic letter before them. A somber recognition passed between them as my mother's voice quivered, whispering the name Aunt Margaret's old dwelling before she vanished. A knot tightened in my stomach at the mention of Aunt Margaret, whose disappearance had long been shrouded in mystery, her absence leaving a lingering silence that belied hidden truths. My father's voice joined the chorus, pointing to the aged tome depicted within the puzzle, a repository of family secrets that Aunt Margaret had unearthed before her abrupt departure. Driven by a cocktail of dread and resolve, I embarked on a pilgrimage to the abandoned house that once belonged to my elusive aunt, its decrepit facade veiled in shadows and memories. Entering the dilapidated abode, I beheld a scene mirroring the puzzle's depiction. Furniture draped in dust, relics of a bygone era strewn haphazardly, and the ancient desk laden with aged tomes and forgotten lore. Amidst the relics, the book from the puzzle beckoned, its secrets waiting to be unfurled. With trembling hands, I pried open its pages, revealing a journal inscribed with Aunt Margaret's confessions. In faded ink and cryptic symbols, her words unveiled a tapestry of ancestral betrayals, hidden identities, and a dark legacy intertwined with the very fabric of the house. The final entries bore a tone of desperation and foreboding, hinting at a curse lurking within the shadows of the past. Before the weight of her revelations could fully settle, A rustling sound echoed through the stagnant air, propelling me to confront the unseen specters lingering in the darkened corners. Fleeing into the night, the book clutched to my chest, I left the haunted house behind, its secrets echoing in the recesses of my mind. Safely ensconced within the confines of my home, I sealed the tome within a secure chest, yet its spectral presence lingered, a reminder of truths long concealed. The puzzle pieces, once dismissed as mere fragments, had led me down a path of revelations, unearthing a legacy of shadows that my family had sought to bury. Aunt Margaret's disappearance, no longer a tale of voluntary retreat, but a testament to the consuming power of hidden truths. The past, a spectral specter haunting the present, beckoned me to delve deeper into its enigmatic depths, whispering of a conclusion yet to be unraveled. Story 5. The unexpected unveiling of the diary felt like a mysterious twist of destiny, a silent whisper from the hands of time. It was a tranquil Sunday afternoon, bathed in the gentle glow of golden sunlight that danced through the windows, stretching time itself into a lazy embrace. Engaged in the task of refurbishing the weathered wooden floorboards of my living room, I meticulously sanded and polished, lost in a rhythm of unwavering focus. Amidst my labor, a jolt ran through me as my screwdriver met with a solid resistance beneath one particular board. Intrigued, I carefully pried the plank away, revealing a shallow hollow beneath. Nestled within was an ancient leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked with the weight of years gone by. The fragile binding, with its frayed edges, hinted at a long-forgotten hiding place. A sharp intake of breath escaped me. Who had secreted this away, and for what purpose? With cautious hands, I opened the diary, its yellowed pages whispering softly as they crackled with age. The ink, now a faded sepia, bore witness to precise and elegantly deliberate handwriting. The first entry, dated October 12, 1969, innocuously chronicled the writer's move into a new home, a peaceful neighborhood brimming with possibilities. My heart skipped a beat as I read the detailed description of the house. It wasn't merely familiar, it was an exact replica. Every nuance of the living room layout was captured, even down to the creaking window frame awaiting my attention. The warmth of the afternoon sun filtering through the bay window described in the diary matched the very spot where I sat. Trembling, I continued reading. Subsequent entries unfolded tales of ordinary life, personal triumphs, awkward phases of adolescence, the cherished presence of a family pet. Yet, with each turn of the page, a creeping unease settled within me. The writer's life mirrored my own with a haunting accuracy. A particular entry, dated August 14, 1975, chillingly recounted a car accident in vivid detail, my own harrowing experience. The location, the impact, and the lingering pain resonated with intimate familiarity. It seemed inconceivable. I had never shared the specifics of that accident beyond my family's circle. The tone of the diary darkened, each subsequent entry delving deeper into a realm of disquiet. The writer documented battles with paranoia, nights plagued by the sensation of being relentlessly observed. They described lying awake, engulfed by the conviction that unseen eyes fixated on them from the shadows. My heart raced as I recalled my own restless nights, gripped by a similar inexplicable sense of being watched, with no logical explanation. Clutching the fragile pages, I struggled to comprehend how such intimate details could be known. A date, January 2nd, 1980, marked an entry where the writer recounted an unsettling encounter with a stranger at their doorstep, a stranger who possessed unnerving knowledge. In a chilling parallel, I recalled a recent encounter of my own, a mysterious figure lingering outside my home, probing into personal matters before disappearing, leaving me unsettled and wary. The diary continued to unveil private details, delving into my relationships, fears, and innermost thoughts. Details only I should know. The realization struck me with a heavy force. Someone had been meticulously chronicling my life, but by what means and to what end? Frantically turning towards the final entries, the writing grew erratic and disjointed, painting a picture of being ensnared in an endless spiral of paranoia. Descriptions of time fragmenting, memories blending with dreams, and a haunting certainty of being part of another's narrative unfolded. The last entry, eerily brief, spoke of encroaching shadows and a breath upon the neck. If you've found this, it's already too late. The pages fell silent, their secrets echoing in the room. Frozen in place, the weight of the diary pressed against my lap as the room chilled, the fading sunlight seemingly retreating from the unsettling truths unveiled. The once familiar walls of my home now felt suffocating, laden with enigmatic secrets that eluded my grasp. Was my life truly my own, or had I unwittingly become a chapter in a stranger's twisted tale? Had the diarist penned their story or mine? With trembling hands, I carefully restored the floorboard, concealing the diary once more in its cryptic resting place. Yet, despite my efforts to seal the past away, an unsettling unease had taken root within me. That night, sleep eluded me. Each creak of the aged house seemed amplified, every shadow shifting with a sense of purpose. Lying in the darkness, my mind tangled in a web of unanswered questions. I couldn't shake the sensation of being a mere entry in a grander narrative. The diary had offered a glimpse into a life intertwined with my own, yet whether it belonged to a past version of myself or a parallel existence remained a mystery. In the cold embrace of the night, the lingering fear persisted, a haunting belief that someone somewhere was still writing, and that I was the next chapter. Story 6. On a typical Tuesday, a letter appeared in my mailbox, dressed in a plain white envelope that blended seamlessly with the usual stack of mail. Absent of a stamp, it bore the name of a medical clinic unknown to me. The official air it exuded, complete with a sophisticated seal, instantly quickened the pace of my heart, a blend of unease and intrigue gripping me. With trembling fingers, I peeled back the envelope. Inside lay a cover letter, specifically addressed to me, expressing gratitude for a recent visit. Yet I had never set foot in this clinic, never even heard its name uttered. Perplexed, I turned to the next page, only to be met with a detailed dossier of medical records. The report outlined grave conditions: diabetes, high blood pressure, and an irregular heartbeat, afflictions I had never been diagnosed with. Each entry came paired with recommended treatments and prescriptions. A knot twisted in my stomach as the realization dawned upon me of how perilous it could have been had I blindly adhered to these falsified directives. I combed through the letter, scouring for any hint or contact information, but found nothing of value. The clinic's name and logo bore an air of authenticity, yet the more I scrutinized them, the more they seemed askew, as if a facade meticulously crafted to deceive me. Determined to unravel the mystery shrouding me, I promptly dialed my prim, airy care physician. Following a review of my records, the nurse assured me of the accuracy of my health information, stating there was no record of recent interaction with the aforementioned clinic. "You are certain it is not a scam?" she inquired cautiously. Upon concluding the call, I scoured the internet for any trace of the clinic's existence. To my dismay, there was no website, no reviews, no digital footprint attesting to its reality. It was as if the clinic had sprung into existence solely for the purpose of that letter. Driven by a thirst for answers, I set forth to the address provided. The location unveiled itself as a dilapidated edifice nestled in a desolate corner of the town. Its windows were boarded up, a time-worn "for lease" sign hung askew on the entrance. I tested the door, locked. A passerby, sensing my intrigue, inquired about my quest. Upon mentioning the clinic, he furrowed his brow and uttered, "Nothing has been here for years. You may have fallen prey to a scam." The pit in my stomach deepened. The sender of that letter had gone to great lengths to cloak it in legitimacy. But why single me out? Retreating homeward, my mind danced through a myriad of scenarios. Had my identity been pilfered? Was this a cruel jest? Amidst the turmoil of my thoughts, one name surfaced: Rachel. A member of a recent community group I had joined, she exuded warmth, yet her inquiries about my life had felt pointed. At that juncture, I had dismissed them as idle curiosity. Now, in retrospect, her prying took on a darker hue. Testing the waters, I reached out to Rachel under the guise of casual conversation, broaching the topic of the enigmatic letter. Her response, tinged with surprise yet lacking genuine concern, left me unsettled. "That's peculiar," she uttered after a pause. "You should report it." Unsettled by her detached demeanor, I sensed a disquieting precision in her measured words. Concluding the call, my suspicions crystallized into certitude. Rachel was entwined in this web of deceit, or at the very least held knowledge concealed from me. Intent on unraveling the enigma, I enlisted the services of a private investigator named Paul, adept in navigating fraud cases. As he delved into the clinic and its network, I reinforced security at my abode, bolstered locks, vigilant cameras, and motion sensors on high alert. A week hence, Paul relayed troubling tidings. The address from the letter had surfaced in multiple fraud cases involving falsified medical documents. The perpetrator had zeroed in on several individuals, fabricating medical histories with the intent to confuse, manipulate, or perhaps worse. Delving deeper, Paul unearthed an even more disquieting truth. Rachel's name had surfaced in conjunction with some of the cases, though no concrete evidence tied her directly to the fraud. This discovery warranted a face-to-face confrontation. Meeting Rachel in person, I treaded cautiously. I broached the subject of the letter once more, scrutinizing her reaction intently. Her countenance contorted into a veneer of feigned confusion, followed by a semblance of concern. "I trust you do not suspect my involvement," she professed, her voice quivering slightly, a calculated attempt at authenticity that failed to sway me. Her denial rang hollow, her claim of ignorance belied by a flicker of recognition that betrayed her. The deeper Paul and I delved, the contours of the sinister plot sharpened. It was not merely identity theft, it was intimate, personal. Someone had singled me out, utilizing forged medical records to erode my sense of security and reality. A breakthrough ensued when Paul traced an encrypted email linked to the clinic to a private server affiliated with Rachel's previous employer, a tech company specializing in data management. The missing puzzle piece had been unearthed. Armed with substantial evidence, authorities stepped in. Their investigation unveiled Rachel as the mastermind behind the elaborate ruse. Motivated by a warped fixation and fueled by envy stemming from a bygone chapter of my past, she had meticulously orchestrated a campaign of psychological manipulation. She was apprehended, her intricate web of deceit unfurling before my eyes. Yet as she was escorted away in restraints, her gaze bore a chilling composure, a silent vow that this saga was far from its conclusion. The ordeal etched deep scars. Though the immediate menace had dissipated, the specter of being surveilled lingered. The sham clinic, the fabricated records, the calculated manipulation, all facets of a meticulously devised plan to dominate and destabilize me. I further fortified my abode and collaborated with cybersecurity experts to safeguard my personal information. Life gradually resumed its cadence, yet I remained vigilant, haunted by the awareness that a malevolent force could warp reality with such chilling exactitude. Even now, I am unable to wholly shake off the paranoia. The letter might have marked the genesis, but the trepidation it ignited seems unending, a perpetual echo of fear reverberating within me. Story 7. Late one evening, as the final traces of daylight slipped away behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban abode. While she had always harbored a sense of security within these familiar walls, tonight was different. The air was thick with an almost tangible tension, casting a shadow over her usual peaceful routine. As she readied herself for bed, Sarah's tranquility was shattered by an unexpected discovery. Nestled among her kitchen appliances, she spotted a small, unfamiliar device. A sleek, unassuming black camera perched atop the microwave, its lens seemingly staring back at her. A wave of confusion and fear washed over her as she realized it had not been there before. Her hands trembling, Sarah made her way to her bedroom, hoping to find solace in sleep. But another chilling surprise awaited her there. A second camera discreetly fixed in the corner of the ceiling. The realization struck her like a bolt of cold lightning. There were cameras in her home that she had not installed. Questions swirled in her mind. Who had placed them there? Why? How long had they been watching? The fear of being observed was suffocating, not just the idea of surveillance, but the violation of her privacy. Seeking answers, Sarah turned to her phone, frantically searching for ways to detect hidden cameras. The night grew deeper as she connected her phone to the cameras, finding footage stored on their memory cards. With a racing heart, she watched the videos, only to have her worst fears confirmed. The cameras had captured her intimate moments, moments she believed were hers alone. Cooking in the kitchen, lounging in the living room, getting ready for bed, all laid bare to an unknown viewer. The violation she felt was profound, turning her once safe haven into a stage for someone else's voyeurism. Swiftly reporting the intrusion, an officer arrived, collecting the cameras and promising a thorough investigation. Relief mingled with lingering fear as Sarah shared her ordeal. Days turned to weeks as she awaited closure, living in a constant state of unease. The updates from the authorities were scarce, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. One fateful evening, a mysterious letter arrived, bearing a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The sender's identity remained a mystery, but the intent behind the words was clear, a tormentor reveling in Sarah's fear and vulnerability. With her sense of safety shattered, Sarah took precautions, fortifying her home and altering her routines. The once cozy corners of her house now felt menacing and unfamiliar. The haunting presence of the unknown watcher loomed over her, a constant reminder of her violated privacy. Despite the police's efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive, leaving Sarah grappling with the aftermath of the intrusion. Her sense of security irreparably fractured, she struggled to reclaim her personal space and trust. In the wake of this ordeal, Sarah found solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, establishing new routines, and reclaiming her sense of self. Yet the shadow of that night, when her private moments were stolen, lingered as a stark reminder of the fragile safety we often take for granted. As she navigated her new reality, Sarah learned a harsh lesson about betrayal in the most familiar of places. The scars of that night may have faded, but the memory of her invasion remained, a cautionary tale of unseen threats that can disrupt even the most secure lives. Story 8. In the depths of the office, where the shadows whispered secrets and the walls held echoes of tireless dedication, I found myself entwined in a world of diligence and solitude. The office had morphed into my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to lose its grip as I delved into my tasks with unwavering commitment. Nights bled into days, and days into nights, as I meticulously crafted my work, leaving no detail unchecked. Amidst the quiet hum of the late hours, a sense of tranquility enveloped the building, with only a handful of souls lingering in the fading light of the day. Among them was Gary, the janitor, a figure of quiet efficiency who moved through the corridors like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of pristine cleanliness. His presence, once a mere background murmur, began to stir unease within me as his gaze lingered a moment too long, his words veering into the realm of unsettling familiarity. Casual inquiries about my late hours soon evolved into a disconcerting fascination with my schedule, as though he held a key to the intricacies of my work that I had not willingly shared. His well-intentioned warnings of overwork felt like veiled intrusions, a breach of the invisible barrier that separated professional courtesy from personal scrutiny. One fateful night, as I toiled away in the stillness of the office, a creeping sense of disquiet settled upon me. Gary's presence loomed larger than usual, his rounds stretching into eternity, as if tethered to my very existence. The fluorescent lights hummed a melancholic melody, casting long shadows that danced in the empty spaces around me. As the witching hour approached, a sudden urge for respite led me down the dimly lit hallway, only to freeze in my tracks at the sight that awaited me. Through the glass window of my office, Gary stood in the shadows, his hands fumbling with the lock, a sinister silhouette against the night's embrace. Panic seized my heart as I realized his intentions were far from innocent. With trembling hands and a racing pulse, I sought the solace of security, my voice a mere whisper of urgency as I relayed the unfolding nightmare. By the time they arrived, Gary had vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a facade of innocence that crumbled under the weight of suspicion. The aftermath brought a semblance of closure as Gary's true nature was unveiled, and the company fortified its defenses against such encroachments. Yet, the scars of that night lingered, etched into the very fabric of my being, a reminder of how swiftly safety can be shattered by the hands of intrusion. In the wake of the ordeal, I navigated a labyrinth of unease, grappling with the remnants of fear that clung to the once familiar walls. Security measures brought a semblance of peace, but the specter of vulnerability loomed large, a constant companion in the silence of the office. With each passing day, I pieced together fragments of reassurance, rebuilding a semblance of normalcy within the confines of my workspace. Yet the memory of Gary's transgression remained a spectral presence, a cautionary tale of boundaries breached and trust fractured. As time unfurled its tapestry of healing, I learned to coexist with the shadows of the past, weaving threads of resilience into the fabric of my daily routine. The office, once a haven of productivity, now bore the weight of a cautionary tale, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the importance of vigilance in the face of uncertainty. Story 9. The unexpected chime of the doorbell pierced the tranquility of my afternoon, shattering the peaceful rhythm of the day. No anticipated deliveries, no planned visits danced in my memory. The ring echoed unnaturally loud, unsettling the calm that enveloped my home. Opening the door revealed a modest parcel resting on the doormat, wrapped in plain brown paper and bound with unassuming twine. It bore no hint of its origin, no return address, no identifying marks, leaving the sender a mystery. Curiosity mingled with a creeping unease as I stooped to retrieve it. The package felt weightless in my grasp, its lack of details deepening the enigma. Bringing it inside, I placed it with care on the kitchen counter. The once familiar house now seemed too hushed, amplifying the sense of foreboding that gripped me. With trembling fingers, I untied the twine and unwrapped the brown paper, revealing a stack of photographs held together by a simple rubber band. Initially, they appeared ordinary, depicting a house, but as I sifted through them, my breath hitched in my throat. These were not just any house. They were images of my house, captured from different angles and varying times of the day. Some showcased the front yard, while others focused on the street or the backyard. The level of detail was unsettlingly intimate. The flower beds near the porch, the weathered bench by the garden, even the small shed tucked in the corner of my property. My heart quickened as I studied them closely. These were not random snapshots. They were intentional, methodical. Someone had been observing my home. Nestled at the bottom of the stack was a note, hastily written in almost frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The words sent a shiver down my spine, ominous, cryptic, devoid of explanation or context. Just a stark warning that chilled me to the core. I gazed at the note, a whirlwind of questions swirling in my mind. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a malicious prank, a veiled threat, or something more sinister? The unease blossomed into fear, propelling me to contact the authorities in a desperate quest for answers. Upon their arrival, the officers handled the package meticulously, collecting the photographs and note for further scrutiny. They dusted for fingerprints, scoured for clues, yet unearthed nothing definitive. The absence of a return address or distinct markings rendered tracing the sender nearly impossible. Before departing, they offered assurances of vigilance and pledged to monitor for similar occurrences, but their words did little to quell the tempest of anxiety raging within me. Days turned into nights, and a lingering sensation of being watched refused to dissipate. Every creak of the floor, every whisper of the wind outside felt like evidence of an unseen gaze fixed upon me. I became hyper-vigilant, double-checking locks and securing windows, my movements tinged with a sense of vulnerability. The photographs continued to haunt me. I pinned them to a corkboard, hoping to glean a clue, a trace of the photographer's identity or motive. Yet they remained enigmatic, offering no new insights beyond precise depictions of my sanctuary, meticulously documented by an unseen observer. My daily rituals felt invaded, mundane tasks tainted by a sense of exposure. The notion of being scrutinized from afar lingered like a shadow, a constant presence in my thoughts. One evening, as I readied for bed, a fleeting shadow flitted past my window, prompting my heart to race. I froze, peering into the darkness, but discerned nothing amiss in the tranquil moonlit yard. Rationalizing it as a trick of the mind, I struggled to dispel the persistent fear. Subsequently, silent phone calls began, brief and disquieting, always terminating as swiftly as they began. The eerie regularity mirrored the disquieting nature of the package, hinting that the perpetrator was not merely observing but toying with my peace of mind. Despite seeking solace in therapy, the anxiety persisted, clinging to me like a shadow. Weeks melded into months, yet the investigation yielded no breakthroughs. A missive from the authorities acknowledged T.'s inability to make headway, leaving the package, the photographs, the note as unresolved enigmas. Though time dulled the fear, its remnants lingered, casting a pall over my existence. I resumed my routines, striving to reconstruct a semblance of normalcy, yet the parcel remained a spectral reminder of shattered security. It stood as a testament to the fragility of safety, to the insidious intrusion of being surveilled, its specter seeping into every facet of my life. While the fear ebbed, the unease endured, prompting me to adopt new locks, heightened precautions, and a perpetual vigilance. These measures became ingrained in my daily existence, a silent admonition that even the sanctuary of home could be breached by the unknown. And somewhere, in the recesses of my consciousness, I harbored the unsettling certainty that the sender lingered still, a silent specter in the shadows. Story 10. The fading light of the late afternoon stretched long shadows across my doorstep as I returned home, weary from a day burdened with endless meetings and looming deadlines. A sense of exhaustion weighed heavily on my shoulders as I reached for my keys, only to be halted by the sight of a small, unmarked package resting on the doormat. Wrapped in simple brown paper, devoid of any hint as to its origin, the package beckoned with a mysterious allure. A surge of unease prickled through me. I had not anticipated any deliveries, and the presence of this enigmatic parcel stirred a dormant sense of trepidation within me. Pushing aside the creeping discomfort, I retrieved the package and crossed the threshold into my sanctuary, securing the door behind me. The weight of the unknown clung to my hands as I placed the package on the kitchen table, its enigmatic presence casting a shadow over the familiar surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, I gingerly peeled away the plain wrapping, unveiling a pristine white envelope, sealed without a single identifying mark. My fingers trembled as I broke the seal and unfolded a single sheet of paper, the typed words staring back at me with an unsettling clarity. The letter addressed me as if from a stranger, yet claimed an intimate familiarity with my existence. It spoke of clandestine observation, of meticulously chronicled moments that I believed to be mine alone. The chilling revelation that my privacy had been infiltrated, my secrets meticulously documented, sent a shiver down my spine. Every whispered thought, every concealed sentiment, I had been laid bare before an unseen observer. The ultimatum presented to me was stark and unforgiving. Comply with the demands outlined in the letter or face the catastrophic exposure of my innermost truths. The threat of obliteration loomed in the shadows of the words, a potent reminder of the power wielded by this enigmatic figure known only as the observer. With bated breath, I absorbed the contents of a second page concealed within the envelope, a list of demands that pierced through the veil of normalcy and plunged me into a realm of coercion and manipulation. The demands were not mere requests. They were calculated directives designed to strip away my autonomy, to render me vulnerable to the whims of an unseen puppeteer. As doubt and fear gnawed at the edges of my resolve, I grappled with the disconcerting realization that this was no ordinary threat. The precision, the calculated menace woven into the fabric of the letter bespoke a malevolence that transcended mere extortion. It was a game of control, of dominance, a game in which I found myself an unwilling participant. Summoning a semblance of courage, I reached for my phone, intent on seeking the protection of law enforcement. Yet, a chilling thought arrested my hand. What if the observer was watching, lurking in the shadows of my own home, orchestrating a macabre spectacle designed to break me? Swallowing my rising panic, I dialed 911, my voice quivering as I recounted the harrowing events that had unfolded. The dispatcher's assurances provided a fragile comfort, and soon the presence of armed officers lent a fleeting sense of security to my besieged sanctuary. As the investigation unfolded, days turned into nights, and the tendrils of paranoia wound themselves around my every thought. The house, once a haven, now felt like a prison, its walls echoing with the silent whispers of an unseen presence. In the depths of the night, when shadows danced in sinister patterns across the walls, a new missive arrived, a chilling reminder that the observer's gaze remained fixed upon me. A photograph, captured through the veil of darkness, depicted me in a moment of vulnerability, a silent testament to the control wielded by an entity shrouded in mystery. That night, sleep eluded me, the specter of impending doom casting a pall over my restless vigil. Every creak, every whisper of the night wind served as a grim reminder of my entrapment in a malevolent game of shadows and secrets. Though the authorities labored tirelessly to uncover the identity of the observer, I knew deep within that this was far from over. The narrative had been hijacked, my reality twisted into a nightmarish tableau of control and submission. Trapped within the confines of my own home, I awaited the next move with a heavy heart, knowing that the observer's gaze never wavered. In the hushed stillness of the night, I found myself a pawn in a game whose rules eluded me, a game where privacy was a fragile illusion and trust a long-forgotten luxury. As the darkness enveloped me, I braced myself for the unknown, for in the realm of the observer, there was no escape, no respite, only the relentless scrutiny of unseen eyes, ever watchful, ever waiting. Story 11. The rain drummed insistently against the windows, creating a rhythmic backdrop to the tension saturating the air. Seated at my kitchen table, I gazed at the dim glow of the clock on the wall, its hands edging closer to midnight. For weeks, my mind had been consumed by mysterious phone calls, peculiar gifts, and an unsettling sense of being observed. Today, everything spiraled into a realm beyond my imagination. Earlier that afternoon, seeking solace from the stifling aura of my apartment, I found myself in a local coffee shop. As I sipped my coffee, a frail elderly man approached my table. His sunken eyes bore a weight of unfathomable stories, and his weathered appearance hinted at a life weathered by time. Clad in a long, dark coat and clutching a worn leather satchel, he placed a small, ancient journal before me. "Excuse me," he croaked, his voice commanding yet laden with a sense of urgency. "I believe this belongs to you." Puzzled, I regarded the journal warily, questioning his motive. "Why are you giving this to me?" I inquired. His gaze bore into mine, almost imploring. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You must know, before it's too late." Before I could unravel his cryptic words, he vanished into the rain-drenched streets, leaving me frozen with the weight of the journal in my hands. Back at home, I kindled a solitary lamp and opened the weathered diary with trembling fingers. Its yellowed pages held faint yet legible ink, chronicling events with an eerie familiarity, events from my own life. Mundane details intertwined with ominous occurrences, mirroring my reality with unsettling precision. As I delved deeper, my apprehension mounted. The journal narrated the peculiar phone calls, the enigmatic gifts, and the ominous feeling of being shadowed. Descriptions of unseen watchers and nocturnal terrors gripped me, painting a chilling portrait that seemed to merge with my own existence. With a racing heart, I turned to the entry, dated August 12th, 2024, tonight. The frantic scrawl warned of impending darkness encroaching on my life, foretelling a climax at the stroke of midnight. The mirror, a gateway to the unknown, stood ominously in my living room, a silent witness to the unfolding enigma. 11:57 p.m. Trembling, I clutched the journal, my gaze darting to the foreboding mirror. Seeking answers, I ventured into the dim-lit living room, where the mirror's reflective surface seemed to pulsate with a malevolent aura. The clock's hands crept towards midnight, each second stretching like eternity. The room turned frigid, shadows dancing eerily around the mirror. 11:59 p.m. A profound silence descended, devoid of wind or rain, suffocating in its stillness. Midnight chimed. Expectation hung heavy in the air as I stared into the mirror, awaiting the unknown, but the reflection revealed only my own widened eyes, distorted in the dimness. A soft rustling broke the silence behind me. Heart pounding, I whirled around to an empty room, breaths shallow and rapid. Returning to the mirror, I beheld a figure in the reflection, gaunt, shadowy, malevolent, hollow eyes fixed on me with a sinister intent. A rasping voice emanated from the mirror, chilling me to the core. "You've arrived, but the final act is nigh." The figure transcended the mirror's confines, materializing with a twisted visage, the elderly man from the coffee shop, warped by ancient darkness. "You've trespassed," he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. "This was not meant for you." Paralyzed by fear, my gaze fell upon the journal clutched in my hand. With a surge of desperation, I hurled it at the mirror. The crash of shattering glass echoed through the room as jagged shards scattered. The twisted figure shrieked in agony, dissolving into fractured reflections. Breathing raggedly, I sank to the floor amidst the debris, the journal's pages whispering their dark secrets. The shattered mirror left behind a void, devoid of the safety I once knew. The night passed, but the lingering chill spoke of an impending reckoning, the final act, poised to unfold. Story 12. The sun dipped behind the distant hills as I plodded along the overgrown trail. Each breath I took felt heavy, the cool autumn air stinging my lungs. The forest enveloped me, its once vibrant colors of orange and red deepening into shadows with every passing moment. This hike was my escape. Endless days of toil had worn me thin, and I sought solace in the solitude of the woods, yearning to clear my cluttered mind. Little did I realize that this simple stroll would unfurl into a nightmare, challenging the very fabric of my sanity and perception of reality. Just as I contemplated turning back, a gap in the underbrush caught my eye. A narrow, tangled path leading to an unfamiliar clearing. Some invisible force urged me forward. At the center of the clearing loomed an ancient stone slab, partly obscured by a web of vines and leaves. A sudden chill gripped my heart. The presence of the stone felt jarringly out of place amidst the wild expanse. Kneeling beside it, I brushed away the grime to uncover an inscription. The words carved into the stone sent a shiver down my spine. Here lies my full name. Born, died, today's date. I stood frozen, the world around me blurring into a suffocating haze. My name, my birth date, today's date. It was as if the very air had been sucked from my lungs. I scanned the clearing, on edge, anticipating a presence to emerge from the shadows. Yet the forest remained eerily silent, with only the thudding of my own pulse breaking the quiet. What twisted game was this? Fumbling for my phone, I snapped a few shots of the stone before retracing my steps down the trail, my mind a whirlwind of unease and bewilderment. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside felt laden with foreboding. The inscription on the stone echoed in my thoughts, a somber enigma without a clear solution. Come morning, I resolved to unravel the mystery. Contacting the local historical society yielded no answers. The stone I described remained unaccounted for in their archives. Days blurred into weeks as I delved into history books and burial records, yet the stone seemed to vanish from all official documents. Driven by desperation, I enlisted the help of a grizzled private investigator named Jim. Though skeptical of my tale, he delved into local lore and sought out those who might shed light on the enigma. Time slipped by with no breakthroughs. Then one evening, studying the photos of the stone, a peculiar detail caught my eye. In one image, the stone appeared altered, fainter inscriptions, a weathered surface hinting at the passage of time. Jim's expression darkened as he studied the photos. "This isn't natural," he muttered. "We must return to the site." The following day, we journeyed back to the clearing, only to find the grave had vanished, replaced by a nondescript patch of grass. "What in the world?" I murmured, my voice quivering. Jim shook his head gravely. "It's as if it never existed." A deepening sense of dread gnawed at me. Days melted into weeks, each moment tinged with the feeling of being watched. My dreams were plagued by visions of the grave, and every flicker of shadow, every rustle, felt like a piece of a sinister puzzle. Then, one fateful night, a message lit up my phone from an unknown number. The stone was no mere warning. It's a piece of a larger scheme. Watch your back. Ice flooded my veins. The cryptic warning pushed me to the brink. Reaching out to Jim once more, we decided to install cameras around my home, hoping to capture any anomalous activity. The thought of being surveilled felt like an intrusion on my dwindling privacy, but I consented. Days crept by, the cameras revealing nothing, no movement, no intruders. It seemed as though the forest itself conspired to guard its secrets. Then, one late night, as I pored over the footage, a startling event unfolded. A shadowy figure approached my home, bearing an object uncannily resembling the stone from the grave. Before I could discern more, the video fizzled into static. It was the tipping point. I felt like a pawn in a game orchestrated by unseen forces, fear coiling around me like a serpent. Realizing I could no longer endure the suffocating dread, I made a decision to leave town, hoping distance might offer respite. As I packed my belongings, I cast a final glance at my home, once a haven now tainted by a malevolent presence. Driving away, the road stretched ahead, veiled in uncertainty. The future was a blank canvas, but I was resolute in evading the shadow that had trailed me since that ominous day in the woods. Yet, the inscription on the stone lingered in my thoughts, a chilling reminder of how fragile our grasp on reality becomes when confronted with the enigmatic unknown. Story 13. In search of solace and renewal, I embarked on what was meant to be a peaceful retreat, a brief respite from the relentless demands of everyday life. The allure of a remote hideaway beckoned to me, leading me to discover an enchanting cottage deep within the heart of an ancient woodland. The online images painted a picture of tranquility, and glowing testimonials whispered promises of serenity. Without hesitation, I secured my stay, eager to immerse myself in a realm far removed from the chaos of the urban landscape. Upon arrival, the cottage unfolded before me just as the digital realm had foretold. It stood as a rustic sanctuary, exuding warmth with its crackling hearth and expansive windows that framed the lush, untamed forest beyond. The living space embraced me with its cozy embrace, adorned with aged furniture that whispered tales of yesteryear. Days melted into one another as I wandered the meandering paths, basking in the dappled sunlight that danced through the ancient boughs. Evenings found me nestled by the fire, lost in the embrace of a book, the quietude broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves or the ethereal call of an owl in the night. Yet, amidst this idyllic reverie, a disquieting revelation lurked, waiting to shatter the illusion of tranquility. One hushed afternoon, as I attended to the chores of the day, a glimmer caught my eye, a mere whisper of light behind the smoke detector above. Intrigued, I ascended a ladder, a tool in hand, driven by an insatiable curiosity. To my astonishment, I unveiled a concealed camera nestled within the innocuous facade of the detector, its wiry tendrils snaking into the walls like serpentine shadows. Following the sinister thread, I uncovered a hidden cache within a forgotten closet, a repository of surveillance equipment, meticulously arranged to evade notice. A chill crept through me as the realization dawned. I had been an unwitting player in a clandestine drama, observed from the shadows since my arrival. Hands trembling, I documented my discovery, capturing images of the intrusive devices that had violated my privacy. Shock gave way to indignation as I grappled with the breach of trust. Who had orchestrated this insidious charade, and to what end? Summoning my resolve, I contacted the property's owner, his number gleaned from the rental agreement. Struggling to maintain composure, I relayed my findings. His response wavered between denial and discomfort, a feeble attempt to disavow knowledge of the covert surveillance. Urged to investigate, he arrived in a flurry of fluster, his assurances ringing hollow as he professed ignorance of the device's presence. Despite his assurances of prompt resolution, the veil of security that once cloaked the cottage had been irrevocably rent asunder. Each creak of the floorboards, every flickering shadow cast by the fire, now bore a sinister weight, a reminder of violated sanctity. Resolved to depart, I swiftly gathered my belongings, ensuring no trace of my presence remained. With a heavy heart, I left the hidden eyes behind, entrusting the owner to fulfill his promise of rectification. As I traversed the woodland's embrace, questions swirled in the wake of my departure. Who had been the unseen observer of my solitude? Was this a singular transgression or a piece of a larger, more insidious puzzle? The specter of intrusion haunted my thoughts, casting a pall over my sanctuary. Returning home, I sought solace in the embrace of authorities, offering the evidence of my violation in a bid for justice. Assurance of investigation echoed hollowly in my ears, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Contacting the rental platform, I sought to shield others from a similar fate, a guardian against the encroachment of privacy. The violation lingered, a ghostly echo in the recesses of memory. The sanctuary that once beckoned with its promise of peace now stood as a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of the fragility of trust and the necessity of vigilance. The watchful eye of the hidden camera remained etched in my consciousness, a silent sentinel urging me to heed my instincts and safeguard my sanctuary. The cottage, once a haven of escape, now whispered a chilling admonition, a testament to the unseen perils that lurk in the most tranquil of realms. Story 14. As twilight descended, I found myself immersed in the soft glow of my phone screen, a nightly ritual to check the live feed of my home security system. It had always been a source of solace, a guardian in the shadows of the night. However, on this particular evening, the tranquility was shattered by a disturbing sight. The once clear images of my sanctuary had transformed into a twisted dance of flickering visuals. Rooms and hallways merged in surreal ways, defying logic and reason. It was as though the very fabric of my home was unraveling before my eyes, a glitch in reality captured by the unblinking cameras. I gazed, perplexed, at the distorted feed, trying to dismiss it as a transient hiccup in the system. By morning, I pushed the anomaly to the recesses of my mind. Yet the days that followed only deepened the mystery. Each night, the distortions grew more intricate, more unsettling. Shadows contorted unnaturally, and objects shifted with a ghostly grace, as if the house itself was alive and breathing in whispers. With a gnawing unease gripping me, I reached out to the security company. A technician arrived, a beacon of calm amidst the storm of uncertainty. He delved into the intricacies of the system, tinkering with wires, recalibrating cameras, and updating software in a symphony of technical prowess. When he departed, a fleeting sense of relief fluttered in my chest, only to be snuffed out by the shadows that danced on the feed the following night. In the midst of the warped visuals, a phantom emerged, a figure moving stealthily through the rooms of my abode. At first, a mere whisper in the darkness, the figure grew bolder with each passing moment. It traversed the familiar spaces of my home, a silent intruder in the dead of night. The realization struck me like a thunderclap. Someone had breached the sanctity of my haven. I pored over the footage, dissecting every fleeting glimpse of the mysterious figure. A blur in the darkness, a phantom haunting the periphery of my existence. The security company was summoned once more, another technician sent to unravel the enigma. But the specter persisted, a silent specter weaving through the tapestry of my home, leaving a trail of disquiet in its wake. Desperation clawed at my heart, prompting me to seek answers beyond the conventional. An independent security consultant was enlisted, a detective of shadows and echoes. His verdict echoed with the chill of the unknown, a malevolent force tampering with the threads of my reality, a specter from the digital abyss. Despite all efforts, the distorted images lingered, a silent witness to the intrusion that defied explanation. The sense of being watched, of unseen eyes tracing my every move, became an unshakable companion in the stillness of the night. Weeks bled into months, the tendrils of fear coiling tighter around my soul. The security company offered a new system, a fresh start in the wake of the haunting. But the scars of the past refused to fade. The shadowy figure, the distorted echoes, they clung to me like a shroud, a reminder of vulnerability in a world cloaked in uncertainty. I fortified my defenses, added locks upon locks, and remained vigilant in the face of the unseen. Yet the specter of the unknown lingered, a phantom limb of my shattered sense of security. The answers eluded me, lost in the static of a reality warped beyond recognition. In the aftermath, I learned a profound truth, that security is but a fragile illusion, a mirage in the shifting sands of existence. The unknown, with its whispers of shadows and secrets, became my silent companion, a reminder of the fragility of our perceived safety. And in the quiet of the night, I found solace in the uncertainty, a paradoxical lullaby that cradled me to sleep. Story 15. On a typical Tuesday, a surge of curiosity led me to the abandoned warehouse at the town's edge. Despite passing by it numerous times, its weathered brick facade stood as a relic against the city's modern backdrop. Yet on this particular day, a mysterious pull beckoned me to explore its forgotten halls. The rusted doors were firmly shut, but a side entrance creaked open, inviting me in with a gentle sway in the chilly air. Hesitation gripped me, a voice of reason cautioning against delving into the unknown depths. However, an unexplainable curiosity overshadowed my apprehension. With a steady breath, I crossed the threshold into the darkness within. The air was heavy with dust and neglect, illuminated by faint streaks of light filtering through broken windows, casting peculiar patterns on the worn concrete floor. My flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing a landscape of decay, rusty machinery and abandoned crates strewn about. Each corner whispered tales of a forgotten era, a ghostly reminder of a past long deserted. As I treaded softly, my footsteps echoed through the vast emptiness, amplifying the sense of solitude that enveloped me. The further I wandered, the more a sense of unease crept into my consciousness. And then I saw it, a section of the warehouse meticulously organized, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Old shelves held carefully arranged objects, as if curated with a purpose known only to the shadows. As I drew closer, a shiver danced down my spine, a feeling of familiarity tinged with the chilling unknown. Among the curated artifacts, a worn leather notebook caught my eye. A gasp escaped me as I recognized it as my own, lost on a journey faded in memory. With trembling hands, I opened it, to find my own words staring back at me, frozen in time within the yellowed pages. Nearby, a weathered box revealed treasures thought lost, a silver locket, a forgotten watch, keys of a distant past, all arranged with eerie precision. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I delved further into this peculiar exhibit. Broken glasses, a childhood home photograph, sketches of a forgotten art class, all pieces of my life meticulously preserved in this clandestine archive. It was not a collection of random lost items. It was a mosaic of my existence. And then the journals, volumes that shouldn't exist. Their pages mirrored my own handwriting, recounting moments from my past with unsettling accuracy. Memories long buried resurfaced in their faded ink, mingling with chilling accounts of events yet to pass. Notes scattered around bore eerie observations of my daily life, as if someone had been studying me with an unsettling intensity. In the depths of the room, a dusty binder bore my name, its contents a detailed dossier of my innermost thoughts and struggles. The final pages dripped with cryptic messages, hinting at an unknown presence orchestrating this twisted charade. As I grappled with the revelation, a faint rustle pierced the silence, sending a surge of panic through me. Without a second thought, clutching the leather notebook, I fled towards the light, heart pounding in my chest. Every shadow seemed to reach out for me, every sound a whisper of impending doom. Gasping for air, I burst out into the open, leaving the warehouse behind, a silent sentinel of stolen memories and hidden motives. The questions lingered. Who had been watching me? Why had they meticulously collected the shards of my life? The answers lay within the shadows of that forsaken place, but the thought of returning chilled me to the core. Even now, long after that encounter, the warehouse's presence lingers in the recesses of my mind. No longer just an abandoned structure, it served as a mirror reflecting fragments of my past, laid bare for an unseen observer. And as night falls, a whisper in the wind hints that the watcher still lingers, their gaze fixed upon the unwitting subject of their clandestine study. Story 16. The tale of the hidden laboratory in my neighbor's abode unfolded through a veil of curiosity. Mr. Hargrave, a recluse who had recently taken up residence in the grand, weather-beaten estate adjacent to mine, was a mysterious figure. The house had stood empty for an age, its imposing presence woven into the fabric of local legend. His abrupt appearance stirred a whisper of intrigue within me, though I paid it little mind, until peculiar occurrences began to unravel. It commenced with peculiar noises in the dead of night, metallic clangs, the whisper of unseen machinery, and hushed voices that drifted through the darkness. Initially, I brushed it off as mere renovations or the peculiarities of an aging abode stirring back to life. However, as weeks drifted by, the sounds grew more frequent, more disconcerting. They bore a mechanical precision, hinting at something far more ominous than mere home improvements. One crisp autumn day, I spied Mr. Hargrave's front door slightly ajar. He was away, a fact I confirmed in passing conversation with his gardener. Curiosity kindled a flame within me. Driven by a blend of fascination and unease, I ventured inside. The interior lay shrouded in an eerie silence, steeped in shadows. Dust-coated furnishings and faded portraits cast a spell of frozen time upon the space. Following the faint mechanical hum that pulsed through the walls, I wound my way down a dim corridor. At its far end loomed a weighty, ornate door, partly concealed behind an ancient tapestry. With a thudding heart, I pushed it ajar. What awaited me sent a chill down my spine. The chamber was a stark, sterile laboratory bathed in harsh fluorescent light. Tables of metal bore an array of scientific instruments, vials, syringes, and enigmatic mechanical contraptions whose purpose eluded me. Glass jars held grotesque biological specimens suspended in murky fluid, mutations that almost resembled human forms. At the heart of the room towered a colossal machine, a labyrinth of wires and gears humming with latent power. Its design straddled the line between futuristic and grotesque, akin to a creation born of a nightmare. Then my gaze fell upon the files. Rows of folders, each bearing names and dates, were neatly stacked on a steel desk. Trembling hands sifted through them. Each dossier held meticulous medical records, psychological profiles, and behavioral observations. And then I found a file bearing my own name. A knot tightened in my stomach as I perused its chilling contents. It cataloged intimate details of my life, my routines, medical history, even private conversations held within the sanctity of my home. Notations on my unexplained fatigue, mood swings, and memory lapses were meticulously detailed. A thunderclap realization struck me. I was one of Mr. Hargrave's subjects. References to genetic alteration and behavioral assimilation leaped from the pages. Diagrams depicted humanoid figures twisted in grotesque ways, a fusion of human and non-human DNA. One file detailed Project Integration, with my name listed as the primary test subject. Panicked, I scoured the room for answers. Upon the central console of the behemoth machine, I discovered a logbook chronicling the experiments. Hargrave's objective was clear: the creation of hybrid biological entities through the forcible merging of disparate DNA strands. The implications were nightmarish. A sound behind me shattered my reverie, a soft rustle as if someone stirred in the shadows. Breath caught in my throat, I turned slowly, yet the room appeared empty, or so it seemed. Heart racing, I fled the laboratory, retracing my steps through the labyrinthine corridors. Every creak of the floorboards portended pursuit. Back within the safety of my own home, I secured every door and window, my nerves taut with apprehension. The ensuing days blurred into a waking nightmare. The sensation of being watched clung to me, paranoia a relentless companion as I cast furtive glances over my shoulder, half expecting Hargrave, or something far worse, to materialize. Desperate for aid, I sought out the authorities. Detective Davis, dubious yet intrigued by my account, consented to an investigation. But lacking concrete evidence beyond my increasingly frantic narrations, I knew I must gather more tangible proof. Seeking solace in an old acquaintance, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a molecular biologist, her horror upon reviewing the pilfered notes and diagrams from the laboratory was palpable. She affirmed the experiments transcended mere ethics. They delved into the realm of monstrosity. And she feared my unexplained symptoms were the fallout of genetic manipulation. Medical tests confirmed her gravest suspicions. Anomalies within my DNA defied all known explanations. My health spiraled downward swiftly. Whatever Hargrave had inflicted upon me bore real, irreversible consequences. Determined to unveil the truth, Dr. Hayes and I allied with investigative journalists. We divulged the sordid details of Hargrave's experiments to the public, sparking a media frenzy. Outcry from the masses compelled the authorities to take action. A raid on Hargrave's estate unveiled the full extent of his abominable endeavors. The clandestine laboratory was dismantled, its contents seized as damning evidence. Hargrave himself was apprehended in a bid to flee the country, facing charges that ranged from illicit human experimentation to a litany of criminal conspiracies. Though justice was meted out, the aftermath bore lasting scars. My well-being necessitated vigilant monitoring, the psychological wounds inflicted by being a living experiment proving harder to heal. I grappled to reconstruct my life, haunted by the specter of Hargrave's deeds and the abominable legacy he nearly unleashed. The mansion met condemnation, succumbing to eventual demolition, its dark secrets entombed beneath rubble. Yet its shadow lingered, a grim testament to how scientific aspiration can twist into unspeakable horror. I endured, but the memories of that fateful night and the monstrous inheritance left in its wake shall forever linger in the recesses of my mind. Story 17. In the gentle embrace of a cool autumn evening, where the leaves whispered secrets underfoot and the air held a whisper of frost to come, my journey began. Weary from the day's toils, I sought solace in the quiet of my home, only to find a mysterious package resting on my doorstep. No return address graced the parcel, only my name inscribed in elegant script. Intrigue beckoned me as I carried the package inside, unwrapping it with care. Within lay an old photograph of my childhood abode, a place long faded from my memory's gaze. The angle of the capture bespoke a familiarity only one deeply acquainted with the home could possess. Accompanying the photograph, a note of haunting simplicity. I remember when you were happy here. A disquiet settled within me, easily dismissed as a jest or error. Yet the following day unveiled another package, a delicate locket akin to one lost in the mists of time. Nestled within its confines, a portrait of my grandmother, departed long ago, sent shivers down my spine. The note whispered, "I'm keeping watch." And so it began, a cascade of packages unfurling over weeks with meticulous precision. Each item held personal significance, a silver bracelet lost to travels past, a concert ticket evoking melodies of yesteryears, a diary brimming with the secrets of adolescence. Each note, a chilling echo of the past, a harbinger of unseen eyes. A childhood relic, a bare thought lost to time, arrived with a note that pierced the veil of memory. Remember when you were scared of the dark? I still see the light go out. Keys to an old apartment, a sanctuary left behind, bore a message of haunting familiarity. Every door is a memory. As the tide of packages swelled, so did the unsettling nature of their contents. Intimate details of my life spilled forth, whispered confessions and silent fears laid bare. The sender, a phantom orchestrating a macabre dance with my past and present, seemed privy to every facet of my existence. One fateful afternoon, a wooden box of intricate design emerged from the shadows of anonymity. Within, a trove of treasures awaited, an echo of prom nights past, a lost ring from distant shores, and a cryptic message on a weathered parchment, "I've been with you through it all." Seeking answers, I delved into the mysteries shrouding the sender, yet found naught but whispers carried by the wind. Postmarks scattered across the country, fingerprints erased by unseen hands, each package a testament to meticulous care. Desperation led me to confide in kin and comrades, seeking solace in shared bewilderment. But their eyes mirrored my own confusion, a reflection of the enigma that gripped my life. The final package arrived on a somber eve, rain painting shadows on my doorstep. Dread clung to my soul, yet curiosity beckoned me forth. Within the depths of an old journal, the sender's final confession unfurled, a tale of silent guardianship veiled in obsession. "I know you better than anyone," the words whispered, a chilling reminder of unseen eyes that had shaped my existence. Summoning courage, I sought aid from the guardians of law and order, unveiling the shadowed puppeteer behind the veil of anonymity. The chase commenced, a dance with a ghost whose steps eluded grasp. Days turned to weeks, anxiety a constant companion in the halls of my once sacred haven. Every whisper, every creak of the floorboards painted a portrait of paranoia upon my soul. The packages ceased, yet the specter of fear lingered, an unwelcome guest in the chambers of my heart. Routines shattered, habits reshaped. The specter of the sender cast a long shadow over my life. Trust, security, privacy, all warped by the unseen hand that had woven itself into the tapestry of my being. Though the gifts had ceased, their legacy endured, a reminder that someone, somewhere, held the key to my innermost self. D. In the silence of the night, I wondered if they still watched, waiting in the shadows of memory. Story 18. In the hush of a gentle autumn day, a solitary figure strolled down the familiar path home, the soft rustle of golden leaves keeping pace with each step. The weariness of the day clung to their shoulders, anticipation for a peaceful evening tugging at their thoughts. It was then, at the threshold of their sanctuary, that a slender envelope caught their eye, nestled beneath the door. No address adorned its surface, only the elegant script of their name, a delicate dance of ink upon paper. Intrigued by this unexpected arrival, a flutter of curiosity stirred within as they crossed the threshold. Within the envelope lay a letter, a whisper from a reader of their blog, the words woven with warmth and grace, a tribute to their musings on the intricate tapestry of modern relationships. Yet beneath the surface of admiration, a subtle current of unease threaded through the lines, a shadow barely discernible to the naked eye. Brushing aside the tendrils of doubt, they tucked the letter away, dismissing their disquiet to the realm of fanciful imaginings as the evening unfurled before them. Days turned to nights, and a week later, another missive found its way to their doorstep, bearing a more intimate hue. Details of their daily rhythms unfurled within the confession, whispers of Wednesday walks to the coffee haven, the ritual of a cappuccino, the favored seat by the window. An unexpected invitation lingered in the closing words, a silent plea for serendipity to intertwine their paths. A flicker of disquiet danced upon their senses. How could a stranger weave such intricate threads of their life into words? Rationalizations faltered in the face of this intimate knowledge, a chill creeping into the edges of their thoughts. With each passing week, the letters multiplied, each one a tapestry of observations more intricate, more invasive than the last. The contours of their abode painted with unsettling precision, the photos that adorned the walls, the tomes that lined the shelves, the frail bloom that strained towards the sunlight. At first, the notion of a jest lingered, a prank played by an unseen hand. But the whispers of familiarity, the secrets whispered only within the walls of their home, shattered the fragile facade of disbelief. The letters became a mirror, reflecting back the fragments of their private world with unnerving clarity. A precipice loomed as the letters delved into the realms of kin and confidants, unraveling conversations held in the shelter of trust. The intimate tapestry of their life unfurled before their eyes, a portrait painted by an unseen hand. Anxiety coiled within their chest, a serpent of unease that tightened its grip with each passing day. Seeking solace in the counsel of a friend versed in the language of law, they confided their fears to Julia, a beacon of reassurance in the gathering storm. The penultimate letter arrived with a warning etched in ink, a caution to tread carefully, to watch the shadows that danced at the periphery of their world. Julia's voice echoed in their ears, urging caution, vigilance in the face of the unknown. Altering their routines became a shield against the unseen eyes that traced their every move, a feeble attempt to elude the specter that haunted their steps. Then a map materialized, a web of ink that bound their sanctuaries in scarlet threads. The familiar landmarks etched upon its surface, the grocery store, the gym, each location a piece of the puzzle that painted a portrait of proximity too close for comfort. And in crimson script, a declaration lingered at the map's edge, "I'm closer than you think." Tremors coursed through their veins as realization dawned, a frigid hand clutching at their heart. The authorities were summoned, their presence a fleeting comfort in the shadow of uncertainty. Patrols prowled the streets, a silent vigil against the unseen threat that lingered on the fringes of their world. But without tangible proof, the specter remained, de-elusive, a phantom that danced just beyond the reach of their grasp. The letters dwindled in frequency, yet their contents grew darker, a descent into the shadows of their innermost fears. Cryptic messages taunted from the pages, a cruel reminder of the unseen eyes that watched from the shadows. A solitary evening, suffused with the glow of lamplight, bore witness to a shadow that lingered at the window's edge, a phantom silhouette that vanished into the night at the echo of sirens. The final missive arrived, a photograph captured from afar, a glimpse of their solitude, their sanctuary violated by the unseen gaze. Beneath the image, a solitary line pierced the silence. I'm always watching. Don't forget that. In the wake of this chilling revelation, a resolve crystallized within their core, a determination to sever the ties that bound them to this spectral presence. With weary hands and a heart heavy with trepidation, they gathered their belongings and sought refuge in a new horizon, a haven untainted by the shadows of the past. The silence that followed was a balm to their frayed nerves, yet the specter of watchful eyes lingered in the corners of their mind, a silent reminder of the fragility of solitude. As the echoes of the ordeal faded into the recesses of memory, they resumed their blog with cautious steps, a new awareness guiding their words. The letters remained a haunting chapter in the story of their life, a testament to the fragility of privacy in a world where shadows lurked just beyond the light's embrace. And in the aftermath of their ordeal, they found solace in the strength drawn from reaching out, a beacon of light in the darkness that whispered of resilience in the face of unseen threats. Story 19, The Tale of the Mysterious Notes. It all began with a single note, innocently slipped beneath my door, a plain piece of paper devoid of any signature. Intrigued, I retrieved the note and carefully unfolded it. The message, typed in immaculate script, simply stated, "Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank or perhaps a misplaced reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the precise timing of my meeting sent a shiver down my spine, yet it seemed harmless, if not slightly unnerving. Perhaps someone was playing an odd game. I set the note aside and continued with my day. Days passed, and another note materialized, this time nestled within my mailbox. It made reference to my gym routine and even commented on my choice of workout attire. "You looked good in blue today. Maybe opt for something lighter next time." A sense of unease washed over me as I absorbed the words. Whoever was behind these notes possessed an unsettling level of knowledge about my daily life. They were observing me, but from where and for what purpose? Subsequently, the notes increased in frequency, each one delving into specific details. Snippets of conversations, visits from family, even a disagreement with a colleague. It felt as though my every move was being meticulously monitored. What unnerved me most was the eerie politeness and familiarity that permeated the notes, as if the sender believed we shared a deep connection. One evening, upon returning from a routine grocery run, I discovered yet another note waiting for me on the kitchen counter. My heart pounded in my chest. There was no way someone could have entered. I distinctly remembered locking the door behind me. The message read, "I see you're restocking on pasta. Comfort food can only do so much." Fear gripped me, prompting me to contact the authorities. Detective Davis, a composed officer with a no-nonsense demeanor, took my account seriously, though remained cautiously skeptical. "Any suspicions on who might be behind this?" he inquired as he sifted through the stack of notes. "None," I replied, my voice quivering. "I can't think of anyone who would do this." He assured me of an investigation and advised me to safeguard the notes while documenting any further incidents. As I left the station, a faint sense of relief washed over me, yet the fear lingered like a persistent shadow. Days turned into weeks, and the notes grew increasingly ominous, transitioning from mere observations to thinly veiled threats. "I noticed you skipped the store last night. Watch your steps, you're becoming predictable," one note warned. Following a social gathering, another chilling message arrived. Your companions won't shield you when the time arrives. Be cautious of who you trust. The paranoia engulfed me entirely. I upgraded my security measures, installed additional locks, and meticulously checked every entry point. However, the notes persisted, appearing on my car windshield, in the mailbox, and even within my work bag. Then, one fateful evening, I stumbled upon a note that included a photograph of myself exiting my apartment. It dawned on me. The angle of the photo matched that of my personal security camera. They were watching me through my own surveillance system. In a panic, I reached out to the security firm responsible for the installation. Upon investigation, it was revealed that someone had tampered with the system, gaining remote access to the live feed. My fortress of security had become a tool for my tormentor. The situation took a darker turn as Detective Davis collaborated closely with the security experts. Through relentless efforts, they traced the breach to a local contractor involved in security installations within my building. He had abused his position to stalk and monitor multiple clients, fixating on me with disturbing precision. Upon his arrest, a trove of surveillance footage, meticulous logs of my routines, and drafts of unrevealed notes were uncovered. The revelation was both chilling and comforting. The nightmare had reached its end. The notes ceased, and the shadows that once haunted my every move receded, leaving behind only the echo of lingering fear. As life gradually resumed its course, a sense of normalcy returned. Yet the violation of my privacy lingered, casting a shadow over my once secure abode. The ordeal taught me the fragility of privacy and the extent to which some would go to breach it. While justice was served, the memory of those meticulously written, disconcertingly intimate notes remained etched in my mind, a constant reminder that even behind locked doors, true security is a fragile concept. Story 20. In the quiet shadows of familiarity, a subtle shift began. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and reliability through the years, started to veer off course. We had woven the tapestry of our lives together, stitching memories and a bond that felt unbreakable. So when Eleanor's behavior took a mysterious turn, it sent ripples of confusion through my core. Initially, the signs were faint: a missed call here, a canceled plan there, conversations tinged with distraction. I attributed it to the weight of her demanding job, the toll it must be taking. But as time trickled by, her once steady presence began to waver, fading into the mist of unpredictability. Then came the peculiar requests. Eleanor beckoned me to accompany her on errands, but the destinations were shrouded in mystery. Forgotten warehouses, isolated cabins, a solitary storage unit tucked away. Her explanations danced around the edges of clarity, mentioning personal projects and sorting through old memories. Though a whisper of unease brushed against my consciousness, I brushed it aside, anchored in loyalty and trust. One evening, a tremor in her voice lured me to her door with urgency. Inside, chaos reigned. Papers scattered like fallen leaves, folders spilling their secrets, notes fluttering in disarray. Eleanor paced, tension etched into every line of her face. "I'm in a bind," she confessed, eyes darting away. "I need your help for my research." Despite the tendrils of doubt curling within me, I couldn't bear to turn her away. She pressed a stack of dense legal documents into my hands, filled with a language foreign to my comprehension. Each query I posed was met with hurried deflections, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. With each passing week, her demands grew more insistent. Midnight visits with urgent contracts to sign, warnings of impending doom if swift action wasn't taken. And then the pivotal moment arrived. She beseeched me to transfer a substantial sum of money into a shadowy business account she had established. A wrongness lingered in the air, despite her soothing assurances, a gut feeling that refused to be silenced. I stalled, claiming the need for reflection, which only seemed to fan the flames of her desperation. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into the labyrinth of documents she had entrusted to me, determined to decode the enigma I had unwittingly stumbled into. What I unearthed sent a chill down my spine. The pages dripped with deceit, false names, twisted truths, signatures forged in shadows. My cousin, my steadfast anchor, was entangled in a web of deception, weaving through shell companies, phantom investments, and fraudulent designs. And there, etched in ink, was my name, used without consent to sanction dubious transactions. Eleanor hadn't just misled me, she had ensnared me. The betrayal struck like a thunderbolt. How could someone I cherished, someone I entrusted my heart to, manipulate me in such a way? Heart thundering, I confronted her in the midst of her cluttered sanctuary. The sight of it all, vials spilling like blood from open wounds, counterfeit promises littering the floor, deepened the wound of betrayal. You used me. The accusation trembled in the air. Eleanor's face contorted, a dance of desperation and guilt. You don't understand, she cried out. I was drowning. I needed a lifeline. Her words spilled forth, a tapestry of debts, a failing empire, the suffocating weight of financial ruin pressing down. She painted the scheme as a final gamble, a desperate bid born from the ashes of hopelessness. But no explanation could salve the raw wound of deceit. She hadn't just lied, she had gambled with my trust, my very future. The road ahead was agonizing, a path fraught with necessity. Every scrap of evidence was laid bare before the authorities, each truth unfurled in the harsh light of scrutiny. The investigation unfurled like a twisted tale, revealing Eleanor's sins. Fraud, financial misdeeds, the theft of identities. The courtroom became a stage for her downfall. Witnessing my cousin, once a pillar of my world, seated in the dock was a bitter pill to swallow. The full extent of her transgressions came to light. Beyond me, shadows of victims cast adrift, futures fractured. Despite her tearful apologies, the scars remained. Her career crumbled, her name tarnished, our bond shattered beyond repair. In the aftermath, a storm of emotions raged within me. Grief, fury, guilt, disbelief. Therapy became my compass, guiding me through the labyrinth of betrayal, helping me rebuild the shattered fragments of trust within and without. The hardest lesson wasn't in losing Eleanor. It was in accepting that the woman I thought I knew was but a mirage. Through the crucible of pain, I gleaned truths both bitter and profound. Darkness can lurk even in the closest of hearts. Trust is a fragile treasure, an intuition, a whisper not to be ignored. Eleanor's deception left scars, but it also honed my resolve. I emerged from the tempest, a warrior clad in wisdom, fiercely guarding my future against the shadows of deceit, vowing never to be blindsided again. Story 21. In the beginning, the partnership sparkled with promise. Teaming up with Ryan Cole, a charming and well-connected entrepreneur, felt like stepping into a realm of endless opportunity for my business. His reputation gleamed, his network stretched far and wide, and his ideas danced on the edge of innovation. His excitement was infectious, filling me with hope for the road ahead. Yet, the glimmer soon faded as shadows crept into Ryan's demeanor. Initially vibrant and forward-looking, his drive twisted into a relentless hunger that sent shivers down my spine. He began steering us toward perilous waters. Ventures and deals shrouded in uncertainty, too audacious to hold firm ground. Then came the day when Ryan unveiled a proposal that froze my blood. A colossal investment in a fledgling tech startup lacking a proven track record. On paper, the startup gleamed with promise, but its shaky foundation sent tremors through my senses. I dared to question the rationale behind such a colossal leap, only to have Ryan dismiss my doubts with a polished grin. Sometimes, the greatest rewards demand the boldest risks, he purred. Despite my unease, I cautiously agreed to proceed, though a nagging unease lingered, elusive yet persistent. As days drifted by, Ryan cloaked his personal investments and financial dealings in a veil of secrecy. He evaded my inquiries with finesse, soothing my worries with grand visions of success. But the knot in my stomach tightened. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past. A digital hunt unearthed scant traces. No shining milestones, no triumphs to boast of. only whispers of failed ventures and shuttered enterprises. The absence of a clear professional trail raised crimson flags of warning. Determined to unveil the truth, I enlisted a private investigator, furnishing them with every detail I possessed about Ryan, his business history, his connections, his financial web. The discoveries that surfaced were chilling and enlightening. Ryan's past unfurled a tapestry of shattered dreams, legal entanglements, and a sinister pattern of deceitful machinations. Instances emerged where he had coaxed partners into funneling funds into deceitful projects, then funneled the riches into hidden vaults. One tale stood out starkly. Ryan had orchestrated a charade that duped investors into pouring millions into a phantom company. It existed only on paper, a hollow mask engineered to drain coffers and vanish without a trace, leaving his partners stranded in despair. Armed with this damning knowledge, I knew I could not walk the same path with him. I arranged a meeting at a serene eatery, a sanctuary where we once plotted our business moves. A premonition of dread settled upon me as we took our seats. "Ryan, I've delved into your past endeavors," I broached cautiously. "There are troubling disparities I cannot overlook." His confident facade cracked for the first time. "What are you insinuating?" he snapped, his voice edged with steel. "My history is irrelevant. Our gaze should be fixed on the future." Unyielding, I presented the investigator's findings. His face drained of color as he absorbed the damning proof. His mask shattered, revealing a storm of fury and desperation. "You fail to grasp the grand design," he spat, his tone escalating. "You see merely fragments, not the full tapestry." His words wove a tangled web of deception, a final bid to regain control. Yet his illusion lay bare before me. The veil lifted. "I am done," I declared firmly. "I sever all ties to our ventures. Legal counsel shall oversee the rest." Ryan's pleas twisted into frantic pleas, but I stood resolute. Continuing down that path would only deepen my peril. I could not afford to be dragged further into his web of deceit. In the aftermath, I toiled alongside my legal team, unraveling financial entanglements, fortifying my remaining assets, and alerting the authorities to Ryan's misdeeds. The journey was arduous, a test of endurance, but the sole path to safeguarding my business and my name. Soon after, Ryan vanished, likely setting his sights on fresh prey. Relief washed over me, yet the scars of that encounter lingered. His deception had been a calculated dagger, a harsh lesson on the dangers of misplaced trust in the realm of commerce. Through that trial, I emerged wiser, more vigilant. I reconstructed my business with a shield of caution, vowing never to be swayed by charisma and false promises again. In a world where trust often masquerades as currency, I learned the true toll of misplaced faith and the art of ensuring I would never bear that cost anew. Story 22. On a typical evening, I returned home, seeking solace in the familiar route, in. Dropping my keys on the counter, I ambled towards my bedroom, eager to relax. Yet, amidst the comfort of my cluttered dresser, my eyes locked onto an unexpected sight, a camera. Initially brushing it off as one of my photography tools, my unease grew as I approached. The camera's lens, innocuous yet ominous, was positioned to capture a wide view of my room, freezing me in place. A chill ran down my spine as I scanned for any intrusion, but all seemed normal. Despite the facade of normalcy, the sensation of being watched lingered, unsettling me. With a shaky hand, I retrieved an SD card concealed within the camera and plugged it into my laptop. The screen illuminated with a series of video clips, starting innocently with snippets of my daily life, moments of solitude, work, and leisure. However, the tone shifted as familiar faces appeared, my family and friends, unaware of being observed in their private moments. Each scene, seemingly harmless, carried a weight of intrusion that unsettled me deeply. Questions flooded my mind. Who was behind this invasion? Why target me and those closest to me? Fueled by desperation, I sought answers, racking my brain for any clues but finding none. Attempts to reach my loved ones only led to silence, amplifying my anxiety. Feeling isolated and vulnerable, I turned to the authorities. As the police delved into the mystery, my paranoia escalated. Every sound, every shadow felt like part of a malevolent scheme, feeding my growing fear of manipulation. Despite their efforts, the source of the surveillance remained elusive, leaving me exposed and anxious. Days turned to weeks, progress stalled, and my sanctuary turned into a place of dread. The realization hit me one evening. Was this a game of psychological torment rather than physical harm? The idea that my sense of security was being toyed with shattered any remaining peace. Taking matters into my own hands, I documented every anomaly, fortifying my home against unseen threats. Though the investigation hit a dead end, the impact of the camera lingered. The violation of privacy haunted me, a stark reminder of vulnerability in a seemingly secure world. Yet from this ordeal, a newfound strength emerged, a determination to protect what was mine, to reclaim a sense of control. While the mystery of the camera persisted, my resolve to defend my peace grew unwavering. In the shadow of uncertainty, I found a glimmer of empowerment, a testament to resilience in the face of unseen adversaries. Story 23. The tranquility of my new house on that first night was almost unsettlingly peaceful. Tucked away on the edge of town, the old, charming house exuded a sense of history with its creaking wooden floors and lofty ceilings that amplified every sound. It served as the sanctuary I craved after enduring months of unrelenting work stress. Far from the city's clamor, it appeared as the perfect refuge. As I nestled under the covers, a profound silence enveloped me, broken only by the occasional groans of the house settling into its own memories. Initially, the quietude was a comforting embrace, lulling me towards slumber. But just as sleep's tendrils began to weave around me, a faint, rhythmic sound pierced the stillness. It was so delicate that I questioned if it existed outside my mind. Dismissing it as the house's aging pipes or the wind whispering through unseen crevices, I chuckled at my own unease and surrendered to the night. In the ensuing nights, the sound grew clearer, a soft tapping akin to distant footsteps shrouded in hesitance and muffled tones. Each awakening by this mysterious rhythm led me to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I combed through every nook and cranny of the house, yet found nothing amiss. The windows remained locked, the doors secure. The silence, like a conspirator, mocked my disquiet, leaving me to fend off my own nerves and return to bed. With the passage of weeks, the footsteps evolved, becoming more frequent and purposeful, following a predictable path from the hallway through the kitchen and towards the bedrooms. Though my searches yielded no visible intruders, the vividness of the sound made it impossible to disregard. Nights transformed into trials of endurance as I lay in bed, taut and vigilant, anticipating the inevitable steps that would break the silence. During an evening spent watching TV in the living room, the footsteps resurfaced, starting subtly and then crescendoing, as if an unseen presence trod through the house. The steady rhythm and deliberate sound quickened my pulse, compelling me to mute the TV and listen intently. The footsteps drew nearer, resonating through the walls, propelling me to explore every room, every shadow, every hidden recess. Yet the house remained as empty as ever, the sound lingering tauntingly in the air. Gradually, fear metamorphosed into obsession. I bolstered the locks on doors and windows, compulsively verifying their security. Alas, these efforts proved futile as the footsteps persisted, indifferent to my attempts at fortification. When confiding in friends and family, their reassurances of settling noises and attributions to my stress failed to assuage my growing certainty in the reality of the phenomenon. One fateful night, I resolved to capture evidence of the spectral steps. Setting up a recorder in the hallway, I waited, heart pounding, as the familiar sound reverberated through the house. The following morning, the playback confirmed the footsteps' existence, but it was the faint whisper accompanying them that induced a shiver down my spine. Although the words remained indistinct, their presence was undeniable, plunging me deeper into uncertainty. Seeking answers, I enlisted the aid of a team of paranormal investigators armed with cameras and gadgets, eager to unravel the enigma. After a night of vigil and documentation, their inconclusive findings only deepened my disquiet. Subsequently, the footsteps encroached closer than ever, rousing me to the disconcerting pacing just beyond my bedroom door. Paralyzed with fear, I lay still, entrapped by the deliberate rhythm that seemed to permeate the very walls. Summoning courage, I ventured into the hallway, only to find it vacant, yet the sound persisted, encircling me as if the house itself harbored the echoes of the past. My trembling voice echoed in the silence, seeking acknowledgement, but met only with a heavier stillness that hung oppressively in the air. A serendipitous discovery in the attic unveiled a dusty, leather-bound journal belonging to a former resident of the house. Its brittle pages recounted sleepless nights haunted by relentless pacing and mounting dread. The final entry ominously declared, "The echoes of the past never leave." With the journal's unearthing, the footsteps began to wane, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. Nevertheless, the house never embraced complete silence. On somber nights, when the world held its breath and the wind lay dormant, I could almost swear I heard them again, faint, distant reminders that some echoes never truly fade away. Story 24. In the heart of the woods, where whispers of the wind dance with the rustling leaves, a forgotten sanctuary awaited me. The trees stood tall, their branches reaching for the sky, holding within them a sense of peace that transcended the chaos of everyday life. Amid my wandering through the winding paths, I stumbled upon an ancient relic hidden deep in the forest, a long-abandoned clinic cloaked in mystery rather than fear. The building stood weathered and worn, its once white exterior now a patchwork of gray wood and tangled vines. Windows, either shattered or obscured by time's embrace, gazed out into the world with eyes clouded by neglect. The roof sagged, tired from years of bearing witness to the passage of time. I had strayed from my usual path that day, drawn inexplicably towards the clinic by a force beyond my understanding. As I approached, a wave of déjà vu washed over me, a sensation of familiarity mingled with the unknown. The door groaned as I pushed it open, shattering the silence of the forest with a sound that echoed through, the halls of the past. Inside, the air hung heavy with dust and the faint scent of decay. My flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a reception area frozen in a moment long gone. Desks cluttered with aged papers, magazines frozen in time, and a shroud of dust draped over every surface like a forgotten memory. And there, scattered among the remnants of the past, lay medical records bearing my name. I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat as I picked up one of the records, its yellowed pages whispering secrets of a life unknown to me. Words written in faded ink described procedures and treatments that sent shivers down my spine, hinting at a reality I had never known. Doctors' names scribbled in the margins, their identities lost to time, yet their presence hauntingly real. As I delved deeper into the clinic, shadows dancing in the dim light cast by my flickering flashlight, I discovered more files bearing my name. Each document painted a portrait of a life, observed, dissected, and meticulously recorded. Details of experimental treatments and intimate observations blended with my reality in a way that felt both surreal and terrifying. In a room veiled in shadows in the depths of the clinic, I unearthed a metal cabinet holding recent records. Details of my present life intertwined with personal information only a close observer could possess. Fears mounted as I uncovered a procedure that had erased itself from my memory, carried out in secrecy, documented with chilling detachment. A faint sound, like nails on a chalkboard, echoed through the clinic, drawing me deeper into its depths. The basement beckoned with a chilling embrace, every step on the creaking stairs a whisper of foreboding. In the dimly lit room at the basement's end, I found a tableau of horrors. Photographs, surgical tools, and records that wove a tapestry of manipulation and experimentation. The images before me depicted faces unknown yet strangely familiar, like reflections distorted by a shattered mirror. Details of procedures and outcomes, described in clinical precision, painted a portrait of a life not entirely my own, a life shaped by forces beyond my understanding. The realization struck like lightning. I was the subject of a sinister experiment. With a heart heavy with dread and a mind clouded by unanswered questions, I fled the clinic, the shadows of the woods now harboring secrets darker than I could fathom. Returning home offered no solace, for the sense of intrusion lingered, a specter haunting my every thought. The clinic in the woods had peeled back layers of truth I was unprepared to confront, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The watchful gaze of the forest lingered, its whispers carrying the weight of a truth too heavy to bear. The revelations of that fateful day had shattered the illusion of safety, exposing a reality beyond comprehension. The echoes of the past, intertwined with the present, whispered a chilling truth, that the clinic had been watching long before I stumbled upon its hidden halls, and perhaps even now, its gaze lingers, unseen yet ever present. Story 25. The subtle pattern began unfolding around me, like a soft whisper in the wind. Friends and colleagues vanished one by one, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of unease. At first, I brushed off the disappearances as unfortunate coincidences, but as the list of missing persons lengthened, a chilling truth crept into my consciousness. I was the common thread tying them together. It all began with Mark, a familiar face from work. One day, he simply didn't show up, his absence echoing through the office halls. Calls went unanswered, and worry soon turned to dread, as news of his inexplicable disappearance spread like wildfire. His apartment stood untouched, a silent witness to his sudden vanishing act. And then came Emily, a dear friend from my book club. One moment she was laughing among us, the next she was nowhere to be found. Her home remained undisturbed, a silent testament to her abrupt departure. But the hardest blow was yet to come. My cousin Alex, who had recently re-entered my life, disappeared without a trace from my own home. Each disappearance felt like a cruel twist of fate, a dark cloud hovering over my once ordinary existence. The growing list of missing souls painted a grim picture, casting me as the unwitting protagonist in a sinister plot. Desperate for answers, I delved into the events leading up to each vanishing act, hoping to unravel the mystery shrouding my world in shadows. The truth, when it revealed itself, was more chilling than I could have imagined. Every soul that slipped through the cracks had crossed paths with me shortly before their disappearance, like pieces of a malevolent puzzle falling into place. Someone, or something, was preying on those closest to me, leaving me stranded in a web of fear and uncertainty. Driven by a sense of impending doom, I embarked on a quest for the truth, starting with Mark's eerily vacant apartment. The silence within its walls spoke volumes, offering no clues to his sudden departure. Emily's home, too, revealed no secrets, save for a cryptic note that hinted at an unseen countdown. But it was Alex's hidden notebook that sent shivers down my spine, its ominous message hinting at a darkness closing in on us. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly coalesced, a single name emerged from the shadows: Rachel, a figure from my past whose sudden interest in my life had set off alarm bells in my mind. Confronting her led to more questions than answers, her denials ringing hollow in the face of mounting evidence. With the police on high alert and security measures tightened, the disappearances persisted, a haunting reminder of the danger lurking in the shadows. One fateful evening, a message awaited me at home, a stark reminder that the clock was ticking, and I was next in line. The threat loomed large, a specter of terror that refused to be silenced. Despite my best efforts to fortify my defenses, the sense of impending danger only grew stronger, a constant companion in the dead of night. Determined to unmask the puppeteer pulling the strings, I followed a trail of breadcrumbs that led me to an abandoned house on the outskirts of town. The dilapidated structure held a mirror to my fears, its walls adorned with a macabre gallery of photographs capturing the faces of the vanished. It was a chilling tableau, a grotesque tapestry woven with threads of malice and intent. And then, in the stillness of that forsaken place, I heard it, a familiar voice, dripping with malice and cloaked in shadows. A presence emerged from the darkness, a figure that blurred the lines between nightmare and reality. As I turned to face my adversary, my heart pounding in my chest, I braced myself for the chilling truth that awaited me. Story 26. The Awakening. I stirred from a hazy slumber to find myself enveloped in an unfamiliar room, a sense of unease gripping my heart. The walls stood stark white, devoid of warmth, emanating a chill that seeped into my bones. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, sharp and clinical, lingering in the stillness like a haunting whisper. Through a small window with faded blinds, a gentle stream of muted light filtered in, casting shadows that danced across the emptiness, emphasizing my profound solitude. Within this sterile chamber, my eyes fell upon the only furnishings: a bed firmly anchored to the floor, a solitary metal chair, and a diminutive table. My belongings, phone, wallet, keys, all vanished, leaving me disoriented, grappling with fragmented memories of how I came to be in this peculiar place. The threads of recollection led me back to a routine evening. The tranquility of home, the solace of a book, the setting of an alarm, the embrace of slumber. Everything mundane and ordinary until the abrupt shift into this surreal reality. A surge of panic propelled me forward, my steps unsteady as I approached the imposing steel door. With trembling hands, I grasped the handle, only to find it unyielding. Desperation clawed at my throat as I pounded on the unfeeling barrier, my cries for aid reverberating through the vacant expanse, swallowed by the oppressive silence. No response echoed back, save for the relentless drumming of my own pulse, a steady rhythm of fear echoing in my ears. Forcing myself to draw a breath, a feeble attempt to quell the rising dread, I scanned the room once more, seeking solace in the search for answers amid the unsettling stillness. It was then my gaze fell upon a modest table near the bed, bearing a simple notebook and pen. Fingers trembling, I reached for the notebook, hoping for elucidation, only to be met with a revelation that sent a shiver down my spine. Each page within the notebook bore witness to my life, meticulously chronicled in intricate detail, every mundane occurrence meticulously logged. The precise moments of departure for work, the contents of my breakfast, the path to the grocery store, even fragments of conversations with acquaintances, all meticulously recorded, each entry a testament to an unseen observer's meticulous gaze. A silent watcher, unseen but ever present, a phantom shadow lingering in the periphery of my existence. Before I could grasp the implications of this eerie discovery, a metallic sound shattered the silence, reverberating through the room like a sinister omen. A chill swept through me as the lock disengaged, the heavy door swinging open to reveal a figure cloaked in a white lab coat. His presence exuded an air of clinical detachment, his gaze cold and calculating behind reflective lenses, a facade of calm masking hidden intentions. "Good morning," his voice smooth and dispassionate, devoid of emotion. "How are you feeling?" I struggled to find my voice amidst the tumult of questions swirling in my mind. "Where am I? Who are you? How did I come to be here?" His thin smile remained unwavering, a facade of reassurance that failed to dispel the rising tide of apprehension. "You are safe. You've been under observation due to a blackout episode, an unfortunate necessity." Observation? My voice cracked with uncertainty. For what purpose? I remember nothing of this place. His response was cryptic, laden with implications beyond my comprehension. External factors have clouded your perception and memory. Stress has taken its toll. We are here to ensure your well-being, to unravel the mysteries that elude you. His words cast a shadow of doubt, a veil of uncertainty that draped over my fragile sense of reality. Before I could demand clarity, he produced a sleek device from his pocket, a foreign object gleaming with technological sophistication. Tests will commence soon, his tone final, a prelude to an unknown fate. Remain calm. With that, he departed, leaving the door to swing shut with a resounding click, sealing me once more within the confines of this enigmatic chamber, my mind awash with unanswered questions. Frozen in place, the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me, I grappled with the fragments of my shattered reality. External factors, monitoring, tests, a lexicon of uncertainty that coiled around me, suffocating reason and logic. The need to escape surged within me, a primal instinct urging me to break free from the confines of this sterile prison, to reclaim agency in a world veiled in secrecy. Hours, or perhaps seconds, drifted by in a haze of disorientation, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Abruptly, the door swung open once more, admitting a woman of imposing stature, her presence commanding attention, her gaze sharp and incisive. Dr. Elise Carter, her name tag proclaimed, a harbinger of both solace and trepidation. "I am here to assist you," her voice measured, a veneer of compassion masking an underlying agenda. "I require your cooperation in answering a few inquiries." Her questions probed the depths of my recent past, delving into memories that felt like shards of glass beneath my skin, each revelation a painful reminder of a reality fractured beyond repair. I implored her for clarity, for an understanding of the enigma that bound me to this place. Dr. Cart, our smile, though faint, carried a weight of deception, a subtle manipulation woven into the fabric of her words. "Let us focus on the present," she deflected, guiding the conversation towards a predetermined path. Her queries grew more pointed, more intrusive, drawing upon details only an unseen observer could possess. A realization dawned upon me, a revelation that shattered the fragile facade of normalcy. As she departed, leaving me alone once more in the suffocating silence, I knew the time for waiting had passed. With a newfound resolve, I seized the pen from the table, a weapon in my quest for liberation. With trembling hands, I plunged it into the lock, a fervent plea for emancipation from this twisted reality. Click by agonizing click, the mechanism relented, granting me passage beyond the threshold of confinement. The hallway stretched before me, a corridor of uncertainty and shadows, each step a testament to my defiance against the forces that sought to bind me within their web of deceit. Every footfall echoed in the silence, a heartbeat of determination that drowned out the whispers of doubt. This was not merely an escape from a room, it was a reclaiming of self, a declaration of autonomy in a world where truth was a fleeting illusion. As I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, each turn a gamble, each doorway a portal to the unknown, I steeled myself against the unseen forces that sought to ensnare me once more. Reality hung in the balance, a fragile construct teetering on the brink of collapse, yet within the depths of my being, a flicker of defiance burned bright. The tests were far from over, but so too was my resolve, unyielding in the face of uncertainty. And so I ventured forth, a solitary figure in a world of shadows, a seeker of truth in a realm of deception. The journey ahead was shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril, yet I marched onward, guided by a singular purpose, to unravel the enigma that bound me and emerge from the darkness into the light of understanding. For reality, I knew now, was a tapestry woven from threads of perception, a puzzle waiting to be solved, a story yet untold. Story 27. The phone rang once more, shattering the peaceful silence of my living room. Glancing at the screen, I furrowed my brow. The number displayed belonged to an unknown area code, persisting in its relentless calls for weeks now. Initially, the calls were eerie voids of silence, but they had transformed into unsettling disclosures about my daily routines, delivered in a voice entirely unfamiliar to me. This was no mere prank. It was something far more ominous. With a racing heart, I hesitated before answering, mustering a semblance of composure as I spoke. "Hello?" The only response was the faint echo of breathing on the other end. A shiver ran down my spine as I ended the call, staring at the screen in search of answers. The number was seared into my memory, and despite my attempts to block it, the calls persisted, finding a way to reach me each time. I had confided in my loved ones, hoping for an explanation, but none could offer clarity. Pushing aside the disquieting thoughts, I made my way to the kitchen, finding solace in the familiar ritual of brewing tea. As the kettle whistled, my gaze landed on a small, unmarked box resting on the counter, a box that I did not recall seeing before. My heart skipped a beat as I opened it with trembling hands. Inside lay a delicate silver bracelet, intricately engraved with a design both mesmerizing and unknown to me. However, what sent a chill through me was that this bracelet matched the one I had casually mentioned wanting months ago in a conversation with a close friend, a detail never shared elsewhere. Setting the bracelet aside, my mind raced with questions. Was it a gift, and if so, from whom? Later that evening, as I tidied my bedroom, I stumbled upon another unexpected item, a pair of luxurious leather gloves in a rich, dark brown hue. Their quality was undeniable, yet I had never purchased such gloves nor mentioned them to anyone. Anxiety gripped me as I pondered who was leaving these enigmatic gifts in my home and how they gained access. The mysterious offerings continued to materialize. A designer scarf gracefully draped over the sofa, a high-end coffee maker adorning the kitchen counter. Each item catered to my preferences, yet I had never acquired them myself. Accompanying each gift was a cryptic note, signed with a single initial, A. Determined to unravel the mystery, I installed security cameras throughout my home, hoping to capture the elusive intruder. However, each morning's review of the footage yielded nothing. No signs of entry or presence. It was as though the gifts appeared by some supernatural means. The authorities, though sympathetic, could offer little assistance without concrete evidence, advising me to remain vigilant. I meticulously documented each gift and note, clinging to hope of a breakthrough. One fateful night, as I pored over my logs in the living room, the phone rang once more, the same haunting number flashing on the screen. Trembling, I answered, mustering a fragile, "Hello." This time a voice responded, calm and eerily pleasant. "Good evening. I trust you're enjoying the surprises." A shiver ran down my spine as I demanded answers. "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice chuckled softly, offering cryptic reassurances of friendship and a desire to see me content. An invitation for a meeting lingered in the air, leaving me feeling ensnared in a sinister game of unknown stakes. Determined to unmask the sender, I delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the gifts, notes, and calls consumed by a relentless pursuit of truth. Each revelation only underscored the sender's unsettling familiarity with my life. On a rainy evening, I returned home to find a chilling gift, a grand mirror placed in the living room, its ornate frame gleaming in the subdued light. A folded note nestled in the corner bore a cryptic message. The reflection reveals not just the present, but the secrets of the past. Meet me at midnight, where time converges. The enigmatic summons hinted at a rendezvous, stirring a memory within me. With resolve crystallizing, I prepared to confront the unknown orchestrator behind the elaborate charade that had engulfed my existence. As the clock struck midnight, a lingering question hung in the air. Was I stepping into a trap or finally unraveling the enigma that had held me captive for so long? Story 28. On a cool autumn afternoon, a sudden knock shattered the peaceful rhythm of my day. Opening the door revealed two solemn officers in uniform, their expressions grave. They delivered news that struck me like a thunderbolt. I was being accused of theft, a crime crime I knew I had not committed. Disbelief washed over me, for I had always led a quiet, law-abiding existence, far removed from anything criminal. As they handed me the legal notice, the alleged details of the crime emerged. A break-in at a nearby electronics store, with all evidence seemingly pointing towards me. Shock turned to confusion as I pored over the accusations. The evidence seemed damning. My fingerprints found at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness claiming to have seen me near the crime scene. The more I delved into the charges, the clearer it became that this was no mere misunderstanding. Someone had meticulously orchestrated a plan to frame me. Desperate for aid, I sought the help of Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney known for her sharp mind and unwavering resolve. She promised we would uncover the truth together. Our first task was to scrutinize the evidence. The fingerprints troubled me deeply. They matched mine flawlessly, raising suspicions in Sarah's keen eyes. She demanded the original surveillance footage, intent on dissecting the timestamps and image quality. When the footage arrived, we meticulously examined it frame by frame. The footage depicted a figure of similar stature clad in dark attire, their face partially obscured. Sarah's discerning gaze caught subtle irregularities. The lighting didn't align with the reported time of the crime, and the shadows appeared strangely distorted. It was evident that the video had been tampered with. Eager for more leads, we visited the electronics store where the break-in had taken place. A small, cluttered shop with a shattered rear window stood before us, a clear entry point. While inspecting the alley behind the store, I noticed something peculiar. A set of footprints leading away from the broken window. They seemed too deliberate, almost staged. Speaking to neighboring shop owners in hopes of finding witnesses, one clerk who had initially identified me confessed under scrutiny. His failing eyesight had led to misidentifications before, casting doubt on his reliability. His admission unraveled the case against me further. A breakthrough emerged when Sarah unearthed a disturbing tie between the store owner and a notorious local criminal, a mastermind known for elaborate schemes. Rumors suggested he specialized in framing innocent individuals to cover his tracks. Digging deeper, we uncovered the store owner's financial troubles, painting the break-in as less of a robbery and more of an insurance scam. Pinned on an unsuspecting victim, myself, it was the perfect smokescreen for his financial woes. Armed with this revelation, we returned to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah presented compelling evidence, forged documents, manipulated surveillance footage, and the suspicious link between the store owner and the criminal mastermind. To our relief, additional witnesses from the criminal's inner circle came forward, supporting our narrative. The legal battle was arduous, with court hearings dragging on, each one a painful reminder of the nightmare thrust upon me. Slowly but surely, the fabricated accusations began to crumble. Ultimately, the store owner and his partner in crime were apprehended, their intricate web of deception exposed for all to see. While my name was finally cleared, the scars of the ordeal ran deep. The vulnerability I experienced, realizing how easily evidence could be twisted to ruin lives, haunted me. Justice prevailed, yet the emotional toll lingered long after the case concluded. The ordeal taught me invaluable lessons about trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security. I learned to cherish truth above all else, and to navigate life with cautious determination. Those who sought to frame me faced consequences, but their betrayal left a lasting imprint, a somber reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deceit. Yet in confronting that darkness, I discovered a newfound strength, a resolve unyielding and resilient, forged in the crucible of adversity. Story 29. The park opposite my apartment had always been my refuge, a sanctuary of tranquility amid the chaos of the city. Each evening, I would find myself drawn to its peaceful embrace, strolling along its winding path, and inhaling the calming stillness that seemed to wash away the day's stresses. The city lights would softly dance on the surface of the serene pond, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that never failed to soothe my restless mind. It was amidst this urban oasis that I first noticed him, a mysterious figure seated on a bench, his gaze fixed on my apartment building. At first glance, he appeared like any other park visitor, blending into the background with his simple gray coat and tilted fedora. But as days turned into weeks, his unwavering presence began to stir a sense of unease within me. His consistent presence, always at the same spot and time, felt deliberate, almost calculated. There was a stillness about him that seemed out of place in the natural calm of the park. I could feel his eyes on me, even when hidden beneath the shadow of his hat. It was a sensation that sent a shiver down my spine, a subtle but growing feeling of disquiet. Despite my attempts to rationalize his presence as harmless, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The park, once my haven, now harbored a sense of mystery and tension that I couldn't ignore. I found myself questioning his intentions, his motives, and the purpose behind his silent vigil. One crisp autumn evening, with the scent of impending winter in the air, I mustered the courage to confront him. As I approached his bench, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and curiosity, I spoke up, breaking the silence that had enveloped us. His slow turn and serene gaze belied the cryptic words that followed. "I'm watching over you," he said, his voice soft yet laden with a sense of significance. His words lingered in the air, leaving me with more questions than answers. Was he a guardian angel, or a harbinger of something darker, something beyond my understanding? That night, back in the safety of my apartment, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being exposed, of being under surveillance. The following weeks were a blur of paranoia and unease, leading me to make the decision to move, to escape the shadows of the park and the enigmatic figure who haunted it. In my new apartment, in a different part of the city, I hoped to find peace and solace. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, albeit in a subtler form. It was no longer the piercing gaze of the man in the park, but a lingering sense of being observed, of never truly being alone. As time passed, the memory of the man in the park faded into a ghostly presence, a tale that seemed almost unreal. But the impact of his watchful eyes lingered, shaping my perception of safety and privacy. I became more vigilant, more cautious, forever changed by the experience that blurred the lines between protection and intrusion. In the end, I had physically distanced myself from the park and the mysterious figure, but emotionally, his presence remained etched in my mind. A reminder that sometimes the most unsettling experiences are those that challenge our sense of security and blur the boundaries between care and control, between guardianship and surveillance. Story 30. In the dead of night, a strange occurrence began to disrupt the tranquility of a once peaceful home. It all started with the faint sound of the doorbell ringing at odd hours, a subtle disturbance that grew more persistent with each passing night. The homeowner, initially dismissing it as a mere inconvenience, soon found themselves consumed by the mystery that shrouded their doorstep. At first, the doorbell's ring was met with hopeful anticipation, a fleeting expectation of a visitor or a delivery. But time and time again, the door would swing open to reveal nothing but the empty darkness of the night. The homeowner, puzzled and unnerved, embarked on a quest to unravel the enigma that plagued their dwelling. Despite their efforts to rectify the situation, the ringing persisted, punctuating the silence of the night like an ominous drumbeat. Upgrading the doorbell system to a state-of-the-art model equipped with the latest technology proved futile, as the unexplained chime continued to echo through the halls, always at the same haunting hour. Night after night, the homeowner found themselves drawn to the door, compelled by a sense of foreboding to confront the invisible presence that taunted them. The once comforting sound of the doorbell had metamorphosed into a sinister reminder of the unknown forces that lurked just beyond the threshold. Seeking solace and answers, the homeowner reached out to experts in a desperate bid to uncover the truth behind the relentless disturbances. However, even the most seasoned investigators were unable to provide a logical explanation for the inexplicable events that unfolded night after night. As the relentless ringing gradually subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence in its wake, the homeowner was left with a lingering sense of unease. The memory of the phantom doorbell, the shadowy figure that eluded capture, and the unsettling presence that loomed unseen continued to haunt their thoughts. Though the nights grew quieter and the disturbances less frequent, the mark left by the mysterious doorbell remained indelible. A simple device had become a symbol of the inexplicable, a spectral reminder of how easily the veil between the known and the unknown could be pierced. As the house settled into a fragile peace, the homeowner found themselves forever changed by the spectral visitor that had passed through their midst, leaving behind only the faint echo of a chime in the night, a chilling testament to the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. Story 31. The initial message arrived on a somber Tuesday morning, nestled amidst a sea of spam and promotional emails. Its subject line offered no hint of the storm it carried. We need to talk. Curiosity piqued, I opened it, only to feel the ground drop beneath me as I absorbed the chilling contents. Hello, my name. I've been watching you. I hold secrets about you that are best kept hidden. If you do not meet my demands, your deepest truths will be laid bare for all to see. The message bore no signature, only a cryptic, unfamiliar symbol. Accompanying it was a photo of me leaving my apartment, captured from afar. Someone had been observing me. Fear coursed through my veins. I combed through my inbox in vain, searching for further clues. Was this a sick joke or something more sinister? The police crossed my mind, but uncertainty held me back. The message was vague. No clear ultimatum, no evident crime. Perhaps ignoring it was the safest course. The following day, a second email materialized. This time, it left no room for ambiguity. It divulged intimate details, specifics about my mother's recent illness and a family excursion we had been planning, information privy to only a select few. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or face exposure. The attachment was even more insidious, a compilation of private messages, snapshots from my social media profiles, and a scanned document from my personal archives. They had infiltrated my existence in ways beyond comprehension. In a state of panic, I reached out to the authorities. An investigation was launched, but the trail led to dead ends. The email's origin was obfuscated by numerous proxies, leaving no digital breadcrumbs. It could be anyone, the detective somberly remarked. Exercise caution. Yet caution proved insufficient. The emails persisted, each one delving deeper into my privacy, each one more menacing. They were privy to my daily routines, tracking my movements and referencing private dialogues uttered within the confines of my home. The realization that someone could peer into my life with such precision made my skin crawl. One message presented a video. My breath caught as I pressed play. The grainy footage depicted me in slumber within my own bed, oblivious. The caption taunted, "We're closer than you realize." My sense of security crumbled. Sleep eluded me. Tranquility a distant memory. Every creak, every shadow felt laden with menace. I installed security cameras, bolstered my locks, sought refuge with friends, yet the messages trailed me incessantly. Then arrived the most harrowing demand yet. Infiltrate the secured facility at 12th and Main. Obtain the files marked Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret will be thrust into the light. I felt ensnared, bound by invisible shackles. Refusal equated to ruin. Compliance equated to criminality. I grappled with an impossible dilemma, seeing no escape. Desperation eclipsed rationality. Fueled by dread and primal survival instinct, I meticulously orchestrated the break-in. Clad in darkness, I ventured into the fortified structure late at night. My heart thundered as I navigated the shadowed corridors, every sound magnified, every shadow a potential threat. After what seemed like an eternity, I secured the dossier and fled, heart in a frenzy. Yet the emails persisted. The extortionist was unrelenting, their demands escalating. The subsequent task struck closer to home, sabotaging a public gathering where I was slated to speak. Compliance would decimate my career, tarnish my reputation, sever my professional ties. Yet the alternative held graver consequences. I felt akin to a marionette in a macabre play. My autonomy was a distant memory. A call disrupted the suffocating silence. A number obscured. Trembling, I answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end, distorted yet eerily familiar, spoke with a cold, calculating cadence. "You have performed adequately thus far," they murmured smoothly. "But our dance is far from over." A fragment of memory stirred, something in the tone, the inflection. It was someone I knew, someone I had trusted. Breath caught in my throat as realization dawned. "It's you." Silence ensued, then a deliberate, unhurried chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, armed with scant evidence, I confronted them. They attempted denial, yet their facade swiftly crumbled under scrutiny. Driven by guilt and dread of exposure, they confessed. It was an individual from my inner circle, a friend twisted by envy, bitterness, and a thirst for dominion. They had orchestrated the entire nightmare, exploiting my trust and access to my personal life. Law enforcement finally intervened, apprehending them on multiple charges. As the truth unfurled, I glimpsed the extent of their machinations, how they had surveilled me for months, breached my devices, and pulled strings from the shadows. Despite the arrest, the aftermath lingered. The betrayal cut deeper than the transgressions themselves. Trust seemed an unattainable luxury, and my abode, once a sanctuary, stood as a monument to the ease with which my existence had been breached. Therapy became a refuge as I painstakingly reconstructed my shattered sense of security. I fortified my online defenses, altered every passcode, restricted access to my personal data. Time dulled the edges of terror, yet the scars endured. The ordeal left me hyper-vigilant, forever wary of the precarious boundary between solitude and exposure. Yet within, a kernel of resilience blossomed. They had endeavored to break me, but I endured, and never again would I permit another to wield such dominion over my being. Story 32. The Legacy of Secrets. Inheriting the ancient house from a distant relative was a twist of fate unforeseen. The house, a majestic Victorian mansion perched on the outskirts of a serene town, had been a part of the family for generations. Despite its long-standing presence, I had never laid eyes on it until it was bequeathed to me following my great-uncle's passing. It seemed like a beckoning opportunity to retreat from the tumult of my bustling existence. A respite, I mused. Perhaps I could revive the aging structure, breathe vitality back into its weary walls. The mansion stood before me, a sight both awe-inspiring and wistful. Its time-worn wooden floors whispered beneath my feet, and the ornate yet neglected furnishings hinted at a time long gone. As I roamed the corridors, the aroma of aged wood and forgotten tales lingered in the air, as though the house itself yearned to divulge its hidden narratives, concealed beneath layers of dust and the passage of time. One fateful day, my curiosity led me to the attic, a dimly lit sanctuary cluttered with relics of yesteryears. Amidst the ancient trunks, faded draperies, and cobwebs that adorned the space, my gaze fell upon something peculiar. A door. Almost concealed behind a stack of trunks, the door's surface was solid, its frame fortified with sturdy bolts, its handle untouched by the hands of time. Strangely, the bolts were on the inside, as if guarding a secret within, or perhaps keeping something out. Intrigued, I pondered the mysteries that lay beyond the secure barrier. Could it be a forgotten treasure, or a family enigma waiting to be unraveled? Determined to unveil its secrets, I exerted all efforts to breach the enigmatic door. I tugged, prodded, and even employed tools found in the attic, yet the bolts remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Frustrated yet undeterred, I sought the expertise of a locksmith the following day. With a furrowed brow, he inspected the door, his tools clinking in a rhythmic cadence as he endeavored to decipher its unusual design. My anticipation mounted, tinged with a subtle sense of disquietude. After meticulous labor, the locksmith stepped back, a blend of curiosity and contentment in his demeanor. "Let's uncover the truth," he remarked as he slowly turned the handle. The door groaned open, revealing a sight that left me astounded. Emptiness, absolute and profound. No traces of furniture, boxes, or even a speck of dust adorned the bare walls and floors. The room exuded a lifeless aura, as if it had been suspended in time, untouched by the world outside. Baffled, the locksmith scratched his head, muttering about the peculiar vacancy of the room. I, too, was enveloped in a sense of wrongness, an oppressive emptiness that pervaded the air, casting a shadow over my thoughts. The silence within the room felt suffocating, carrying an unseen presence that unsettled my soul. In the ensuing days, the mystery of the vacant room consumed my thoughts. I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, rummaging through forgotten relics and dusty drawers in search of a clue to unlock its enigma. Yet, my efforts yielded no revelations, no diary, no missive, no inkling of the room's purpose. At night, the mansion seemed to stir with a life of its own. I lay awake, listening to the eerie creaks and groans emanating from the attic above. Footsteps echoed through the halls, though my investigations revealed no presence. A creeping unease gripped me, and a sense of being observed haunted my every waking moment. Driven by a thirst for answers, I delved into the annals of the town's historical society and consulted its eldest denizens. The whispers I unraveled painted a grim portrait of the house's past, a history marred by disappearances under mysterious circumstances, tales of unearthly occurrences, and ominous warnings to avoid the attic after nightfall. One evening, as I ventured into the attic once more, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. The floorboards near the sealed room appeared slightly displaced, hinting at recent movement. Heart-pounding, I pried them up, unveiling a concealed compartment harboring aged leather-bound books and weathered documents. While the contents were replete with legal jargon and unfamiliar names, they divulged no direct answers. However, a sinister undercurrent ran through the pages, a web of secrecy, of clandestine dealings and disputes that hinted at concealed motives. Despite my endeavors, the room's purpose remained an enigma. Its emptiness pulsed with a mysterious presence that defied rationale. When I eventually made the decision to depart from the house for good, I resealed the door, leaving it undisturbed as I had found it. Some enigmas, I realized, were destined to remain shrouded in secrecy. The mansion, with its tapestry of history and shadows, would safeguard its mysteries. As I walked away for the final time, a lingering glance towards the attic window captured a fleeting movement. A shadow, a silhouette that defied explanation. And just as swiftly as it had appeared, it vanished into the obscurity of the night, leaving me with a sense of wonderment and an unfathomable mystery that would forever haunt my dreams. Story 33. The eerie sensation of fear that had woven its way into the fabric of my existence had reached a point of unbearable intensity. My once tranquil abode, a sanctuary of solace, had transformed into a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmatic truths beyond my comprehension. Greg Thompson's inexplicable disappearance had cast a shadow over my life, leaving behind a trail of enigmas that defied resolution. Despite my relentless pursuit of answers, the elusive truth remained just out of reach. What had become unmistakably clear was the unsettling certainty that a presence, unseen and malevolent, was observing my every move. On a dreary afternoon, as rain tapped a melancholic melody on my windows, I discovered an unmarked envelope nestled within my mailbox. Its unassuming appearance, wrapped in nondescript brown paper and devoid of any return address, sent a shiver down my spine. With trembling hands, I carried the mysterious package inside, placing it gingerly on the worn surface of my kitchen table. A moment of hesitation gripped my heart before I tore through the wrapping, revealing a small, enigmatic black box. With trepidation coursing through my veins, I pried it open, revealing a solitary, unmarked DVD within. The sight of it twisted my stomach into knots, an ominous premonition of impending dread. I knew, without certainty, that whatever awaited me on that disc was not born of benevolent intentions. With a sense of foreboding lingering in the air like a thick fog, I inserted the DVD into the waiting embrace of my player and pressed play. Static crackled ominously before dissipating into a scene that sent a chill down my spine, a familiar sight of my own living room. There I was, captured in crystal clarity, engrossed in a book on the couch, oblivious to the prying eyes that had invaded my sanctuary. The footage was eerily precise, a testament to meticulous planning rather than amateur voyeurism. A timestamp in the corner revealed the recording to be from 3 nights past. The unsettling narrative unfolded, seamlessly transitioning from my living room to my kitchen, then to my bedroom, each frame meticulously composed to capture the most intimate moments of my daily existence. Preparing breakfast, pacing anxiously through the dimly lit corridors of my home, and halting before the window where a sense of unseen scrutiny often lingered. Silence enveloped the room, a suffocating weight that amplified the invasive nature of the footage playing before me. The camera chronicled my private moments with a chilling precision, as though I were a mere pawn in a malevolent entity's twisted game. Gasping for breath, I halted the playback, only to find myself drawn back, compelled to scrutinize each frame with a sense of desperate urgency. The smooth, deliberate movements of the camera hinted at a calculated purpose, a chilling realization that dawned upon me like a bolt of lightning in a stormy sky. This was no random intrusion into my privacy. This was a meticulously orchestrated act of targeted surveillance. The realization struck me with a force akin to a physical blow. The intruder had not merely lingered on the periphery of my existence. They had infiltrated the very sanctity of my home, a silent predator lurking in the shadows. The instinct to involve the authorities clawed at the edges of my consciousness, yet doubt and uncertainty held me captive in their icy grip. What evidence could I present to the authorities beyond the haunting footage of silent observation? Would they dismiss my fears as mere paranoia, relegating me to the realm of the deluded and disturbed? And what of the consequences? If involving the police only served to goad my unseen adversary into more sinister actions? Driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation, I embarked on a solitary quest for answers, scouring the footage for clues that might illuminate the shadowy figure orchestrating this macabre spectacle. A faint glimmer of realization dawned as my eyes alighted upon a framed family portrait, subtly askew on my living room wall, an intentional act of provocation, a silent taunt from an unseen tormentor. Further scrutiny revealed another insidious detail, a stack of papers on my home office desk, subtly rearranged to draw my attention. These documents bore a connection to a local community group, my sole tether to a semblance of social interaction in this enigmatic town. With a sense of dread coiling in the pit of my stomach, I retraced past interactions, memories tinged with newfound suspicion. And amid the sea of faces, one stood out, Rachel. Her affable demeanor, once a source of comfort, now cast a sinister shadow in my mind. A facade of warmth veiled a calculating gaze, probing beyond the surface of polite conversation into the depths of my vulnerabilities. A plan began to form, a perilous gambit to confront the source of my torment, to unmask the puppeteer orchestrating this perverse charade. Under the guise of a community project, I arranged a meeting with Rachel at a secluded cafe, the air thick with unspoken tension as we exchanged pleasantries. Her gaze, once warm and inviting, now bore the weight of scrutiny, a predator assessing its prey. With every carefully chosen word, every subtle gesture, I sought to unravel the web of deception that ensnared me, to coax the truth from the lips of a potential adversary. Returning to the confines of my home, I laid a trap, a gambit to expose the unseen watcher in the shadows. Minor adjustments, imperceptible to the untrained eye, awaited discovery by the vigilant observer. Books shifted slightly off-center, drawers left ajar, furniture displaced by minuscule increments. The dawn of a new day brought with it a solemn revelation. All had been restored to their original state, an unspoken confirmation of the malevolent presence that lingered in the shadows. A sinister realization took root within me, a gnawing certainty that this was a game of cat and mouse, a deadly dance with an adversary whose motives remained shrouded in mystery. The specter of Greg Thompson's vanishing presence loomed large, a mere prologue to a malevolent narrative that now entwined my fate with its tendrils of darkness. The enigmatic package, the haunting footage, the subtle manipulations, they were not mere gestures but harbingers of a looming storm, a tempest of malevolence with me at its center. As the tendrils of darkness tightened their grip around my fragile existence, a chilling certainty settled upon me, a realization that the story was far from over. The silent warnings whispered by shadows and echoes foretold of a conclusion yet unwritten, a denouement steeped in darkness and mystery. And as the night draped its cloak of shadows over my restless form, I knew that the tale of surveillance and subterfuge had only just begun. Story 34. On a cool autumn afternoon, under the watchful gaze of a fading sun, I ventured into the neglected expanse of my new dwelling's backyard. This old Victorian abode, a silent witness to bygone eras, whispered tales of forgotten secrets amid its creaking floors and tangled garden. The previous dweller, an elderly recluse, had left this place untouched for a year, allowing nature to reclaim its territory. Surrounded by unpacked boxes within the house, I sought solace in the overgrown wilderness outside. With a determined spirit, I delved into the moist earth, the aroma of rich soil mingling with the crisp air. Each stroke of the shovel against the ground carried a hypnotic cadence, lulling me into a tranquil state. Lost in the rhythm of my task, visions of a transformed garden danced in my mind, a sanctuary of trimmed grass, flourishing blooms, and a quaint stone patio awaiting warm summer nights. Suddenly, a jarring clang reverberated through the stillness as the shovel struck an unexpected obstacle. Intrigued, I unearthed a weathered wooden box, its exterior marked by time's touch. Heavy in my hands, it held a mysterious weight disproportionate to its size. Heart racing, a blend of anticipation and apprehension gripped me as I brushed away the soil and pried open the lid. Within the confines of the box, nestled amidst brittle remnants of yellowed newsprint, lay two enigmatic relics, a blood-stained shirt and a faded photograph. Gingerly, I lifted the shirt, its once blue fabric now obscured by dark, ominous stains resembling dried blood. Questions swirled in my mind. Why conceal such a sinister garment beneath the earth of my backyard? Setting the shirt aside, I turned my focus to the photograph. An aged image depicting a younger version of myself, captured in an unfamiliar setting alongside an unidentified companion. The backdrop, a dimly lit room adorned with antiquated furnishings, felt like a portal to a forgotten era. A shiver ran down my spine as I contemplated the eerie familiarity of the scene. Turning the photograph over in search of clues, I found only emptiness on its blank reverse. Puzzled and unsettled, I sat back pondering the implications of these cryptic discoveries. Was this a macabre jest, a remnant of the previous resident, or something more sinister lurking beneath the surface of my new abode? Driven by an insatiable need for answers, I embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries shrouding my home. Hours turned into days as I delved into archives and interrogated the whispers of the past. The local library yielded little, prompting a call to the Historical Society, where a wise Mrs. Whitaker hinted at untold tales lingering in the memories of elder neighbors. Door by door, I sought out the aging residents of the neighborhood, hoping to glean morsels of truth from fading recollections. Amidst faded anecdotes, a vague mention from Mr. Thompson hinted at a shadowed history cloaking the house in whispers of a troubled legacy. Yet, concrete answers remained elusive, propelling me further down the rabbit hole of uncertainty. Seeking clarity, I sought the expertise of a skilled photographer who unveiled the photograph's origins in the early 20th century. However, the identities of the figures and the room's location remained veiled in obscurity. A chance discovery in a forgotten journal hinted at a hidden chamber within the house, sparking a flicker of hope in my quest for truth. Venturing into the bowels of the house, I scoured every corner until a concealed entrance behind a forgotten bookcase revealed itself. The door groaned open to unveil a dusty chamber frozen in time, laden with forgotten relics and obscured truths. Amid the relics, a tapestry of photographs and documents began to weave a tale of forgotten gatherings and vanished souls. One image mirrored the room from the unearthed photograph, capturing unknown faces etched with tension. A cryptic document alluded to a long-ago party and a guest lost to the shadows of enigma. The puzzle grew clearer, painting a portrait of a house haunted by its past, a past intertwined with the fabric of my very existence. Yet, despite my fervent pursuit of answers, the tapestry of mysteries remained incomplete. A sense of displacement crept over me, whispering of a connection to this enigmatic past that eluded my grasp. Ultimately, I bid farewell to the haunting abode, haunted by the fragments of a story left untold. The blood-stained shirt, the haunting photograph, the forgotten chamber, all fragments of a saga veiled in the mists of time. Some secrets, it seems, are destined to slumber in the depths of oblivion, whispering their mysteries to those willing to listen in the stillness of the night. Story 35 began innocently enough. One morning, my phone hummed with a notification. I glanced at the screen, anticipating the usual, a social media update or a calendar reminder. Instead, a text from an unfamiliar number appeared. Be mindful of your steps today. I brushed it off as a jest. Perhaps just some anonymous joker attempting to disrupt my day. Yet the words lingered in my thoughts as I navigated through my daily routines. As the day unfolded, I slipped on a damp sidewalk, spilled coffee on my shirt, and found myself trapped in an unforeseen downpour without shelter. Though not catastrophic on their own, these events left me with a peculiar sense of unease, a feeling that my day had been orchestrated to go awry. The following morning, my phone buzzed once more. Another message from that same mysterious number. Someone will take something dear to you today. I rolled my eyes, attributing it to mere coincidence. But upon reaching my workplace, my heart sank. My cherished pen, a sentimental gift from my late grandmother, had vanished from my desk. Despite an exhaustive search, even crawling under my colleagues' workspaces, it remained elusive. As the week progressed, a pattern emerged. Each day a new enigmatic text. Each day a fresh mishap. You will face an interruption during a crucial call. Beware of unsolicited advice. The messages, though obscure, foretold unsettlingly specific occurrences. What unsettled me the most was their accuracy. These were not mere guesses, but tailored to my life. Despite attempts to block the number, the text persisted, arriving from gauntly altered variations of the same source. They somehow always found a way to reach me. One night, seated at my kitchen table, I stared at my phone, waiting. Anxiety gripped me, an invisible force constricting my chest. The atmosphere in the room grew dense, suffocating. At the stroke of midnight, my phone buzzed. The time for a true test has come. Sleep evaded me that night. Every creak in the house startled me. Every shadow seemed to dance. By dawn, I was a wreck, navigating the day in a fog of exhaustion and paranoia. And then the next message arrived. A dear friend will betray your confidence. My stomach churned. Amy, we had been inseparable since college, sharing laughter during late-night study sessions, divulging our deepest fears and aspirations. Amy was the one person I trusted implicitly. The notion of betrayal from her felt preposterous. Yet later that day, Amy called out of the blue, requesting to meet for coffee. Her voice quivered, almost hesitant. At the cafe, she appeared agitated, her hands trembling as she slid an envelope across the table. I have been meaning to confess something, she murmured, her voice barely audible. I am deeply sorry. I have kept a secret from you. My heart raced as I opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, Amy with my former boss, Richard. The images painted a narrative I wished to disbelieve. The two of them meeting in hotel lobbies, conversing late at night in his office, sharing hushed exchanges in unrecognizable locations. I never wanted you to discover this way, Amy confessed, her eyes beseeching. Richard asked me to spy on you. He suspected you were concealing something, and I didn't know how to refuse. Her words shattered something within me. The betrayal felt like a sharp stab to the core. I left the cafe without a word, clutching the envelope tightly in trembling hands. Yet, that was merely the beginning. The messages persisted, growing more ominous. They transitioned from minor misfortunes to looming threats that haunted my every waking moment. The final message arrived on a bleak Friday morning. All you have built will crumble today. By then, I was barely holding on. The relentless messages, Amy's treachery, and a constant sense of foreboding had left me hollow. Nonetheless, I steeled myself for the day ahead, attempting to fortify my resolve. Yet it proved futile. One by one, the pillars of my life collapsed. A significant project I had meticulously crafted over months unraveled within hours. A crucial client hinted at withdrawing their business. By day's end, a termination notice was handed to me, my boss citing the project's failure as the final straw. I sat in silence at my desk, staring at the message on my phone. Your suffering is now complete. That night, I vowed to unearth the truth. Who was behind these messages, and for what purpose? Tracing the number led to a dead end, a prepaid phone offering no insights. Authorities dismissed it as mere happenstance or the work of a skilled prankster. They failed to grasp the texts were not mere predictions but directives, manipulating my existence like pawns on a chessboard. Then, as abruptly as they began, the messages ceased. However, the damage had been done. I had lost my job, my faith in others, and my sense of security. Amy attempted to reach out, seeking forgiveness, but I could not bring myself to face her. The betrayal still cut deep. Weeks turned into months, and I commenced rebuilding my life. Yet the memory of those texts lingered like a shadow in the recesses of my mind. The cryptic alerts, the precise prophecies, they had upended my reality, prompting me to question everything. Who had dispatched them? How did they possess such intimate knowledge? I never found the answers. Instead, I confronted the unsettling truth that even in our most mundane moments, the unknown can extend its grasp and unravel the fabric of our lives. The text remained a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust and how profoundly the dark, unseen forces of the world can mold us. Even now, each buzz of my phone sends a shiver down my spine. Story 36, The Intrusion. I returned home to a scene that shattered my sense of security. The front door, usually a stalwart protector of my private realm, stood slightly ajar. With a racing heart, I cautiously pushed it open, the familiar creak of the hinges now a foreboding whisper. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, blending with the musty stillness of a violated space. My sanctuary, my haven, had been trespassed. Every drawer, every cabinet, every surface had been rifled through. Papers scattered like fallen leaves, cushions callously tossed aside, and personal treasures strewn haphazardly around the room. The once serene order I cherished now reflected the chaos of the intrusion. I stood transfixed in the doorway, trying to make sense of the unsettling sight before me. Initial panic ebbed away, replaced by a surreal numbness. Stepping further into the apartment, the weight of the violation began to settle upon me. It wasn't merely the disarray that unsettled me. It was the suffocating realization that something deeply intimate had been taken, something yet unnamed. And then it dawned on me. My identity had been snatched away. The truth crashed over me like a relentless wave, leaving me gasping for breath. Fumbling for my phone, I dialed my bank, desperately clinging to a sliver of hope, praying it was all a misunderstanding. The automated voice felt distant, leading me through a labyrinth of options until I finally connected with a representative. "Hello, this is Alex Carter. I believe my identity has been compromised. My home was breached, and now my world is in disarray. Have there been any unauthorized transactions on my accounts?" I stammered, my voice quivering. The representative's response was composed, but it did little to calm my frayed nerves. As I confirmed my details and answered her inquiries, the grim truth unfolded. Significant unauthorized transactions had drained my accounts in the past week. My heart sank. The representative assured me they were investigating, promising to secure my accounts, but cautioned that the process would be arduous. I hung up, the phone slipping from my grasp as waves of anxiety and bewilderment threatened to overwhelm me. The gravity of the situation deepened as I made more calls to other institutions. Each call echoed the same grim reality: accounts frozen, fraudulent activities detected, and a daunting list of steps to regain my stolen identity. Days blurred into a whirlwind of legal battles and bureaucratic hurdles. Hours spent on hold with banks, credit agencies, and law enforcement only reinforced the violation I had endured. My life had been reduced to a series of forms and transactions, each draining me further. The sense of violation loomed over me like a relentless shadow. Daily alerts flooded in. Suspicious activities flagged, new accounts opened in my name, debts accrued by a stranger living a life I didn't recognize, yet disturbingly, it was still mine. I fielded calls from creditors demanding repayment for loans I never took. Trapped in a cycle of proving my innocence, clawing back slivers of my identity one agonizing step at a time. Amidst it all, a chilling realization crept in. Someone out there had assumed my identity, living it with a precision that haunted me. They knew my quirks, my interests, even my social circles. They wielded my identity with an intimacy that left me feeling like a ghost in my own skin. The financial losses, though devastating, paled in comparison to the emotional toll. The thief hadn't just stolen my finances, they had stolen my sense of control, safety, and trust. My life felt foreign, no longer mine, and reclaiming it seemed an insurmountable climb. As months dragged on, I began to rebuild. New security measures became my shield. Passwords changed, accounts monitored vigilantly, and safeguards bordering on paranoia put in place. Each small victory, restoring credit, freezing fraudulent accounts, offered a glimmer of normalcy. Yet, the scars remained. The memory of walking into my violated sanctuary lingered, a haunting reminder of privacy's fragility. It wasn't just my identity that was stolen. It was my peace, my essence. Slowly, I started to reclaim my life, redrawing boundaries, finding solace in loved ones, and tentatively regaining a sense of security. But the shadow of violation still looms, a specter of the one who stole not just my name, but a piece of my very being. Even now, I find myself glancing over my shoulder, double-checking locks, scrutinizing every detail. The thief may have vanished, but their mark endures, etched into the tapestry of my existence. Some wounds fade with time. Others, like this one, linger, a constant reminder that safety is a fleeting illusion, and even within the sanctuary of our homes, we are never truly invulnerable. Story 37. The day began like any other, with the gentle morning light peeking through the curtains and the soothing hum of the coffee maker filling the air. But the usual tranquility was shattered when I noticed a small package resting on my doorstep. It was a plain brown box, devoid of any markings except for my name, elegantly written in unfamiliar handwriting. A sense of curiosity mingled with unease as I brought the mysterious package inside my home. With a steady hand, I cut through the tape securing the box and revealed its contents. Inside lay a collection of photographs, meticulously arranged and held together by a simple rubber band. My heart quickened as I gazed at each picture, each one capturing a moment from my life. The first photo depicted me at a local park, lost in the pages of a book on a peaceful afternoon. I could feel a chill running down my spine as I realized the photo had been taken from a distance, unbeknownst to me. As I flipped through the stack, I saw snapshots of myself at various places around the city, leaving a grocery store, enjoying a meal at a cafe, browsing books at the library. Yet in each image, I stood alone, devoid of any company. It was as though an unseen presence had been shadowing my every move, documenting my life in eerie detail. But it was the final photograph that sent a shiver down my spine. It portrayed me in my own living room, seated on the couch with a startled expression, captured through the window as if someone had been watching from outside. The accuracy of the scene, depicting a moment when I had looked up from a book in surprise, was uncanny. The date on the photo indicated it was taken just the day before, intensifying the unsettling realization that I had been under surveillance. A folded note nestled among the photographs caught my trembling hands. I cautiously unfolded it and read the cryptic message within. I see you, and I know you see me. These photos mirror your life, observed and foretold. Watch closely, for the future unfolds through your choices. My pulse quickened as I grappled with the implications of the note. It hinted at not just surveillance, but also a manipulation of my destiny by an unseen force. Driven by fear and confusion, I sought help from the authorities. Handing over the package and its contents to the police, I hoped for some clarity or guidance in unraveling the mystery. The officers acknowledged the gravity of the situation, suggesting that the photos could be the work of a personal adversary or a relentless stalker. However, without concrete leads, identifying the sender would prove challenging. In the days that followed, the specter of the photographs lingered in my mind, casting a shadow over my daily routines. Every morning, I approached my mailbox with trepidation, half expecting another unsettling delivery. Paranoia became a constant companion, causing me to glance nervously over my shoulder, questioning every passerby. One fateful afternoon, while sifting through my mail, I discovered a lone envelope bearing a striking resemblance to the previous package. This time, there was no box, only a solitary photograph depicting me walking along a trail in the same park as the initial photo, marked with a conspicuous red X over a specific spot, end the path. The message scrawled on the back sent a chill down my spine. The path you choose will mold your fate. Meet me at the marked spot, and enlightenment shall follow. The note left me torn between curiosity and dread. The notion of confronting the enigmatic figure behind the orchestrated events filled me with both fascination and fear. Determined to confront the unknown, I braved the gathering twilight and ventured to the designated location in the park. The serene park was enveloped in a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the whispering of leaves and distant urban sounds. As I reached the spot marked by the crimson X, a secluded clearing where the path curved, I waited with bated breath. Soon a figure emerged from the shadows, a man cloaked in darkness, his features partially obscured by a hat. "You have arrived," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant. "I see you have followed the breadcrumbs of fate." "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice tinged with apprehension. "What is your purpose in all this?" Drawing nearer, the man revealed his countenance, an older figure with piercing eyes and a commanding presence. "I am an observer of lives, a witness to your responses in the face of uncertainty." he elucidated. The photos were intended to unveil the threads of your future and test your mettle. A surge of anger and fear welled up within me. Why? Why subject me to this ordeal? His demeanor softened slightly. Our choices define our essence. The photos were not mere predictions, but a catalyst for awakening. Your reactions, your choices, they shape your trajectory. I sought to illustrate how the present molds the future. My mind raced, grappling with the enigmatic revelations. So this was all a lesson? More than a lesson, he affirmed. A revelation. You confronted fear and ambiguity, demonstrating resilience. Your path is yours to forge. How you face challenges dictates your destiny. With that enigmatic declaration, the man turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving me to ponder the cryptic encounter. The photos, the prophecies, the test, all had been part of a grander scheme, a cosmic game urging me to confront my fears and embrace the power of choice. Leaving the park behind, I carried with me a newfound sense of closure and empowerment. Though the journey had been fraught with uncertainty and trepidation, it had also underscored the profound influence of my decisions on the path ahead. The future remained cloaked in mystery, yet I now harbored the realization that my fate lay within my hands, shaped by my actions, my resolve, and my willingness to embrace the unknown. Story 38. In the hush of another ordinary morning, I followed my usual routine, savoring the first sip of coffee and embarking on a brisk walk through the tranquil neighborhood. The yearning to return to my home sanctuary, a haven far removed from the chaos of daily life, burned within me. As I neared the front door, a peculiar sensation prickled at my senses, a faint, unsettling draft whispering against my skin. My pulse quickened when my eyes caught sight of the door slightly ajar, a stark contrast to its usual steadfast closure. The once unwavering lock now bore the marks of a forced entry, the barrier of security now swaying gently from its hinges. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, my breath hitching in my chest as the realization of intrusion settled like a heavy cloak upon my shoulders. Fumbling for my phone, fingers trembling with a mix of fear and urgency, I dialed 911, the operator's voice a lifeline in the midst of the encroaching dread. I was instructed to remain outside, to wait for help, as the tendrils of anxiety coiled tighter around my thoughts. Who could have breached the sanctity of my home, and for what purpose? Questions swirled in a maelstrom of uncertainty, unanswered whispers in the stillness of the morning. The arrival of flashing blue lights shattered the silence, casting an eerie glow upon the familiar street. Law enforcement officers descended upon the scene, their presence a beacon, hope in the midst of turmoil. With meticulous precision, they combed through every inch of the premises, their trained eyes noting the telltale signs of forced entry, collecting fragments of evidence in their wake. Yet, despite their thorough search, no trace of the intruder remained, a phantom presence haunting the edges of my reality. As the officers continued their investigation, I ventured inside, my heart heavy with trepidation. It was then that the full extent of the violation became starkly apparent. Personal belongings displaced, cherished photographs askew or missing, the once orderly spaces now disheveled and disturbed. In the bedroom, the jewelry box lay ransacked, its contents scattered like fallen leaves in the wind. A wave of nausea washed over me, the realization sinking in that someone had intruded upon the most intimate corners of my life. The kitchen bore the same haunting imprint, utensils strewn about, pantry items disturbed, the ghostly presence of a trespasser palpable in the disarray. Each room told a tale of invasion, of a meticulous search that left no corner unturned. The officers approached me, their findings a sobering testament to the violation I had endured. They offered reassurance and guidance, urging me to take stock of missing items, to seek solace in the possibility of surveillance footage. Their words, though well-intentioned, rang hollow in the face of the violation that lingered like a specter in the air. Left to my own devices, I embarked on the arduous task of cataloging the losses, each item out of place, a silent accusation of intrusion. The emotional toll was profound, the sense of security shattered like glass against a stone. The once peaceful sanctuary now bore the scars of invasion, casting a shadow over every moment spent within its walls. In the days that followed, I sought to reclaim a semblance of normalcy, to fortify the defenses of my sanctuary against the unseen threat that lurked beyond. I upgraded the security measures, my hands meticulous in their care of locks and windows, a vigilant guardian against the encroaching darkness. Yet despite my best efforts, the specter of violation lingered, a ghostly reminder of the fragility of safety and the insidious nature of intrusion. The investigations dragged on, yielding no concrete answers, leaving me to grapple with the aftermath of the breach. Each day became a battle to find peace amidst the echoes of that unsettling violation, a struggle to rebuild the shattered remnants of security within my home. The experience had etched itself into the very fabric of my being, a silent witness to the fragility of sanctuary and the enduring impact of violating our most private spaces. Story 39. The day unfolded like any other. I was immersed in the task of tidying up my study, sifting through stacks of neglected papers and abandoned trinkets, when a faint chime echoed through the house. Approaching the door, I found a delivery person awaiting me, clutching a sizable, unassuming crate. There were no markings to be found, no labels, no logos, just a plain exterior of sturdy wood accented with metal corners and secured by a formidable lock. "Do you have any idea who sent this?" I inquired, intrigue sparking within me. The delivery person merely shrugged. "Not a clue. It was left at our loading dock without a return address, but it's clearly intended for you." With a nod of gratitude, I ushered the mysterious crate inside, positioning it at the heart of my living space. Its presence exuded an eerie aura. I hadn't made any recent purchases, nor was I anticipating a delivery of any kind. I found myself fixated on the enigmatic box, a whirlwind of curiosity and apprehension swirling in my mind. After moments of contemplation, I resolved to unveil its secrets. The lid groaned as I pried it open, revealing a trove of artifacts that sent a shiver down my spine. Among the contents were relics from my past, long-lost possessions that I had mourned as gone forever. The first item I retrieved was a weathered journal bound in leather, a remnant of my teenage years brimming with the reflections of a younger self. Flipping through its yellowed pages, a flood of memories washed over me, some sweet, others tinged with sorrow. This journal had vanished from my life over a decade ago, and its reappearance stirred a blend of nostalgia and disquiet within me. Nestled within the crate were also photographs chronicling moments from my life, birthdays, vacations, family gatherings, frozen in time, many on the brink of fading away. The worn edges of the pictures hinted at years of handling, each image a portal to a distant past that I had nearly forsaken. Among the familiar faces and places captured in those photographs were individuals and locations long relegated to the recesses of my mind. The sense of recognition was comforting, yet the manner of their return felt intrusive, as if someone had delved into the depths of my history without consent. Delving deeper, I unearthed bundles of handwritten letters, meticulously bound with ribbons. Messages from friends, family, and former loves emerged, resurrecting vivid recollections and stirring emotions long buried. Reading through them evoked a bittersweet nostalgia, akin to reopening a chapter of my life purposefully sealed away. Amidst these revelations lay a small jewelry box, containing a silver locket, a pair of earrings, and an heirloom ring. All treasures lost to time that had found their way back to me. Their reappearance should have been comforting, yet the mystery surrounding their return left me unsettled. Who had orchestrated this enigmatic gesture, and for what purpose? There was no accompanying note, no elucidation to unravel the enigma. The pieces within the crate and its enigmatic origins defied comprehension, leaving me with a labyrinth of unanswered questions. Had someone delved into my past, gathering these fragments of my life unbeknownst to me? And to what end? In the days that ensued, the crate lingered in my thoughts like a wraith, casting a shadow over my daily routines, a riddle I could not decipher. At times, I found myself engrossed in the artifacts, seeking hidden meanings or patterns, yearning for a clue that might illuminate the cryptic gesture. Yet, no revelation surfaced. The notion of alerting the authorities crossed my mind. But what account could I provide? That an unknown benefactor had gone to great lengths to return my long-lost possessions? There existed no crime, no overt threat, just a mounting disquiet that refused to dissipate. Ultimately, I opted to stow away the items. I couldn't bring myself to discard them, yet leaving them exposed risked further disturbance. I sought to restore a semblance of normalcy. To regain composure, I embarked on organizing the artifacts, compiling albums for the photographs, and arranging the letters chronologically. It proved to be a peculiar therapeutic endeavor, reclaiming dominion over my own history, fragment by fragment. With the passage of time, the crate ceased to be a conundrum and transformed into a poignant reminder, a symbol of how the past can resurface unexpectedly, compelling us to confront our discarded narratives. While the sender's identity remained shrouded in mystery, the encounter left an indelible imprint on my soul. It served as a stark admonition of the precarious nature of privacy, how the boundaries of our existence can blur without forewarning. In the end, the crate imparted a valuable lesson. It prompted me to cherish the present, to savor fleeting moments with loved ones, and to safeguard the sanctity of my personal realm. The past, it seemed, lingered not in oblivion but in the shadows, awaiting rediscovery. Though revisiting it may unsettle, it also possesses the power to illuminate what truly holds significance, the people, the places, and the moments that sculpt our identities. Story 40. In the cool embrace of a November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a renowned wordsmith known for his intricate tales and deep psychological insights. Struggling with the suffocating grip of writer's block that had held my novel captive for months, I reached out to Ethan for guidance. His agreement to meet filled me with a joy that danced beneath my skin. I believed his wisdom would be the key to unlock the door to my stalled manuscript. We convened at a quaint cafe nestled in the heart of the city, its walls a shield against the autumn chill. Ethan exuded charisma and spoke with eloquence, delving into the art of narrative with a fervor that ignited a fire within me. His feedback on the foundation of my novel was a symphony of precision and depth, offering twists and motivations that breathed new life into my characters. His passion was a contagious flame, leaving me brimming with inspiration, ready to plunge back into the world of my creation. In the ensuing weeks, Ethan and I maintained a connection through emails and late-night conversations that stretched into the hushed hours of the night. His meticulous notes acted as a chisel, sculpting my story into darker, more compelling dimensions. Yet amidst the blossoming collaboration, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan suggested introducing a profound trauma from my protagonist's past, eerily echoing a personal tragedy I had weathered in the shadows of yesteryears. A secret I had guarded closely, one never whispered to the wind, let alone woven into my manuscript. He urged me to delve deeper into the well of grief that lay within the protagonist's heart, reflecting emotions I had struggled to voice in the waking world. I brushed it off as mere coincidence, convincing myself that Ethan's brilliance lay in his ability to plumb the universal depths of human emotion. But the threads of resemblance grew thicker. He proposed a subplot involving a fractured friendship torn asunder by betrayal, a mirror to a rift I had once endured with a dear friend in days long gone. The dynamics he painted were too vivid, too familiar to be brushed aside as happenstance, It was as if he had plucked memories from the tapestry of my past. Then came his most chilling suggestion, a shadowy figure haunting the protagonist, sending letters veiled in anonymity laden with intimate details. My stomach churned as I remembered receiving similar missives not long before our paths converged. They had sketched fragments of my daily existence with unsettling accuracy. I had tried to bury the memory of those letters, but Ethan's proposal thrust them back into the limelight, glaring and unyielding. Despite the growing unease that coiled like a serpent within me, I continued to toil alongside him. His ideas undeniably enriched my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional nuance that had eluded me on my solitary journey. Yet, the unsettling familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at the edges of my sanity. One evening, after a particularly intense conversation where Ethan once again grazed a nerve too close to my private tapestry, I resolved that enough was enough. I invited him to my abode for a tete-a-tete, determined to confront the shadow that had crept into my narrative. Ethan arrived punctually, exuding his customary charm, a weathered briefcase cradled in his grasp, brimming with notes, a symbol of mentorship and professionalism. But on this night, I saw it through a different lens. As we sat across from each other at my dining table, a canvas of drafts and scattered ideas between us, I drew a breath, the tremor in my voice belying the resolve within. "Ethan," I began, "there's something we must discuss. Your suggestions, they tread too closely to events from my own life. It's jarring." His countenance shifted from curiosity to caution. "I assure you that was never my intention. I sought only to aid in crafting a tale that rings true." "It transcends mere authenticity," I persisted. "The shadowy stalker, the family tragedy, the fractured bond, these are not mere narrative devices. They are shards of my existence." Ethan's gaze honed to a keen edge, his calm facade flickering. "Writers draw from the well of real experiences," he intoned smoothly. "Perhaps our shared musings unearthed memories you had left unexplored. Read. Fiction often mirrors reality, oftentimes without our conscious knowing." His rationale only stoked the embers of my suspicion. "How do you explain knowing secrets I never shared?" I demanded. "How do you explain the letters that found me before our paths crossed?" In a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his eyes. Yet as swiftly as it appeared, he cloaked himself once more in composure. "Sometimes the boundary between fiction and reality blurs," he murmured. "Maybe I overstepped, but isn't that what makes a tale enthralling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with insinuation. This was not a mere partnership in crafting a narrative. It was about dominion. Ethan had not been aiding me in birthing a book. He had been scripting my very essence. The realization struck me like a thunderclap. "Our association ends here," I declared, my voice firmer now. "I appreciate your efforts, but I must see this through alone." Ethan's demeanor hardened, though he acquiesced with a slow nod. "If that is your wish." With nary another word, he gathered his belongings and departed, the click of the door heralding a wave of relief tinged with a lingering unease. Returning to my sanctum, surrounded by drafts now haunted by the specter of Ethan's intrusion, I made a resolve. To reclaim my narrative, I purged the files he had touched and embarked anew. The act of writing became a catharsis, a means to expel the shadows he had cast upon my path. Ultimately, Ethan's influence prodded me to plumb the emotional abyss of my story, but at a harrowing price. He had trespassed boundaries I had not deemed permeable, leaving in his wake a lesson on control, privacy, and the fragile boundary between inspiration and violation. As I etched the final lines of my novel, I comprehended that I was not merely spinning a tale. I was reclaiming my very essence. Story 41. In the realm of adaptability, I prided myself. A leap of faith led me to a new city for work, where I stumbled upon a quaint apartment at an affordable rate. My roommate Alex exuded politeness and quietness, and our cohabitation seemed harmonious. Nestled in a tranquil neighborhood, The apartment exuded coziness. Yet a peculiar aura surrounded Alex, casting a subtle veil of mystery over our interactions. It began with innocuous inquiries about my daily routine, his uncanny knowledge of my comings and goings. His questions, though seemingly harmless, possessed an unsettling precision, as if he were cataloging every detail. Despite a growing sense of unease, I dismissed my misgivings as paranoia, attributing his behavior to mere friendliness, until a locked drawer in his room captured my attention. Concealed within were manila envelopes brimming with photographs and meticulous notes, all featuring me in various mundane activities. From lounging on the couch to cooking in the kitchen, every fragment of my existence had been meticulously documented. The intimacy of the close-up shots sent shivers down my spine, realizing that Alex had been covertly observing me. As I delved deeper into the contents, a chilling realization dawned upon me. Handwritten logs chronicled my every move, from daily routines to intimate conversations, some entries veiled in cryptic warnings. The extent of his obsession unfurled before me, revealing a disturbing narrative of surveillance and fixation. Tucked beneath the papers, a weathered journal unveiled Alex's delusional musings, portraying me as a subject of his fervent study. His words dripped with fervor, painting a portrait of an escalating obsession that bordered on mania. Faced with the harrowing truth, I recoiled in horror, grappling with the realization that I had been unknowingly subjected to relentless scrutiny. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt suffocating, tainted by the shadows of his voyeuristic gaze. With a sense of impending dread, I hastily concealed the incriminating evidence as the sound of the door signaled Alex's return. Struggling to compose myself, I confronted him, unraveling the facade of tranquility that had cloaked his unsettling actions. His admission of guilt and desperation pierced through the air, casting a pall over our shared space. The revelation of his intrusive surveillance shattered the fragile peace we had maintained, leaving me adrift in a sea of betrayal and violation. As he departed, a palpable sense of unease lingered, permeating the once familiar surroundings with an eerie presence. The specter of his obsession loomed large, a haunting reminder that some breaches of trust are irreparable, casting a shadow over the sanctity of home. In the silent expanse of the night, I grappled with the echoes of his intrusion, haunted by the knowledge that the boundaries of privacy had been irreversibly breached. The echoes of his presence reverberated through the empty spaces, a chilling reminder of the fragility of trust and the enduring scars of betrayal. Story 42. The alert flashed on my phone, a friend request from a stranger named Jessica Mitchell. In this new city, where faces were unfamiliar and streets unknown, I had been seeking connections. Uncertainty gripped me as my finger hesitated over the accept button, but curiosity whispered louder than caution. I tapped it, watching the request blossom into a new link. Almost instantly, a message from Jessica materialized in my inbox. Her tone was overly warm for a stranger. "Hey there! Thank you for accepting my friend request. I've been eager to reach out and get to know you better. I hope you're finding your place here." I replied with a polite reserve, sharing a bit about myself and expressing gratitude for her friendly gesture. Our conversation began innocently enough. We chatted about shared interests, local haunts, and the trials of settling into a new environment. Jessica seemed genuinely interested in my life, a comforting presence amidst the solitude that had enveloped me since my move. But as the days drifted by, her messages took a more intimate turn. She probed about my family, my pastimes, and even specifics about the new home I had recently acquired. Initially, I answered candidly, assuming her curiosity stemmed from a desire to connect, much like my own. Then a peculiar shift occurred. One evening, while scrolling through updates, a message from Jessica popped up. This time, it held a photo of my living room. My heart skipped a beat. The image was startlingly clear, capturing my couch, the coffee table, the painting on the wall, all unmistakably mine. The angle of the photo hinted at an intruder within my sacred space. The caption beneath it read, "Looks like you're settling in nicely. Your new couch is lovely." I gazed at the picture, my thoughts racing. I hadn't shared any images of my living space online, nor had I disclosed such details to Jessica or anyone else. With trembling hands, I typed a query. "Where did you get this photo?" Her response came swiftly. "Oh, don't fret about it. I just wanted to say hello and let you know I'm thinking of you." A knot of unease twisted in my gut. I tried to brush it off as a strange coincidence or a warped prank, but the disquiet lingered. A few days later, another message arrived, a photo of my kitchen taken from a different angle. It revealed the dishes I had left on the counter after breakfast. The caption read, "Hope you're enjoying the new kitchen. I see you're still unpacking. Need a hand?" This was no innocent gesture. Someone was watching me. Confronting Jessica directly, I demanded an explanation. Her replies were vague, brushing off my concerns. She concocted a tale about a friend at a photo studio sending her the images by mistake, a flimsy excuse that failed to convince. Despite her attempts to reassure me, the feeling of intrusion refused to dissipate. I delved into fortifying my home security system, finding no signs of tampering and the locks intact. Even my neighbors had seen nothing unusual. I distanced myself from Jessica, replying less frequently and keeping my messages curt. Yet she persisted. Her tone shifted from friendly to insistent, as if clawing her way back into my world. Eventually, her messages turned demanding, veering into a darker territory. The situation reached a climax when she sent a video, an unsettling recording of me inside my own home. The camera's vantage point hinted at a hidden location, perhaps nestled in a corner of my living room. I watched in horror as I moved about, unaware of the surveillance. The accompanying message read, "I hope you're not alarmed. I only wanted to ensure your safety. I understand the loneliness of a new beginning." My sense of security shattered. I sought help from the authorities, who launched an investigation. Jessica's account led to a disposable phone, leaving no trace of her true identity or whereabouts. Days stretched into weeks, the unease lingering despite added security measures. And then, after a prolonged silence, she reappeared. Her final message bore an apology, a convoluted explanation teeming with twisted justifications. She claimed it stemmed from friendship and concern, fueled by her own loneliness and emotional turmoil. "I never meant harm," she penned. "I just didn't want you to feel isolated." Her words offered no solace for the breach of trust. I blocked her account, determined to forge ahead and rebuild a sanctuary within my home. But some scars run deep, leaving a lingering shadow, a constant reminder that a simple notification can unveil a darkness far beyond imagination. Story 43, the soft, gentle hum of my laptop filled the room as I toiled away in my cozy home office, a sanctuary of comfort and productivity. The day had drifted by in a haze of emails, meetings, and reports, leaving me yearning for a pause in the monotony. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long, reaching shadows across the room, I decided to take a moment to stretch my limbs, a simple act that would unravel the tranquility of my world. Strolling past my desk, my eyes were drawn to an anomaly, a sizable, unmarked manila envelope sitting ominously in the center, its presence a silent challenge. My heart quickened at the sight, for I had no recollection of placing it there. With cautious steps, I drew near and hesitantly lifted the flap, revealing a dense dossier nestled within. My name emblazoned in bold letters atop the page, titled Personal Research Report, sent a shiver down my spine. Why had someone meticulously documented my life? Leafing through the dossier, each page unraveled a disconcerting narrative. The initial sections read like a biography, chronicling my past and present. My name, birth date, education, work history, even forgotten addresses, all meticulously detailed. Maps pinpointed my every move, while notes captured the essence of my daily routines. It delved deeper, capturing snapshots of my private life, family and friends immortalized in intimate moments, as though a silent observer had documented every aspect of my existence. Proceeding further, the focus shifted to my professional endeavors. Projects, meetings, even private conversations were laid bare. Strengths, weaknesses, reactions to stress, all dissected with chilling precision, as if I were a specimen under a microscope. The dossier then ventured into my personal world, cataloging my interests, hobbies, and preferences with eerie accuracy. Books I'd read, movies I'd watched, favorite haunts, all meticulously recorded, painting a portrait of my essence on paper. Yet, it was the final section that plunged me into a realm of dread. Recent surveillance notes and candid photographs captured my every move, from mundane tasks to casual encounters. The proximity of the images hinted at a relentless watcher, someone who knew me intimately. Panic gripped me as the realization dawned that my privacy had been violated in the most invasive manner. Summoning my courage, I reached for the phone and dialed the authorities, my voice quivering as I relayed the harrowing discovery. The promise of swift action offered little solace as I awaited the arrival of the police, frantically scouring my office for hidden surveillance. To my dismay, no trace of spying devices surfaced, leaving me feeling vulnerable. The officers' grim expressions mirrored my unease as they pored over the dossier, absorbing the gravity of the violation. Questions probed for potential suspects, motives, but I could offer no concrete leads. Their departure with the dossier signaled the beginning of a disconcerting chapter, a life overshadowed by paranoia and uncertainty. In the ensuing weeks, I fortified my defenses, installing security measures, altering routines, and guarding my personal information zealously. Yet the specter of being watched lingered, a phantom presence that tainted every moment with suspicion. Despite exhaustive investigations, the mystery remained unsolved, casting a long shadow over my once serene existence. Returning to semblances of normalcy proved a futile endeavor, for the dossier's ghostly memory haunted me, a stark reminder of violated boundaries and shattered illusions of privacy. Each passing shadow seemed to conceal unseen eyes, every stranger a potential threat. My world had been irrevocably altered, leaving me adrift in a sea of apprehension, forever searching for closure in a tale with no end. Story 44. In the stillness of our suburban neighborhood, Greg Thompson's sudden disappearance left behind a void of questions and shadows. Greg, a man of mystery, always donning a tweed jacket and a perpetual frown, had been a quiet presence next door for years. Our interactions never ventured beyond cordial nods and fleeting pleasantries. But when he vanished without a trace, a ripple of unease swept through the serene streets. His house, always pristine yet strangely devoid of life, stood as a silent sentinel to his absence. The day he disappeared, a chilling hush draped over the house, as if it had sucked away all warmth and light. The police investigation yielded no answers. No one saw him leave, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle. It was as if Greg had slipped into the ether, leaving only questions in his wake. Unable to shake the mystery that gripped me, I embarked on my own quest for truth, starting with Greg's enigmatic abode. The unlocked front door, a stark deviation from Greg's cautious nature, beckoned me inside. The interior was eerily pristine, books in perfect order, furniture untouched by dust, no hint of a hurried exit. Yet the emptiness carried a heavy weight, a silent scream echoing through the empty rooms. In Greg's study, a hidden journal whispered secrets to me. Cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts danced on its pages, but one entry burned bright with a warning. I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late. The words sent shivers down my spine. Who was the mysterious he? What truths lay buried beneath Greg's stoic facade? A faded photograph tucked away in the journal unveiled a new layer of mystery. Greg stood beside a stranger, their eyes peering through time and space, piercing into the depths of my soul. Determined to unravel the enigma, I sought out the faces in the photographs scattered around Greg's home, hoping they held the key to the puzzle. The journey led me to a local historian, whose cryptic hints unraveled a thread of secrecy surrounding Greg. He had been part of a clandestine group, known for their unconventional beliefs and shadowy activities. The historian's words sent me spiraling into a labyrinth of old records and whispered rumors, each whisper hinting at a darker truth lurking in the shadows. Returning to Greg's home, my search intensified. Behind a bookshelf, a hidden compartment revealed a trove of secrets, strange blueprints, a map etched with ominous markings, and a chilling discovery, a circled location, my own address. Panic gripped me. Why was Greg fixated on me? What secrets did he unearth about my life? Nights turned restless, plagued by nightmares of unseen terrors lurking in the shadows of my home. Each morning brought subtle signs of intrusion. Furniture askew, whispers echoing from the walls, a presence unseen but deeply felt. Desperation drove me to set up cameras, only to find the footage blank, as if the darkness itself erased its own tracks. Paranoia became my constant companion. Locks double-checked, security measures reinforced, sanity questioned. Were the disturbances real or figments of an unraveling mind? Was Greg's disappearance a mere prelude to a darker fate awaiting me in the shadows? One fateful night, a chilling note slipped under my bedroom door, shattered the fragile peace. The message, stark in its simplicity, warned me to cease my search or face the consequences. Trembling hands clutched the paper, realization dawning that someone watched from the darkness, urging me to abandon the pursuit. But I couldn't turn back. The mystery gripped me in its icy embrace. Each clue unearthed led to more questions, each revelation plunging me deeper into a realm of shadows and secrets. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, as I realized the truth wasn't just about Greg, it was about me. A passage in Greg's journal, long overlooked, echoed a haunting truth. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. His warning resonated in the depths of my being, a beacon urging caution in the face of the unknown. As I delved deeper, the sinister forces at play loomed larger, casting shadows over my every step. The cost of uncovering the truth weighed heavy on my soul. Was the pursuit worth the peril it brought, the darkness it unveiled? With each discovery, I inched closer to answers, but also closer to a fate mirroring Greg's own. The horror lay not in the unknown, but in the realization that curiosity could transform into obsession, safety into danger. The shadows whispered of unseen watchers, waiting for the right moment to strike, to pull me into their abyss. And as I continued to unravel the mystery, the truth beckoning from the shadows, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes upon me, a presence lurking in the darkness, biding its time to reveal its final, chilling secret. Story 45. The first hint that things were amiss came with the silence. Whiskers, my feline companion, always there to welcome me home with her gentle purrs and playful frolics, was conspicuously absent. The tranquility of the house felt unsettling that day. My calls for her reverberated through the stillness, met only by eerie quiet. I combed through every nook and cranny, seeking her in all her usual hiding spots, beneath the bed, by the window, even inside the closet where she often dozed. Yet, Whiskers remained elusive. Concern swiftly transformed into dread as I scoured every inch of the house, peering under furniture and behind curtains, to no avail. My desperation drove me outdoors, calling out her name and shaking her treat bag in a hopeful rhythm. Alas, the yard lay deserted, the street devoid of life. Hours of relentless searching transitioned into an evening cloaked in foreboding. The following day, I commenced a crusade of posting flyers throughout the neighborhood. Each poster bore a snapshot of Whiskers, her emerald eyes and soft gray coat unmistakable, accompanied by a concise description and my contact details. I distributed copies to local establishments, and implored my neighbors for any leads. Some offered kind assurances, pledging to keep a watchful eye. A handful even vowed to notify me if anything out of the ordinary arose. Days melted into weeks, my anxiety swelling with each passing moment. A few neighbors phoned with vague sightings. I glimpsed a gray cat near the park, or there was one spotted by the alley yesterday, yet none led to Whiskers. Each false glimmer left me drained, teetering on the precipice of hopelessness. Just as resignation crept in, a faint, familiar meow pierced the evening air. My heart leapt as I hurried to the front door. There, perched on the step, was Whiskers. Relief cascaded over me, only to swiftly give way to horror. Whiskers was in a dire state. Her once lustrous fur now tangled and soiled. She moved with a discernible limp, her once inquisitive gaze now clouded with fear. I knelt, tenderly gathering her into my arms, murmuring words of solace. Tremors racked her body as she recoiled from my touch. Inside, I tended to her wounds with utmost care. Her paws were raw, her coat muddied, her body marred with cuts and bruises. I cleansed her injuries, proffering sustenance and water, yet her demeanor shattered my heart. Avoiding eye contact, skittish and withdrawn, she flinched at the slightest movement. It was evident she had endured some profound trauma. Removing her collar for cleansing, I unearthed a folded scrap of paper nestled within. Unfolding it, my hands quivered at the sight of the message inscribed in precise, unfamiliar script. She was ours for a while. A chill raced down my spine at those cryptic words. Someone had taken Whiskers. Someone had harbored her. The enigmatic missive posed more questions than answers. Why had they taken her? What had they subjected her to? And why return her now? The ensuing morning, I alerted the local authorities, presenting them with the note and detailing Whiskers' injuries. While they absorbed the information, uncertainty clouded their course of action. With no witnesses, no tangible evidence, their hands were tied. Their counsel was to seek a veterinary evaluation for Whiskers and remain vigilant for any suspicious activities in the vicinity. At the veterinarian's clinic, I gleaned the extent of Whiskers' injuries. Bruises, minor lacerations, and raw paw pads suggested arduous travels on harsh terrain. The precise nature of her ordeal eluded the vet, though assurance was given of her physical recuperation with attentive care. Emotionally, however, her struggle was palpable. A serene, stable environment was recommended to facilitate her healing. In the ensuing weeks, signs of Whiskers' recovery began to surface. Tentatively, she resumed exploration of her surroundings, gingerly navigating the space. Gradually, her playful essence rekindled, albeit with a lingering wariness, prone to startle at sudden noises or movements. The haunting note persisted in my thoughts. The notion of her abduction, captivity, and eventual return in such a state stirred a deep sense of violation within me. Initiating my own inquiries, I reached out to local shelters and rescue entities, casting queries in neighboring communities in a quest for clues. Yet the trail grew cold, yielding no fresh leads. Bolstering my home with heightened security measures, enhanced locks, motion-sensitive illumination, surveillance cameras, I remained on edge, gripped by the specter of recurrence. Despite my vigilance, the mystery shrouding Whiskers' disappearance remained unsolved. Meanwhile, Whiskers persisted in her convalescence. Her once silent purrs resurfaced gradually, her affection a soothing balm for my own disquiet. Reclining on the couch by my side, she radiated warmth, a poignant reminder of our bond. Though traces of her trauma lingered, her former confidence never fully restored. The care and devotion I extended aided in both our convalescences. The note, once a bearer of dread, evolved into a symbol of resilience. A testament to Whiskers' endurance and a poignant reminder of the value of cherished connections. Watching her doze in her favorite nook one evening, her tranquil breaths lacing the hush of the abode, a surge of gratitude enveloped me. The enigma of her vanishing might endure, yet her return stood as a beacon of hope, fortitude, and an unyielding bond. Story 46. It was an ordinary Tuesday when the shadows of uncertainty began to creep into my world. The day had been a whirlwind of meetings and paperwork, leaving me yearning for a tranquil evening of relaxation and entertainment. However, as I reached for my phone to unwind with the latest news, a sudden wave of notifications sent shivers down my spine. Instead of the usual work updates and social media pings, my contacts bombarded me with messages that ignited a sense of unease. One message from my friend Sarah stood out among the rest, questioning my safety and hinting at looming danger that I had not spoken of. Bewilderment clouded my mind as I delved deeper into the mysterious messages, one more unsettling than the last. It was as though a malevolent presence had infiltrated my digital realm, using my identity to spread fear and confusion. Realization struck with chilling clarity. My phone had fallen victim to a malicious hacker. The realization that someone had breached my privacy, manipulating my contacts and spreading fear in my name, sent a chill down my spine. Attempts to reach out to Sarah and Dave were futile, as my phone seemed to have become a tool of my adversary, cutting me off from those I sought to reassure. With a sense of isolation closing in, I turned to my laptop in a desperate attempt to regain control. Yet before I could take action, an ominous email materialized in my inbox, devoid of a subject line and originating from an anonymous source. Against my better judgment, I followed the solitary link it contained, unveiling a sinister website bearing a dossier of personal information that cut to the core of my privacy. The message glaring back at me on the screen declared, "You're being watched. This is just the beginning." The weight of those words pressed heavily on my chest, signaling not just a breach of my digital boundaries, but a violation of my very existence. The hacker's grip on my life tightened with each passing moment, leaving me gasping for breath in a web of deception and surveillance. Efforts to seek recourse from my phone provider yielded no immediate resolution, leaving me stranded in a labyrinth of fear and uncertainty. The taunting messages persisted, hinting at a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows, just beyond the reach of my defenses. The sanctity of my home felt compromised, prompting frantic measures to fortify my security and shield myself from an unseen threat. Turning to the authorities for assistance brought little solace, as the elusive nature of cybercrime posed a formidable challenge. It was in this maelstrom of dread that I enlisted the expertise of a cybersecurity specialist named Alex, hoping to untangle the web of digital deceit that ensnared me. Days blurred into nights as we waged a silent battle against an unseen foe, each keystroke a step closer to uncovering the truth. Amidst the haze of uncertainty, a glimmer of insight emerged, a pattern in the hacker's methodical messages, hinting at a vulnerability waiting to be exploited. With a calculated risk, I baited the hacker with a fabricated narrative, luring them into a moment of indiscretion that would unravel their facade of invincibility. As the hacker's response echoed with a chilling promise of consequences, a sense of grim determination settled within me. Collaborating with Alex, we traced the digital breadcrumbs to a remote server shrouded in anonymity, a beacon of hope in a sea of deception. The wheels of justice turned slowly but surely, inching closer to unmasking the perpetrator behind the digital charade. Days stretched into an agonizing wait, each moment fraught with anticipation and dread. Then a call from the authorities shattered the silence. A breakthrough in the investigation, a revelation that sent ripples of relief through my weary soul. The hacker, a shadowy figure driven by a thirst for control, had been apprehended, their reign of terror brought to an end. Yet, as the dust settled and the echoes of the ordeal faded, a lingering sense of vulnerability remained etched in my psyche. Every password changed, every security measure reinforced, a silent vow to never again fall prey to the insidious forces that lurked in the digital realm. The scars of that harrowing experience served as a reminder of the fragility of privacy in an interconnected world, where vigilance was the price of sanctuary. Life gradually returned to its rhythms, but the specter of that dark chapter lingered, a testament to the resilience forged in the crucible of adversity. The battle against unseen threats continued, a silent vigil maintained in the shadows of cyberspace, a testament to the enduring spirit that refused to yield in the face of uncertainty. Story 47. In the dead of night, a peculiar ritual played out by my front door, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Like clockwork, at the stroke of 3 a.m., the eerie sound would echo through the darkness. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then another 3, each beat resonating with an unsettling precision. It felt as though the entity behind those knocks was bound by an unseen force, following a rigid schedule beyond comprehension. Initially, I dismissed it as mere figments of my imagination, attributing the sound to sleepless nights or an overactive mind. Perhaps it was a prank by a mischievous neighbor, or the gentle tap of a nocturnal creature brushing against the door. Yet the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night, almost taunting me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty evening, the sound shattered my fragile resolve. The sharp knocks pierced the silence of the house, cutting through the tranquility like a sharp blade. With a racing heart, I tiptoed out of bed and approached the front door, drawn by an inexplicable urge to uncover the source of the mysterious visitor. Peering through the peephole, I beheld an empty porch bathed in the soft glow of the street lamp. Uncertain, I hesitated before cautiously swinging the door open. The night air enveloped me as I stepped onto the porch, scanning the yard for any sign of movement. Shadows danced in the flickering light, but the street lay deserted, devoid of any traces of intrusion. It was as if the night had swallowed the knocking whole, leaving no trace behind. Yet to my dismay, the ritual repeated itself the following night, its relentless cadence disrupting my sleep and leaving me weary and on edge. Desperate for answers, I took measures to restore my peace of mind. I fitted an extra lock on the door and installed a security camera above the porch, its unblinking gaze fixed upon the spot where the knocks originated. However, the camera yielded no clues, capturing only the empty porch bathed in darkness. Each morning, I scrutinized the footage in vain, seeking a rational explanation for the inexplicable phenomena. Yet, the knocking remained elusive, a spectral presence that defied all attempts at capture. Exhausted and drained, I found myself trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty, isolated from the world outside by the haunting rhythm that pervaded my nights. As weeks passed, the relentless knocking became more than a mere sound. It morphed into a psychological invasion, dominating every facet of my existence and rendering me powerless against its grip. With a heavy heart, I made the agonizing decision to abandon my home, the once sacred sanctuary now tainted by an unseen malevolence that refused to grant me respite. Driving away, I stole a final glance at the silent house, its shadow elongated by the first light of dawn. A mixture of relief and trepidation flooded my senses as I left behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocking, though its memory clung to me like a persistent specter, casting a shadow over my newfound solace. In my new abode, the absence of the nightly knocks should have brought solace, yet I found myself restless, straining to discern even a whisper of the familiar rhythm in the hushed stillness. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind, reignited memories of those sleepless nights, etching a permanent mark upon my psyche. The experience altered me irrevocably, rendering me hyper-vigilant and consumed by a constant sense of apprehension. Even the simple act of closing my eyes at night became a battle against rising anxiety, my mind bracing for the sound that once held sway over my existence. Though the knocking had ceased, its reverberations lingered, a haunting reminder of the fragility of security and the enduring power of fear. And as I drift into slumber, every now and then I hear it in the depths of my mind. The ghostly echo of 3 knocks, a pause, and three more, a spectral lullaby that refuses to fade away. Story 48. In the stillness of a quiet night, a whisper of a memory danced on the edges of my consciousness, a fleeting sensation of something that felt so real, yet never truly existed. At first, I brushed it off as a figment of my imagination, a trick played by a tired mind. But as days turned into weeks, those elusive memories grew stronger, more insistent, entwining themselves into the fabric of my reality, like threads of a forgotten dream resurfacing from the depths of my subconscious. They were not vague or fragmented. They were vivid and detailed, like scenes from a life I had never lived. Conversations with strangers, places I had never visited, faces of people unknown to me, all etched into my mind with startling clarity. The first jolt came on a peaceful Sunday afternoon as I leafed through an ancient photo album. Suddenly, a memory flooded my senses, a wedding ceremony in a quaint chapel adorned with ivy. I could almost smell the fragrance of fresh blooms, hear the gentle melodies of a string quartet, and feel the warmth of laughter from unfamiliar guests. It felt so tangible that, for a fleeting moment, I believed I had been there, until the realization dawned that such an event had never graced my past. Perplexed, yet determined to dismiss these phantom memories as mere illusions, I tried to resume my daily routines. But the whispers from the past did not cease. I found myself recalling conversations with colleagues that had never occurred, sharing anecdotes with friends that left them puzzled. Social gatherings, exotic locations, personal milestones, all vividly painted in my mind, yet utterly fabricated. The turning point arrived one evening as I delved into the pages of a novel and stumbled upon a passage describing a lavish dinner party at a waterfront restaurant. A chill ran down my spine as I envisioned the flickering candlelight, the soft clinking of glasses, and snatches of dialogue that resonated with an experience I was certain I had never lived. The sense of déjà vu was overpowering, yet I knew deep down that I had never been a guest at such an event. Driven by a relentless urge for answers, I embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries shrouding my fractured memories. I meticulously chronicled each false recollection in a journal, scouring through old photographs, digital trails, and calendars in a desperate attempt to unearth a shred of truth that could validate these haunting visions. I confided in loved ones, seeking solace in their reassurances, only to be met with bewildered denials each time. Fearing the erosion of my sanity, I sought guidance from a cognitive psychologist well versed in the enigmatic realms of memory disorders. After exhaustive assessments and neurological examinations, they offered no solace, no evidence of cognitive decline, no signs of memory lapses. My mind, they concluded, was a pristine canvas untouched by the ravages of forgetfulness. The notion of false memory implantation, a concept relegated to the obscure corners of psychological literature, was the only semblance of an explanation they could proffer. And yet, as I delved deeper into the labyrinth of my thoughts, patterns began to emerge. The fabricated memories seemed intricately intertwined with recent visits to specific locales, a charity gala I never attended coinciding with a community event I merely passed by. The web of eerie coincidences propelled me further down the rabbit hole of my quest for truth. In my relentless pursuit, I unearthed unsettling clues that hinted at a clandestine organization rumored to dabble in illicit psychological experiments, manipulating perceptions, implanting artificial memories, a dark tapestry woven from the fringes of conspiracy lore. Disbelief morphed into a creeping dread, exacerbated by the onset of surveillance tactics aimed at dissuading my inquiries. Glitches in electronic devices, cryptic messages, a palpable sense of being shadowed, ominous signs that someone was keen on stifling the echoes of my investigation. One fateful night, as I sifted through digital archives, I stumbled upon a classified dossier buried within the recesses of my computer. A chilling document outlining experiments mirroring my own experiences. memory implantation techniques, behavioral conditioning, and profiles eerily reminiscent of those I had remembered. The list of researchers implicated in these insidious operations, all affiliated with the elusive organization that had ensnared my reality, sent shivers down my spine. The final revelation, etched in cold print, declared the insidious intent behind these machinations, blurring the lines between fabricated memories and lived experiences, wielding emotional manipulation as a potent weapon in their arsenal. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. My memories were not mere illusions, but meticulously crafted manipulations orchestrated by unseen puppeteers. But the burning question remained. For what purpose had my mind been ensnared in this intricate web of deceit? Was I an unwitting pawn in a grand experiment, or was the truth veiled in even darker hues of deception? Driven by an unwavering resolve to unearth the truth, I amassed a trove of evidence and sought the aid of authorities. The ensuing investigation unfolded at a glacial pace, hindered by bureaucratic shadows and a dearth of tangible leads. The enigmatic organization seemed to dissolve into the ether, its enigmatic figures vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and fractured realities. The aftermath of this harrowing ordeal left me grappling with shards of fractured trust, a landscape marred by the looming specter of doubt. Therapy became my refuge, guiding me through the labyrinth of my mind, teaching me to discern the threads of truth from the fabric of deception. Though time softened the jagged edges of fear, the scars of manipulation lingered like phantoms in the recesses of my consciousness. I emerged from the crucible of my ordeal as a staunch advocate for transparency in memory research, determined to shield others from the nightmarish realms I had traversed. The journey towards reclaiming my fractured identity was arduous, marked by moments of profound introspection and unwavering resilience. Though my memories had been twisted, stolen, and rewritten, I pieced together the fragments of my true self, one memory at a time. Yet, in the hushed embrace of the night, a haunting question lingered like a ghostly whisper. What fragments of my being were truly mine, and what had been crafted to be remembered? Story 49. When I awoke, the world enveloped me in a hazy shroud. A disorienting mist clung to my senses, obscuring my surroundings and leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. My wrists were tightly bound behind me, and a rough cloth veiled my sight. As panic threatened to overtake me, I willed myself to remain calm, to breathe steadily. Before planning my escape, I had to grasp the situation at hand. The blindfold weighed heavily on my eyes, shrouding me in darkness. With each measured breath, I began to discern my environment. The air tasted stale, carrying a faint tang of something industrial, metallic. Beneath me, a cold, unyielding surface pressed against my skin, a surface that felt like weathered wood. Testing my restraints, I detected a subtle rustle in the room, a lingering echo of someone's presence. Summoning my courage, I shifted cautiously, hoping to uncover a clue. After what seemed like an eternity of exploration, my fingers brushed against a smooth, solid object, dusty and forgotten. It was a book, a journal. The leather cover felt cool and rigid under my touch, its edges worn by the passage of time. With a racing heart, I inched the journal closer, struggling to open it with bound hands. Navigating by touch rather than sight, I flipped through the pages. A faint glimmer of light seeped through the blindfold, offering a glimpse of the words within. The initial entry sent a chill down my spine. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions diligently to escape this place. Your time commences now. Accompanied by crude sketches, a rough map of the room with marked locations, the entry revealed cryptic symbols, bowls, and urgent directives. Find the key hidden within these walls. Solve the puzzles within this journal to reveal the clues. Fail, and your chances of survival dwindle. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't merely confined. I was being tested. Visualizing the room's layout based on the map, I identified my landmarks: a sturdy wooden door, a rickety table, scattered objects, a faint beam of light filtering through a high window. These were my guides. The first puzzle, though simple, demanded acute observation. The journal hinted at patterns in the object arrangement, leading to a concealed compartment. With painstaking effort, I searched the floor with my bound hands, seeking any irregularity. After an agonizing search, my fingers grazed a loose floorboard beneath the table. With a pounding heart, I pried it open, revealing something cold and metallic, the initial key. My pulse quickened as I absorbed the next instruction in the journal. The key would unlock a drawer in the table, housing the subsequent clue. Maneuvering towards the table, I wrestled with the lock, turning the key until it clicked into place. Inside the drawer, a folded note awaited. Decipher this riddle to unveil the box's combination. According to the map, the box was concealed in a corner of the room. Sweat beaded on my brow as I grappled with the riddle, numbers and phrases swirling in my mind. Frustration mounted with each failed attempt to unravel it, the weight of time bearing down on me, clouding my thoughts. Finally, after an eternity of mental strain, the answer materialized. Hands trembling, I input the combination on the padlock. With a soft click, the lock released, revealing a small vial of liquid and another note. Use this spray to uncover the hidden truths. Without delay, I coated the walls and floor with the liquid. Gradually, faint markings emerged, symbols and arrows guiding me towards the next phase. The ultimate clue was enigmatic, requiring the precise arrangement of objects to activate a concealed mechanism. Every passing moment felt like an eternity as I toiled, the blindfold suffocating, my body protesting against the discomfort. The specter of failure loomed, but the primal drive to survive propelled me forward. At last, a sharp mechanical click resonated through the room. A panel in the door slid ajar, revealing a dusty key. With quivering hands, I unlocked the door, the hinges creaking as it swung open. Fresh air rushed in as I stumbled into the corridor, casting off the blindfold. Blinking in the dim light, I surveyed my new surroundings, a hallway lined with peeling wallpaper and dilapidated fixtures. Though cold and eerie, the expanse felt liberating after the stifling confines of the room. I had conquered the initial trial. Standing there, clutching the journal tightly, I understood that my ordeal was far from over. The corridor stretched ahead, ominous and inscrutable, hinting at further challenges. Yet, in that moment of fear and subdued triumph, I resolved to press onward. The journal had guided me thus far, and I was determined not to falter now. Story 50. In the quiet depths of the digital realm, a subtle disturbance began to stir. Initially, the messages that slipped into my social media inbox were mere whispers in a crowded room. Casual greetings from faceless accounts, the usual noise of the online world. "How's your day?" they would inquire, or "Nice post." I brushed them off as inconsequential, likely just automated spam drifting through the ether. But then, the whispers grew bolder, more intimate. The first message that truly caught my attention materialized out of thin air. "I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to enjoy yourself." A chill danced down my spine. Alex and I had indeed dined together the previous evening, a fact I had not shared online, nor with anyone else. The message, cryptic yet unnerving, lingered in the air, casting a shadow of unease over my thoughts. I tried to dismiss it as a strange coincidence, a trick of fate, but a sense of disquiet settled within me like a fog. As a precaution, I fortified my digital fortress, changing passwords in the hope of warding off the unknown presence. It seemed like the logical solution, the key to silencing the whispers. Yet, it proved futile. The messages persisted, evolving from vague hints to detailed revelations. One day, a new missive appeared. "I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday, engrossed in that new book you adore." My visit to the coffee shop had been unannounced, as had my newfound literary love. And yet, here was someone, somewhere, peering into my world with unsettling clarity. The messages emanated from a ghostly account, devoid of identity, a phantom observer growing bolder with each passing day. I sought refuge in reporting the account, hoping the platform would expel this unseen specter. But my hopes were dashed. The next wave of messages delved into the private tapestry of my life, weaving threads of conversations shared in confidence with loved ones. They referenced moments unshared online, thoughts whispered only to the walls of my sanctuary. One message in particular sent shivers down my spine. "I'm glad you and Lisa found resolution after your disagreement. You appeared lighter afterward." The conversation with Lisa had been a secret locked within my own heart. No one else had been privy to its existence. Desperate for answers, I turned to those closest to me, searching for a leak in the dam of my privacy. But their confusion mirrored my own, deepening the shadows that encroached upon my solitude. The messages escalated, a crescendo of intrusion that left me feeling exposed, vulnerable. Seeking solace in the digital sentinels of cybersecurity, I hoped to unveil the enigma shrouding my existence. They combed through my devices, hunting for traces of malevolent code or digital trespassers, only to find emptiness, a void where answers should have resided. The revelation offered no comfort. It whispered of a presence hovering closer, an intimacy in its violation beyond the reach of technology. Paranoia whispered in my ear, urging me to alter my patterns, to retreat from the world I once knew. I abandoned familiar haunts, shrouded my life in a cloak of silence, hoping to evade the unseen eyes that tracked my every move. But still, the messages persisted, penetrating the fortress of my isolation. "I see you've been absent from the gym lately. I trust all is well. You may simply be taking a respite." The weight of that message bore down upon me, a suffocating blanket of revelation. The reasons for my absence from the gym had been my own, shared with none, not even confidants. The knowledge that my steps were being shadowed in real time left me adrift in a sea of exposure. Anxiety coiled around my heart, every breath a reminder of the unseen gaze that held me captive. And then the shadows deepened, darkening into a sinister shade. One fateful night, a stark declaration pierced the veil of my solitude. "I know where you reside. I will be watching." Panic seized my heart, a primal fear clawing at the edges of my reality. Without hesitation, I summoned the guardians of the law, laying bare every detail, every haunting message etched in the digital ether. An investigation was launched, but the anonymity of the specter proved elusive, a phantom slipping through the cracks of justice. Each unanswered question chipped away at the fragile facade of security, leaving me adrift in a sea of doubt. Cameras stood sentinel around my abode. Locks fortified my doors, yet the specter of surveillance lingered, a ghostly presence haunting my every waking moment. And then, as swiftly as it had emerged, the messages fell silent. The phantom account dissolved into the digital mist, leaving no trace of its existence, save for the scars it had etched upon my soul. The silence that followed should have brought relief, closure. Instead, it hung heavy in the air, a tale left untold, a mystery unsolved. The identity of my unseen watcher remained a riddle unanswered, a shadow lingering at the edge of my perception. In the aftermath, I sought to rebuild the shattered fragments of my reality, to reclaim a semblance of normalcy in the wake of the storm. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy, a cautionary tale etched in the annals of my memory. It left me vigilant, wary, scarred by the knowledge of unseen eyes peering into the sanctum of my life. Time may have softened the sharp edges of fear, but the echo of that intrusion lingers still, a whisper of the ways in which technology blurs the boundaries of our existence, and how the unseen can leave the deepest scars upon our souls. Story 51. On a cool autumn evening, under the soft glow of streetlights, I made a chilling discovery. Stepping outside, my heart skipped a beat as I realized my car was gone, vanished into the night without a trace. It wasn't merely the absence of the vehicle that unsettled me. It was the intrusion, the violation of my personal space. Quickly, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and began the arduous task of adapting to life without my trusted car. Days turned into a blur of frustration, arranging alternate transportation, reshuffling schedules, and grappling with the inconvenience felt like an uphill battle. Updates from the police were scarce, each passing moment eroding my hope of ever seeing my car again. Then, in a twist of fate, the missing car reappeared as mysteriously as it had disappeared. A call from the police informed me that my car had been recovered and returned to the exact spot from which it had been taken. Relief washed over me, but it was tinged with a creeping unease. How had it been brought back so precisely? It seemed almost too perfect. Upon inspecting the vehicle, everything seemed normal. No signs of forced entry, no damage. But as I settled into the driver's seat, something caught my eye. Nestled beneath the seat was a small, inconspicuous black box. Intrigued yet wary, I retrieved it, revealing a device no larger than a matchbox with a solitary blinking red light. Back at home, I examined the device closely. It appeared to be a recording device. Curiosity overpowered apprehension, and I connected it to my computer. Within moments, I was confronted with a series of audio files. The first playback revealed a conversation with a friend, recorded without my knowledge. As I listened to subsequent recordings, a chilling realization dawned on me. The device had been capturing moments of my life, snippets of conversations, ambient noises, and intimate details I was unaware were being recorded. The implications were profound. Who had planted this device? Why were they listening to me? Was I a specific target, or was this an arbitrary invasion of privacy? Questions swirled in my mind, each more disconcerting than the last. I promptly handed the device to the authorities, but it yielded no clues. It was untraceable, devoid of any identifying markers. Despite their advice on basic security measures, my paranoia grew. Every unfamiliar face, every strange sound felt like a threat. I installed security cameras, altered my routines, and remained vigilant, but the fear persisted, gnawing at my sanity. The violation had robbed me of a sense of security I hadn't realized I cherished. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy, a beacon of support in navigating the emotional aftermath of the breach. Through counseling, I learned to differentiate between rational fears and the shadows of my imagination. Though the initial terror waned with time, the memory of the device lingered, a haunting reminder of vulnerability in an interconnected world. The mystery of the device remained unsolved, the perpetrator unknown. While the recordings were never used against me, the invasion of privacy left a lasting scar. It reshaped my perspective on personal safety, emphasizing the need to safeguard not just physical spaces, but the unseen moments that shape our lives. As I reflect on the experience, it serves as a quiet admonition, a reminder to protect the sanctity of our private moments in a world where unseen eyes may lurk. Through resilience and vigilance, I strive to preserve the fragile boundary between public and private, cherishing the moments that weave the tapestry of my daily existence. Story 52. In the quiet neighborhood where I reside, a peculiar occurrence took place. My neighbor Robert vanished without a single trace, leaving behind an unsettling stillness that echoed through the walls of his apartment. Initially, his absence didn't spark immediate alarm within me. After all, people come and go, often without explanation. Robert, a reserved and polite man with a unique charm, was known for his quiet demeanor and the soothing tick-tock of his antique clocks that resonated softly in the hallway. But as the days turned into weeks, the absence of his presence became deafening, a void that begged to be filled with answers. When the authorities nonchalantly brushed off Robert's disappearance as a voluntary act, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was amiss. My concern bloomed into a persistent curiosity that gnawed at me, driving me to seek out the truth lurking in the shadows of his enigmatic life. Robert had always maintained a mysterious aura, seldom interacting with fellow tenants, and keeping his apartment a sanctuary shrouded in secrecy. As the building management declared his living space abandoned, a magnetic pull tugged at me, urging me to unravel the mystery of Robert's sudden departure. Under the guise of leaving a note regarding his overdue rent, I procured the spare key to his apartment. Stepping inside, I was greeted by a haunting silence that enveloped the room like a heavy mist. Every object within was meticulously arranged, frozen in time. The antique clocks continued their rhythmic ticking, the books on the shelves patiently waiting for their owner's return. Amidst the stillness, a desk in the corner beckoned to me, adorned with a stack of aged letters, newspapers, and photographs. With trembling hands, I sifted through the artifacts, searching for a clue that would unravel the enigma of Robert's disappearance. And there, amidst the forgotten relics, I stumbled upon a yellowed letter addressed to me in Robert's elegant script. The words penned on the aged paper sent shivers down my spine. Robert's message hinted at a hidden truth, a revelation that I had yet to uncover. His warning about shadows from my past resurfacing stirred a dormant unease within me, igniting a spark of curiosity that threatened to plunge me into darkness. With a sense of trepidation, I delved into my own history, unearthing buried memories and untangling the threads of my past. The more I probed, the more anomalies surfaced, casting a shadow of doubt over my once ordinary life. Strange gaps and inexplicable disappearances haunted my memories, hinting at a sinister undercurrent that I had long overlooked. A particular incident from my past stood out, a puzzle piece that seemed to fit into Robert's cryptic warning. Returning to Robert's apartment became a ritual, each visit peeling back layers of his secretive world. His meticulous notes, filled with references to the occult and secret societies, hinted at a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. A chilling realization dawned on me as I connected the dots between his research and my own experiences, a realization that tied our fates together in ways I couldn't comprehend. With each revelation, a sense of foreboding crept over me, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The familiar surroundings of my home morphed into a labyrinth of shadows, concealing secrets that threatened to consume me whole. The investigation that had begun as a mere curiosity transformed into a harrowing nightmare, blurring the lines between reality and the unknown. As the tendrils of darkness tightened their grip around me, I faced a pivotal choice: to continue down the treacherous path of discovery or to retreat into the safety of ignorance. In the end, I made the decision to halt my pursuit, to let the shadows of the past slumber undisturbed. Some truths I realized are better left buried, their weight too heavy to bear. Yet despite my resolve, to move forward, the lingering echoes of that unsettling journey persist. A reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our lives. The shadows dance at the periphery of my vision, a silent testament to the mysteries I dared to uncover, the secrets that remain veiled in the silence of vanished lives. Story 53. On a chilly November evening, a subtle shift in the air hinted at the beginning of a mysterious tale involving Max, my steadfast friend since our college days. Our bond was woven with late-night study sessions, shared jokes, and weekends spent exploring the city's culinary gems. Max had always been the rock, a constant presence in my life, unwavering and dependable. However, a change came over him, veiling his usual demeanor in a cloak of secrecy and unease. The signs were subtle at first. His phone buzzed incessantly, leading him to retreat into whispered conversations, his responses terse and guarded. The easy flow of our conversations dwindled, replaced by sporadic texts and abrupt cancellations of plans under the guise of work obligations. I tried to dismiss it as stress or personal issues he wasn't ready to reveal, but a sense of disquiet lingered in the back of my mind. Then a pivotal moment arrived. One tranquil Saturday afternoon, I decided to surprise Max by returning a borrowed book to his apartment. As I approached his door, slightly ajar in defiance of his meticulous habits, a sense of foreboding crept over me. Inside, chaos reigned where order once prevailed. Unopened letters strewn across the table, a bag overflowing with cash, and a collection of gleaming weapons scattered on the floor. My disbelief twisted my stomach. This was not the Max I knew. Before I could process the scene before me, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Instinctively, I sought refuge behind a stack of boxes, heart pounding as the door creaked open. Max's entrance was met with shock as his eyes swept over the disarray. His demeanor shifted, his gaze sharp and calculating, a side of him I had never witnessed before. "What are you doing here?" His voice was cold, demanding, as he caught sight of me emerging from my hiding spot. I was just returning your book," I faltered, bewildered. "What is all this?" His expression darkened, a veil of secrecy shrouding his features. "It's not what you think. You shouldn't be here." His words pierced through my denial. There was something dangerous lurking beneath the surface of his life. "I should go," I managed, edging towards the exit. "We can talk later." Max remained silent as I left, his silence speaking volumes. Days passed, but the unsettling discovery haunted me. The juxtaposition of the Max I knew with the one I had glimpsed that day gnawed at my thoughts. The pieces of the puzzle began to align when news of daring robberies in the city surfaced. One of the targets was an apartment in my building, the methodical execution mirroring Max's recent behavior. In a quest for truth, I delved into local reports, connecting the dots with a sinking feeling in my gut. The evidence painted a damning picture, linking Max to the criminal activities that had infiltrated our lives. Confrontation ensued, emotions running high as Max confessed to his involvement in logistics, money transfers, clandestine drop-offs. The revelation shattered the foundation of trust between us. Despite his pledge to sever ties with his illicit connections, the rift between us widened. The safety I once felt dissolved, replaced by a constant vigilance born of betrayal. Locks were changed, cameras installed, and shadows cast long over what remained of our friendship. Conversations turned strained, laden with unspoken truths and lingering doubts. While Max endeavored to leave his past behind, the echo of his hidden life lingered, a reminder of the fractures that had irreversibly altered our bond. The specter of that fateful day in his apartment refused to fade, casting a pall over our once unshakable connection. Story 54. Moving into a new apartment was meant to mark a fresh beginning, a chance to distance myself from the commotion of my past and embrace a serene sense of peace. The building stood as a charming mid-century structure, boasting exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a cozy, inviting layout. Nestled on the second floor, my apartment exuded a feeling of tranquil seclusion that I found comforting. The unit adjacent to mine had sat empty since my arrival, and in those initial weeks, all was blissfully quiet. But then, the noises crept in. Initially, they were subtle, barely perceptible. The echoes of footsteps seemed to traverse from the vacant apartment next door. Soft whispers floated through the air just on the edge of hearing. Occasionally, the unmistakable sounds of furniture being shifted could be discerned, albeit faintly. I dismissed it as the natural settling of an aging building, creaking floors, shifting pipes, easily explained away. However, as days melted into weeks, the noises intensified, growing more pronounced. In the dead of night, as I lay in bed, the whispers sharpened, as if a presence lingered just beyond the wall. The once muted footsteps now bore a purposeful quality, akin to pacing. The disturbances commenced at midnight, extending into the early morning hours, disrupting my sleep and leaving me unsettled. I found myself jolting awake in the dark, pulse racing, straining to decipher the mysterious sounds. Pressing my ear against the wall, I sought answers, hoping for a clue to unravel the enigma. Yet all that greeted me was the silence within my own abode and the faint tremors of my fear. Driven by a yearning for clarity, I sought out the landlord, a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow. He reassured me that the neighboring unit remained unoccupied. Likely just the building settling, he offered, pledging to look into the matter. Nevertheless, the noises persisted, fragmenting my sleep and fraying my nerves. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to document the disturbances. A voice recorder was placed in my bedroom, left to capture the night's secrets. Upon reviewing the recordings, a knot tightened in my stomach. The sounds were unmistakable: footsteps, hushed conversations, the faint groan of furniture in motion. Hearing them validated my experiences and deepened my dread. Returning to the landlord, I presented him with the recordings, imploring him to take action. While he listened courteously, he dismissed my concerns, attributing the sounds to the building's age or the acoustics of ancient walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling helpless. With each passing week, the disturbances escalated. The whispers grew frantic, the footsteps heavier. On a particularly disquieting night, the noises swelled into a tumultuous crescendo. Furniture scraped against the floor, voices rose in urgent murmurs, and an ominous weight seemed to be dragged across the room. The vivid, tangible sounds proved unbearable, driving me to a breaking point. The following morning, anxiety boiling over into frustration, I confronted the landlord in his office. Insisting on immediate action, I demanded a thorough investigation of the vacant apartment. Reluctantly, he agreed, dispatching a maintenance worker to explore the unit. Armed with a flashlight and a set of keys, the worker ventured inside as I paced nervously in the hallway. An hour later, he emerged, his countenance neutral. "There's nothing in there," he stated flatly. "It's empty." I wanted to believe him, but the noises persisted. What was once a peaceful sanctuary had transformed into a constant source of unease. I avoided being alone at home, seeking refuge at friends' places whenever possible. Even in daylight, a pall of disquiet clung to the walls. Fueled by a desperate quest for answers, I delved into the building's history. Discovering it was erected in the 1920s and had sheltered numerous tenants throughout the years, rumors of peculiar events surfaced sporadically, though nothing concrete. Then, a chilling revelation emerged. Decades prior, a tragic fire had ravaged the building, claiming several lives. The affected area, encompassing the wing where my apartment resided. The more I unearthed, the harder it became to dismiss the notion that the sounds haunting me were echoes of a sorrowful past. The realization that I might be dwelling amidst lingering remnants of such a calamity filled me with a profound, inescapable dread. Eventually, the relentless disturbances and my escalating fear impelled a difficult choice. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the apartment, hoping a new abode would restore peace and normalcy. As I shut the door for the final time, a lingering sensation lingered, that I was leaving behind more than mere walls. It felt as though I was escaping from shadows that had trailed me, whispers that had crept into my nights. The new apartment exuded tranquility and calm, a stark contrast to the tumult I had endured. Yet, the memories of the noises lingered. The rhythmic footsteps, the hushed whispers, etched an enduring mark on my psyche, a reminder of how tenuous the boundary between the living and the unknown can be. Though I have moved forward, the experience remains imprinted upon me. It illuminated that some disturbances transcend mere sounds. They are echoes. Echoes of enigmas we struggle to fathom, lingering just beyond our grasp. Story 55. In the quiet depths of a Tuesday night, a single phone call sparked a series of eerie events that would forever leave a mark on my soul. The stillness of my living room was shattered by the sharp ring of my phone, an unfamiliar number glowing on the screen in the late hours past midnight. A moment of hesitation danced in the air, mingling with curiosity as I lifted the receiver to my ear and uttered a cautious "hello." Silence greeted me, save for a faint static whispering through the line. I strained to catch any sound, any hint of the caller's presence, but there was nothing but emptiness on the other end. Abruptly, the call ended, leaving behind a lingering unease that clung to the room like a shroud of mystery. The following night, the clock's hands pointed to midnight once more, and the phone rang with the same persistent urgency. The screen displayed the same unknown number, beckoning me to answer. "Hello?" I spoke into the void, only to be met with a heavier silence, laden with the crackle of static. No words, no voice, just an unsettling emptiness that sent chills down my spine. Brushing off the unease as a passing prank or technological glitch, I disconnected the call, but the pattern persisted. Night after night, at the stroke of midnight, the phone would ring and I would answer, only to be met with the same haunting silence. The rhythm of these calls began to weave a web of unease around me, as if I were entangled in a sinister game without knowing the rules. And then, one fateful night, the game took a chilling turn. A soft, almost ghostly voice pierced through the static, whispering, "I know where you are." Those words reverberated through me like a thunderclap in the stillness, igniting a wildfire of fear within my heart. The call ended as abruptly as it began, leaving me to grapple with the weight of those ominous words in the suffocating silence of my room. Seeking answers in the light of day, I traced the number, only to find it led to a dead end. My phone provider claimed no record of such calls ever existed. The calls seemed to emerge from the shadows, a phantom presence haunting my nights. Each midnight brought with it the dreaded ring, the whispered message echoing like a ghostly refrain, "I know where you are." Anxiety crept into every corner of my life, casting shadows over my once peaceful existence. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by a relentless parade of questions and fears. As paranoia tightened its grip, I fortified my defenses, locking doors and windows, scanning every shadow for unseen eyes. But the sensation of being watched refused to dissipate, a relentless specter haunting my every move. One sleepless night, with midnight looming like a specter on the horizon, I steeled myself to confront the caller. Clutching my phone in trembling hands, I awaited the inevitable ring. When it came, I answered, heart hammering in my chest. Amidst the familiar static, the voice returned, whispering its chilling revelation, "I know where you are." This time, a subtle background noise crept into the call, a murmur of voices, the rustle of papers, hints of a hidden truth just beyond reach. Desperation led me to seek help from the authorities, who vowed to investigate the mysterious calls. Their assurances provided scant comfort as the nights wore on, the calls persisting like a haunting melody in the darkness. And then, as suddenly as they began, the calls ceased. Midnight passed in silence, night after night, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Why had they stopped? Had the caller grown weary, or was their watchful gaze merely obscured from view? The absence of the calls birthed a new fear, an uncertainty that gnawed at my peace of mind. Every creak, every shadow cast a long shadow of doubt, a reminder of the unseen eyes that once lingered on my every move. The identity of the caller remained a mystery, their intentions veiled in shadows. Though the voice never returned, its haunting words echoed in the chambers of my mind, a chilling reminder of the fragility of our sense of security. "I know where you are." The phrase lingered like a ghostly whisper, a spectral presence that refused to fade. The calls may have ended, but the fear they birthed remained, a shadow that trailed behind me, even in the brightest light. Story 56. The discovery unfolded on a serene Tuesday afternoon. Amid the quiet solitude of my home, I delved into the realm of old family papers and personal archives, seeking to restore order to my life following a series of disconcerting events. The house exuded an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if it too shared in my disquiet. Amid a stack of aged documents, My fingers brushed against an envelope bearing the emblem of an unfamiliar law firm. Though weathered at the edges, the envelope held a weighty significance that piqued my curiosity. Giving in to the pull of intrigue, I carefully unsealed it. Inside lay a formal letter detailing a web of legal disputes tied to transactions conducted in my name. Business dealings, property acquisitions, even a lease for a luxurious apartment. A sense of paralysis gripped me. None of these transactions were mine. The letter unveiled a tapestry of financial activities I had not sanctioned, accounts I did not recognize, and properties I had never laid eyes upon. The orchestrator of this scheme possessed an intimate knowledge of my personal details, enough to construct an entire parallel existence mirroring my own. With each word I read, my breath quickened, my pulse racing as I absorbed the addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers linked to this fraudulent operation. Frantic, I reached out to the law firm in search of clarity. Yet, the receptionist's polite yet resolute response offered little solace, directing me to seek assistance from law enforcement or a fraud investigator. Left with no other recourse, I clutched the incriminating letter and hastened to the nearby police precinct. The on-duty officer listened attentively, initial skepticism giving way to a promise to elevate the case to a fraud specialist. Though his assurance provided a measure of comfort, a chill lingered as I departed, a nagging sense that the perpetrator might be closer than I dared imagine. Determined to reclaim control, I engaged the services of a private investigator named Linda, renowned for her tenacious pursuit of intricate cases. She arrived at my doorstep the following morning, her keen gaze sweeping over the letter and personal documents with practiced acumen. "We will unravel this mystery," she assured me. While Linda delved into her network of contacts, I took precautions to safeguard myself. I alerted my bank, reported the identity theft, and froze my credit, each step a painful reminder of the depth to which my life had been infiltrated. Days drifted by. Linda's inquiries led to a series of dead ends, with most addresses turning out to be abandoned properties or defunct offices. Yet a breakthrough emerged when she uncovered a lead, a luxury apartment in a prestigious part of the city unbeknownst to me. Together, we ventured to the sleek modern building, tension thick in the air. The doorman, though wary, relented under Linda's credentials, confirming the presence of an individual matching the imposter's description who had recently vacated the premises. Reluctantly, he disclosed a forwarding address from the building's archives. Our pursuit led us to an elegant townhouse in a prosperous neighborhood. As we approached the threshold, a myriad of questions swirled in my mind. Who was this enigmatic figure? Why had they chosen to usurp my identity? Linda knocked resolutely. After a pregnant pause, a woman in her early 30s appeared, her expression shifting from confusion to apprehension, as Linda outlined the situation and displayed her credentials. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she stuttered, her voice trembling. "I've resided here for months, but I have never assumed another's identity." Linda persisted, her tone firm yet professional. Gradually, the truth unfurled. The woman was yet another victim, ensnared in the clutches of a fraudulent real estate agent tied to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we unraveled more threads of the imposter's intricate web of deceit. They had exploited multiple identities to fund a lavish existence, leaving a trail of devastation and heartache in their wake. The scale of the scam surpassed my wildest imaginings, a labyrinth of falsehoods extending far beyond my personal nightmare. In due course, law enforcement apprehended the imposter through the fabricated accounts and forged documents. Their arrest unveiled the full extent of their transgressions. The authorities dismantled their illicit operations, deactivating my stolen identity. A wave of relief washed over me, though fleetingly. The ordeal had etched lasting scars. My sense of security, trust, and self had been profoundly violated. Rebuilding proved a formidable task. I fortified every financial and personal record, reset each password, and remained vigilant in ways hitherto unimagined. Despite life inching back toward normalcy, a lingering unease persisted, an acute awareness that somewhere, someone had lived a life eerily akin to my own. Though justice had been dispensed, the experience had irrevocably altered me. Trust now seemed a fragile, perilous concept, and the shadows that lurked at the edges of my meticulously reconstructed world could no longer be ignored. Story 57. The attic always held a quiet mystery, where forgotten boxes and dusty trunks whispered of bygone secrets. One rainy afternoon, driven by a sudden urge to declutter, I found myself sifting through relics of yesteryears, hoping to unearth a fragment that could shed light on the lives that had once danced within these walls. And there it was, nestled beneath a stack of yellowed newspapers and faded photographs, a small leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked, its golden initials barely discernible. Curiosity beckoned as I brushed away the dust and gingerly opened the diary. Inside, elegant script danced across sepia-stained pages, each entry a window into the life of a man named Henry Lawson. Henry's words chronicled his journey through time as a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer, painting vivid portraits of his joys, sorrows, and aspirations. His musings carried me back to a bygone era, weaving a tapestry of a man with a tender heart and a wandering soul. As I turned each page, I delved deeper into Henry's world, captivated by his eloquence and introspection. But it was the final entry that sent a shiver down my spine. Dated just days before Henry's passing in 1945, it spoke not of his own life, but of a moment from mine. A chance encounter at a cafe that mirrored a recent visit of mine in eerie detail. Henry's words described every gesture, my every thought, as if he had been there, quietly observing from across the room. A sense of unease gripped me as I read on, grappling with the inexplicable connection between Henry's words and my reality. How could a man long departed have known the intricacies of my life? Desperate for answers, I combed through the diary, seeking solace in the ink-stained pages that bound us together across time's vast expanse. My quest for understanding led me to the local historical society, where Henry's existence was confirmed, his story etched in the annals of the past. Yet, the mystery persisted, leaving me with more questions than answers. The historian's cryptic words lingered in the air, hinting at the enigmatic nature of time's tapestry, where past and present intertwine in ways beyond comprehension. Returning to the attic, I gazed upon Henry's weathered portrait, his kind eyes gazing back at me from a bygone era. A silent conversation unfolded between us, bridging the chasm of decades with unspoken truths and shared mysteries. In the days that followed, Henry's diary remained a beacon of intrigue and solace, a testament to the enigmatic bonds that transcend time and space. His final words echoed in my mind, a whispered reminder of the invisible threads that wove our lives together. In embracing the mystery of our intertwined fates, I found a strange sense of peace amidst the uncertainty. Henry's diary, once a mere relic of the past, had become a mirror reflecting the echoes of our shared existence, resonating across the ages with a quiet, haunting beauty. As I cradled the diary in my hands, I embraced its enigma as a gift, a whispered tale of interconnectedness that transcended the boundaries of time. In Henry's words, I discovered a truth that defied logic and reason, a truth that whispered of a larger story, where our lives, however disparate, were but threads in a grand tapestry of human experience. And so, I treasured Henry's diary as a sacred relic, a testament to the enduring legacy of our shared humanity. In its pages, I found not just a glimpse of the past, but a reflection of the timeless dance of life and memory, where the whispers of the past intertwined with the echoes of the present, creating a symphony of interconnected souls bound by the invisible threads of time. Story 58. The initial sound was so subtle a delicate scratching that slipped in and out like a secret carried by the breeze. Upon moving into my new apartment, the unfamiliar surroundings made it easy to dismiss, attributing it to the settling of an old building. I brushed it off as the pipes or the time-worn floorboards creaking in protest. Yet as days melted into weeks, the noises grew bolder and more disquieting. The faint scratching evolved into a persistent presence, haunting the nights with its eerie persistence. I lay awake, straining to locate its origin, but each attempt to unravel the mystery ended in frustration as the sound eluded me. Exhausted from the recent upheaval of moving and the weight of uncertainty, I convinced myself it was a figment of my imagination, a byproduct of stress. The daytime tranquility of the apartment was shattered by the return of the noises at night, now amplified and insistent. What had begun as a mere scratching morphed into something darker, dragging sounds, whispers that felt like distant echoes from another realm. It was as if an unseen entity prowled the apartment, a spectral presence weaving through the shadows. Driven by a need for rationality, I scoured every nook and cranny, examining walls, floors, and ceilings for signs of intrusion or decay. Yet all appeared normal, devoid of any logical explanation for the unsettling noises. The absence of a tangible source only deepened my unease, as if the sounds themselves fed off my growing unease, thriving on my escalating paranoia. One harrowing night, a new element was introduced, a child's laughter, faint and haunting, followed by the ominous scrape of a heavy object being dragged across the floor. Panic gripped my heart as the noises encircled my room, a malevolent force that seemed to draw closer with each passing moment. Clutching the blankets, I desperately sought to convince myself it was a trick of the mind, a nightmare woven from the threads of my fear. In a moment of desperation, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator, hoping for answers where logic failed. Armed with sophisticated equipment, they combed through the apartment, capturing eerie sounds and subtle anomalies on their devices. Despite their efforts, no concrete evidence of the supernatural was unearthed, leaving me with only vague theories of residual energy and environmental disturbances. Feeling increasingly isolated, I confided in loved ones, seeking solace in their understanding. Yet their skepticism and well-meaning reassurances only deepened my sense of solitude, casting doubt upon my own sanity. Determined to unveil the truth, I meticulously set up audio and video recorders, hoping to capture evidence of the unseen presence haunting my home. Hours of playback revealed no visual disturbances, but the audio painted a chilling portrait of movement and whispers, as if a hidden entity reveled in its invisibility, forever dancing on the edge of perception. The recordings offered no solace, serving only to affirm that whatever dwelled within the walls of my apartment was deliberate in its torment, a specter that thrived on the fear it instilled. Consumed by paranoia, every creak, every rustle became a harbinger of dread, fracturing my sleep and unraveling the fabric of my daily life. Seeking a lifeline, I turned to a therapist specializing in trauma and anxiety, embarking on a journey of self-discovery and healing. Through challenging sessions, I confronted the psychological toll of the haunting noises, learning to face my fears head-on. Grounding techniques, mindfulness practices, and a newfound courage to confront my inner demons gradually restored a sense of equilibrium. As time passed, the disturbances dwindled, their once piercing intensity fading like echoes in the night. Though the source of the noises remained a mystery, whether born of a troubled mind, environmental anomalies, or a reality beyond comprehension, the victory lay in reclaiming control of my life. The experience etched a cautionary tale in my memory, a reminder of the fragility of peace. Yet it also imparted a lesson in resilience, in the strength found by meeting adversity with unwavering resolve. In the end, it was not the origins of the haunting that defined me, but the courage to confront the shadows that lurked within. Story 59. In the quiet of my days, a subtle shift began to unravel before me. It was a soft whisper of awareness, a gentle tug at the edges of my consciousness. Mr. Thompson, my elderly neighbor in the weathered house next door, seemed to cast his gaze towards my windows with increasing frequency. A fleeting glance here, a lingering look there. It was like a dance of curiosity playing out just beyond my sight. I brushed it off at first, chalking it up to the idle musings of an aging mind, a harmless interest in the goings-on next door. But as the days stretched into weeks, the feeling grew heavier, more insistent. His eyes, whenever they met mine through the glass, would dart away like startled birds, seeking refuge in mundane tasks like tending his garden or inspecting the earth beneath his feet. The charade became too obvious to ignore one evening. As I sat in my living room, bathed in the soft glow of lamplight, I caught a glimpse of him through the sliver of open blinds. There he stood, just outside his front door, his gaze fixed on my window like a moth drawn to a flame. My heart quickened, a flutter of unease unfurling within me. With a resolve born of both fear and curiosity, I stepped outside into the cool night air and made my way to his porch. The wooden boards creaked beneath my feet as I called out to him, my voice a steady thread in the silence. His surprise was palpable, guilt flickering across his weathered features like shadows in the moonlight. "M.R. Thompson," I began, my words hanging between us like a delicate web. His apologies spilled forth in a rush, a cascade of words tumbling over each other in their haste. He spoke of worry, of concern for my safety in a world fraught with shadows and uncertainties. His words were kind, well-intentioned, but they did little to quell the unease that had settled in my bones. The days that followed were a blur of furtive glances, of windows checked and blinds drawn tight. His presence loomed like a specter, a silent observer in the corners of my life. Desperate to reclaim my sanctuary, I fortified my windows with heavier curtains, erected barriers of cloth and thread to shield myself from his prying eyes. But the feeling of being watched persisted, a phantom weight upon my shoulders that refused to be shrugged off. In a moment of brave reckoning, I returned to his doorstep, my heart a drumbeat of apprehension in my chest. His eyes, when they met mine, held a glimmer of understanding, a shadow of remorse. I voiced my discomfort, my need for boundaries, for a return to the solitude I once knew. His apologies were genuine, his promises sincere, and for a time the tension between us eased. But the specter of his watchful gaze lingered, a ghostly presence that haunted the edges of my days. To protect myself, I kept a meticulous record of his comings and goings, a journal of whispers and glances that spoke volumes in their silence. I sought solace in community, in shared stories of unease and resilience, finding strength in the collective wisdom of those who had walked this path before me. Months slipped by, the seasons turning like pages in a forgotten book. Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes grew dimmer, his presence a fading echo in the recesses of my mind. Yet still, I felt the weight of his gaze upon me, a reminder of the fragility of privacy, the delicate dance between care and intrusion. As I look back on those days, I am left with unanswered questions, with shadows that linger in the corners of my memory. Was it concern that drove him, or something darker, more insidious? The truth eludes me, lost in the mists of time like a dream upon waking. But one thing remains clear, a testament to the power of privacy, the sanctity of solitude in a world where shadows dance at the edges of our lives. And as I drift into the embrace of sleep, I carry with me the echo of his watchful eyes, a lullaby of caution and resilience in the stillness of the night. Story 60. It all began on a cool autumn evening, the kind that whispers of change in the air as leaves dance underfoot, painting the ground with hues of amber and gold. In the peaceful embrace of twilight, I found myself in the backyard with my children, preparing for a small family gathering. Their laughter, like gentle melodies, intertwined with the rustling leaves, creating a serene symphony for the night. As I set the picnic table, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a small hovering object in the sky. Initially, I brushed it off as a bird or a distant plane, but as it drew nearer, hovering directly above our yard, I realized it was a drone. Its presence carried an unsettling weight. In the days that followed, the drones became unwelcome visitors, appearing at odd hours, early dawn, late into the night, and displaying a knack for pinpoint accuracy, lingering directly over our home, capturing moments of our daily existence. It wasn't just one drone, but a fleet of them, moving in synchronized choreography. Their persistent surveillance felt deliberate, casting a shadow of unease over our lives. Filled with concern and a sense of intrusion, I took action. Installing security cameras around the house, I documented the drones' movements and meticulously noted their flight patterns. Anxiety gripped me as I discovered that the drones had been recording intimate moments of our family life. Playful afternoons with my children, quiet dinners with my husband, even the simplest tasks like tending to the garden. Seeking help, I reached out to the local authorities, sharing the footage in hopes of a swift resolution. However, their response was tepid, citing the challenges of tracing small drones operated from afar. Feeling powerless, I delved into the surveillance footage, uncovering a disturbing revelation. The drones followed a precise route, suggesting a methodical, almost obsessive intent behind their surveillance. Determined to unravel the mystery, I sought answers from a local drone enthusiast club, only to be met with evasive responses that heightened my suspicions. One fateful evening, as I reviewed the footage once more, a chilling discovery awaited me. Reflected in the glass of our back door through the lens of a drone, I glimpsed a figure, a man obscured in part, standing in the shadows near a tree, manipulating a remote control with calculated precision. His identity remained veiled, but his actions spoke volumes. He was the orchestrator of our unwelcome surveillance. Armed with this revelation, I returned to the authorities, prompting a thorough investigation. Within days, the source of the drone activity was traced to a nondescript house a few blocks away, concealing the culprit, Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journalist. His rationale of documenting the neighborhood for a personal project on surveillance and privacy issues fell short in justifying the intimate footage he had amassed. Ethan's fixation had crossed into a realm of violation, where privacy was no longer respected but exploited. Under scrutiny, Ethan's narrative crumbled, exposing his unsettling obsession with my family. The police intervened, issuing warnings, seizing his drones, and mandating the deletion of all collected footage. Despite legal repercussions, the breach of our privacy lingered, prompting us to fortify our defenses with higher fences and enhanced security measures. Ethan's intrusion marked a stark reminder of the fragile boundary between technology and personal sanctity. His actions underscored the potential for tools of connection to be twisted into instruments of intrusion. While accountability was enforced, the ordeal left an indelible imprint on our lives, a cautionary tale of vigilance and the urgent need for robust privacy safeguards in an era of pervasive surveillance. As we navigated the aftermath, the shadows of Ethan's voyeurism lingered, a somber reminder of the price of privacy in a world where boundaries blur and trust is tested. Story 61. In the quiet whispers of the night, let me tell you a tale of a chance encounter with a man named Greg. When our paths first crossed, he appeared like a gentle breeze, bringing with him a sense of new beginnings. I had just arrived in an unfamiliar city, struggling to find my place in a world that felt so vast and unfamiliar. And then, like a stroke of fate, Greg entered my life. His words flowed like poetry, his presence a soothing balm to my restless soul. Greg possessed a magnetic charm, effortlessly drawing people into his orbit, making them feel seen and heard. His enthusiasm for life was infectious, his curiosity about the world around us inspiring. We bonded over shared passions, music that stirred the soul, books that ignited the imagination, and the call of the great outdoors that beckoned us to explore. Every moment spent with Greg felt like a fleeting dream, a magical journey into the heart of the unknown. We roamed the city streets, discovering hidden gems in quaint cafes, immersing ourselves in the soul-stirring melodies of local musicians, and embarking on wild adventures through untamed landscapes. Greg had an uncanny knack for uncovering the best-kept secrets of the city, weaving tales of wonder and enchantment with each step we took. At first, his presence was a comforting escape from the solitude that lingered in the shadows of my new surroundings. But as time unfurled its mysterious veil, whispers of doubt began to dance on the edges of my consciousness. It started with subtle inconsistencies in Greg's stories, tiny threads of untruths woven into the fabric of his narratives. He spoke of far-off lands he had traversed, of encounters with mouse faces that left me breathless with awe. Yet when I delved deeper, the tapestry of his tales began to unravel. The places he described with such vivid detail were but figments of his imagination, mirages in the desert of his illusions. A trip to Paris, a chance meeting with a renowned musician, all mere fragments of a carefully constructed facade. With each passing day, the veil of mystery surrounding Greg grew thicker, casting shadows of doubt upon his every word. His stories, once a source of wonder, now felt like veiled deceptions, masquerading as truths. I could no longer ignore the nagging feeling that something was amiss, that beneath the charm and charisma lay a darkness waiting to be unmasked. And so, guided by a quiet curiosity, I began to peel back the layers of Greg's past, seeking truths hidden in the shadows. What I uncovered sent shivers down my spine, a pattern of manipulation, a web of deceit spun with delicate precision. Greg's history was a tapestry of half-truths and illusions, a mosaic of personas crafted to ensnare the unsuspecting in his tangled web of lies. His charm, once a beacon of light, now cast a sinister shadow over our interactions, revealing a man driven not by genuine connection, but by a thirst for control. His every word, every gesture, was a carefully orchestrated performance, designed to enthrall and entrap those who dared to venture too close. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, I knew that I had to confront the darkness that lurked within Greg's soul. And so, on a night shrouded in quiet unease, I dared to question the fabric of his reality, to challenge the carefully constructed facade that he had woven around himself. His laughter, once warm and inviting, turned cold and distant, his eyes betraying a glimpse of the true depths of his deception. In that moment of reckoning, I saw Greg for who he truly was, a master of manipulation, a puppeteer pulling strings in the shadows, a wolf in sheep's clothing. I knew then that I had to step away, to protect my own heart from the darkness that threatened to consume it. And so, as the night whispered its lullabies, I learned a valuable lesson in the art of discernment, in the power of authenticity in a world shrouded in illusions. Greg's presence, once a beacon of light, had become a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of charming facades. In the quiet of the night, as sleep beckons with its gentle embrace, remember this tale of Greg and the shadows that danced in his wake. And may you find solace in the knowledge that beneath the veil of deceit lies the eternal truth of your own authenticity. Good night, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with whispers of wisdom and peace. Story 62. The day I stepped foot into my new dwelling was meant to herald the start of a thrilling chapter in my journey. Securing a promotion at my job, I treated myself to this enchanting age-old abode. Nestled on a serene street in a historic district adorned with towering verdant trees, it appeared like a dream realized. But dreams possess a tendency to morph into nightmares. Initial weeks slipped by uneventfully, filled with the buzz of acclimating. The house bore its idiosyncrasies, a faucet that dripped here, a door that refused to secure there. I dismissed them as the anticipated peculiarities of a residence of its era. Then came the puddle. One dawn, I strolled into the kitchen to find a pool of water spreading across the floor. It wasn't a mere trickle. It was substantial enough to prompt me to question if I had inadvertently left the faucet flowing. A plumber arrived that very day, inspected the pipes, and reassured me all was well. "Faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in old homes. Just keep an eye on it." I hoped that would be the conclusion of it. I was mistaken. A few days later, I observed a fissure snaking along the living room wall. Initially, it was a small, jagged mark, but each time I gazed upon it, it seemed to widen, creeping like ivy across the plaster. Alarmed, I summoned a contra. Bob the contractor arrived with a dubious air. After a swift survey, he nonchalantly remarked, "Old houses settle. It's normal wear and tear. Nothing to fret about." I yearned to believe him. Yet as the days elapsed, the anomalies became increasingly difficult to dismiss. One evening, upon returning home, I discovered my living room in utter disarray. The sofa had been relocated to the distant corner, facing away from the TV. The coffee table sat askew in the room's center, and the books on my shelves had been shuffled into a nonsensical order. I stood there, attempting to make sense of it. Had I unknowingly orchestrated this and forgotten? The notion unsettled me, but I convinced myself it was fatigue or stress. Then, the bedroom door commenced unlocking itself. Each morning, I awoke to find it ajar, despite securing it before retiring for the night. Fingerprints, smudged and foreign, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their shapes indistinct, but unquestionably not my own. The breaking point arrived when my neighbor phoned me at work. "I spotted a man in a black jacket prowling around your premises," she relayed. By the time I reached home, he had vanished. My porch light had been shattered, and the garden gnome by the steps lay upturned. I reported the episode to the authorities, yet lacking tangible evidence, there was little they could pursue. The amalgamation of these occurrences, the cracks, the disruptions, the intruder, was overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, insisted it was all simply part of the house's character. Settling walls, antiquated fixtures, and my own hyperactive imagination. But I couldn't embrace that rationale. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's background. The local library yielded scant information, no notable incidents, no anomalous records. The house was a blank canvas, as though its past had been expunged. Meanwhile, the disturbances heightened. Cracks extended to other walls. Water stains materialized on the ceilings of rooms devoid of plumbing. One day I returned home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, dishes shattered across the floor. I could no longer disregard the sensation. The house was resisting me, pushing back against my presence. I demanded that Bob conduct a more thorough probe. Reluctantly, he assembled a team of structural specialists. They spent hours scrutinizing every nook of the residence. Their verdict was frustratingly predictable. "The house is aged," they articulated. "These are routine issues for a property of this vintage." I remained unconvinced. The final piece of the puzzle emerged when I managed to locate the previous owner. Initially hesitant, they eventually divulged. They too had encountered peculiar happenings, rearranged furniture, unexplained noises, doors unlocking of their own accord. They had swiftly sold the house, relinquishing its enigmas for another to unearth. That individual turned out to be me. I could not linger any longer. The house's past, or lack thereof, was too weighty for me to endure. I packed my belongings and departed, leaving the fractures, the leaks, and the eerie rearrangements in my wake. To this day, the house remains as mysterious as ever, a captivating front concealing a disquieting truth. I have since discovered a new haven to call my own, one where surprises manifest in the form of squeaking floors and creaking stairs, nothing more. Yet, I shan't forget the period I spent within that house. It serves as a reminder that certain places harbor secrets, and certain secrets resist revelation. Story 63. In the midst of chaos, a desperate need for escape crept into my restless soul. Months plagued by stolen identity, cryptic messages, and the unearthing of a cryptic grave tied to my past led me to seek solace in solitude. My therapist recommended a retreat, a secluded cabin nestled deep within the mountains, far from the clamor of city life. The very thought of isolation acted as a soothing balm on my frayed nerves, offering a chance to reclaim the tranquility I had lost. The cabin, with its rustic woe, Odin facade and welcoming front porch, exuded a sense of comfort that beckoned to my weary spirit. Surrounded by majestic pines and a serene lake, it appeared as a sanctuary for my troubled mind. In those initial days, life unfolded in peaceful rhythms. I wandered through tranquil trails, breathed in the crisp mountain air, and allowed the stillness to calm my restless thoughts. Nighttime descended in quiet whispers, interrupted only by the haunting calls of distant owls. Gradually, a semblance of ease settled within me, allowing me to breathe once more. On the fourth day, while organizing a cluttered closet, my fingers brushed against a small, dusty wooden box hidden behind forgotten blankets. Intrigue seized me as I pried open the box, revealing personal relics, a weathered leather journal, faded photographs, and worn garments, including a jacket marred with what appeared to be dried blood. As I delved into the journal, its pages unveiled frenzied, nearly illegible scribblings, tales of paranoia, of eerie figures lurking amidst the trees, and of whispers that danced in the shadows filled its worn pages. One entry etched itself into my consciousness. They watch me. I sense their presence, always lurking in the shadows, waiting. There is no escape. The photographs mirrored the disquiet of the journal. Images of the cabin, captured from different angles, bore eerie, shadowy figures lingering in the background, their forms blurred and obscure. A tremor ran through me as I flipped through each unsettling picture, feeling as though an unseen observer had been chronicling the cabin, and perhaps its inhabitants, for an unknown duration. Determined to dispel the unease that gripped me, I ventured into the basement. The musty air clung to my skin as I combed through the dimly lit space. Behind a loose panel in the wall, I stumbled upon a concealed compartment housing tools for lockpicking, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding woods, and a stack of surveillance notes. The meticulous records detailed the movements of past visitors, outlining their habits, appearances, and even their emotional states. Crude sketches of faces, distorted by hurried strokes of a trembling hand, adorned the margins. The final note sent a chill down my spine. I see them. They are aware of my presence. Soon, they will come for me. A cold shiver of dread enveloped me. Was the previous dweller merely plagued by delusions, or had they been onto something far more sinister? That night, the once comforting silence of the cabin morphed into a suffocating weight. Every creak, every rustle outside amplified the pounding of my heart. The sanctuary now felt like a cage, concealing unseen perils in its shadowed recesses. With dawn's light, I reached out to the rental agency, seeking clarity. The agent's vague responses and dismissal of my concerns as mere tales of the past only deepened my disquiet. They promised to investigate before abruptly ending the call, leaving me unsettled. Driven by a relentless resolve, I contacted the local authorities. Their records bore no anomalies, no reports of missing persons, no records of violence. Yet a lingering sense of being observed persisted. Every whisper of the wind, every flicker of movement in the shadows carried a malevolent undertone. Was I truly alone in the wilderness, or were unseen eyes fixated upon me? As the week waned, a decision crystallized within me. I had to depart. The peace I sought in the mountains had been eclipsed by a pervasive dread that clung to the cabin like a shroud. Loading my car, a sensation of being watched gripped me, compelling my gaze towards the darkened woods. A fleeting glimpse of a figure, half hidden amidst the trees, sent a shiver down my spine. Yet when I blinked, the apparition vanished. The winding road swallowed the cabin behind me, Yet the specter of pursuit lingered, an intangible presence that refused to be left behind. The fear, an unwelcome guest, whispered in the recesses of my mind, reminding me that the shadows held secrets untold. Story 64. It all started on a regular Tuesday morning, the sun lazily rising as I reluctantly reached for my phone. Amidst the drowsiness, I noticed a missed call from an unfamiliar number. No voicemail, just a silent, unanswered ring that stirred a sense of curiosity within me. Dismissing it as a wrong number or a pesky telemarketer, I carried on with my day. The following day, the same mysterious number called again. This time, I took the call. "Hello," I uttered, met with nothing but silence on the other end. For a fleeting moment, only the soft hum of the connection filled the air before the call abruptly ended. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off as a technical glitch or a mischievous prank. As the days unfolded, the calls persisted, always at peculiar hours, disrupting the flow of my daily life. Initially an annoyance, these calls soon took a more unsettling turn. One evening, while cooking pasta in the kitchen, the phone rang once more. Despite the urge to ignore it, something compelled me to answer. "Hello?" I cautiously spoke. The voice on the line was eerily calm, almost conversational. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Don't forget to stir it, or it'll stick to the bottom." Frozen in place, I glanced at the pot on the stove, steam swirling upwards. "How?" I started, but the call ended abruptly, leaving me standing there, heart pounding in my chest. How could they have known? The kitchen blinds were drawn. No one could see me. Perhaps a mere coincidence, a lucky guess. Or had I unknowingly mentioned it to someone earlier? Despite my attempts to rationalize, a lingering unease settled within me. The next day brought yet another call. "I noticed your long day at work," the voice remarked smoothly. "That client meeting must have been draining. Remember to unwind tonight. Perhaps watch that movie you mentioned." My grip on the phone tightened as I nearly dropped it. The details were too precise to dismiss as mere chance. The unsettling familiarity of the caller's tone felt as though they had been in the room with me, privy to every aspect of my life. Subsequent calls grew increasingly personal and specific. "I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow. Ask Jamie about their new job." The words sent a shiver down my spine, transcending mere knowledge of my plans to an invasive understanding of my very being. It felt as though I was trapped in a nightmare, a reality where privacy was a mere illusion. Seeking answers, I contacted my phone provider, hoping to trace the number. Yet, all efforts led to dead ends, and the authorities could offer little aid without substantial evidence. Taking matters into my own hands, I installed security cameras, altered my routines, meticulously documented each call, all in a desperate bid to uncover a pattern. Yet, the elusive caller remained a step ahead, disrupting every aspect of my life. Anxiety mounted, paranoia crept in, casting shadows over even the simplest interactions. After another cryptic call shattered a moment of peace during dinner, I finally snapped. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. "How do you know so much about me?" A tense silence hung in the air before the calm voice on the other end replied, "I've been watching over you because I care. You must understand that." Those words sent a wave of dread through me. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" I pressed further, only to be met with silence as the call abruptly ended. Left alone with my racing thoughts, the unsettling declaration echoed in my mind. "I care about you." Confusion and terror intertwined, fueling a desperate quest for clarity. Engaging a private investigator, I shared every detail, call logs, recordings, security footage, hoping for resolution. Weeks turned to months as the calls dwindled in frequency until one day they ceased entirely. The investigator unraveled the truth. A tech-savvy individual with a deeply personal obsession had meticulously gathered information about me. The motive remained shrouded in ambiguity, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. Though the ordeal found some closure, the fear persisted, leaving an indelible mark on my psyche. Hyper-vigilant, I found myself questioning every shadow, scrutinizing each lock, perpetually on edge. The calm, detached voice from the past continued to haunt my thoughts, a reminder of the fragile boundary between privacy and intrusion. In the wake of this harrowing experience, I learned a poignant lesson. The veil of privacy is fragile, easily breached by unseen forces that lurk just beyond our awareness. Sometimes, the shadows that unsettle us most are not cast by the expected sources, but emerge from the depths of our own lives, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal themselves. Story 65. In the hush of a morning that felt too still, I awoke to an eerie silence that seemed to envelop me, pressing down like a heavy shroud. The usual sounds of the coffee machine humming and the gentle rustle of my roommate Dave moving about were conspicuously absent, leaving the apartment cloaked in a peculiar quiet. "Dave?" I called out, my voice reverberating through the empty rooms, but there was no reply. Stepping out into the hallway, a sense of unease crept over me. Dave's bedroom door stood slightly open, a sight not entirely uncommon, as he was always casual about boundaries. Tentatively, I knocked before pushing the door fully ajar. What greeted me inside was unsettling. Everything was impeccably neat, almost unnaturally so. The bed was flawlessly made, the desk devoid of any clutter, and a strange sense of orderliness hung in the air. However, a nagging feeling of wrongness lingered. The absence of Dave's usual chaos in the kitchen caught my eye. His beloved mug with the chipped handle, a fixture on the countertop, was missing. His laptop, typically left open and ready for use, was nowhere to be seen. Initially brushing it off as an early start to his day, I reached for the coffee pot when something out of place caught my eye. A note pinned to the fridge with hurried, almost frantic handwriting. "Trust is a fragile thing." My heart quickened at the cryptic message. It was unlike Dave to leave such enigmatic notes. Attempting to dismiss it as a prank, my unease only intensified. Venturing into the living room in search of answers, my eyes fell upon the couch cushions, neatly arranged in a manner Dave would never bother with. Curiosity piqued, I lifted one and found another note meticulously folded beneath. "Always watching, always waiting." The room seemed to grow colder, fear creeping into my bones. I needed to unravel this mystery. Determined to make sense of Dave's inexplicable absence, I made my way to his small study area. Amidst the usual clutter of pens and notebooks, I stumbled upon something chilling. A stack of photographs. They were of me, captured in candid moments from various angles, both in public and within the confines of our home. Each picture painstakingly annotated with dates and times. Trembling, I reached for my phone to call Dave, only to be drawn to yet another note on the desk. "Some things are better left unknown." The weight of those words settled heavily upon me. What had Dave been up to? Why was he surveilling me? Driven by a sense of urgency, I began combing through his belongings. His closet yielded no clues, just neatly hung clothes. However, hidden behind a panel on the wall, I discovered an empty safe, its contents mysteriously vanished. A note affixed to the bathroom mirror offered no solace. Everyone has secrets. The words stared back at me, unsettling and inscrutable. Dave's eccentricities had taken a darker turn, and I needed to uncover the truth behind his actions and disappearance. Hoping to find a clue, I checked his car parked outside. The slightly ajar driver's side door revealed one final note resting on the dashboard. "Your turn to uncover the truth." The message felt like a challenge, tinged with an ominous finality. With the note clutched tightly in my hand, I knew I couldn't linger in the apartment any longer. I needed answers. Following Dave's elusive trail like a shadow, I visited his known haunts, piecing together his movements in a bid to unravel the enigma he had left behind. His abrupt leave from work raised eyebrows, his friends equally puzzled by his unexplained absence. As the day wore on, my apprehension deepened. culminating in a return to the apartment, now a place fraught with discomfort and uncertainty. Alone, I could not stay. Summoning the authorities, I reported Dave missing, divulging all that I had unearthed, the notes, the photographs, the unsettling reality that had unraveled before me. In the ensuing days, the apartment became a hive of activity, investigators scouring every nook for answers, yet finding none. Dave's whereabouts remained a puzzle, the cryptic notes and intrusive pictures providing mere fragments of a narrative I struggled to piece together. Time passed, life attempted to regain its rhythm, but the specter of Dave's betrayal lingered, casting a shadow over my days. The police closed the case, no closer to unveiling the truth of Dave's disappearance. The notes he left behind served as a haunting reminder of the secrets he harbored and the burden I was left to bear. Even now, as the edges of fear soften with time, questions persist. What compelled him to act as he did? What truths did he seek to reveal? And the most unsettling query of all, was his watchful gaze still upon me? Story 66. It was a chilly autumn evening when the subtle shifts in my world caught my attention. The leaves crunched beneath my feet as I strolled along the well-worn path leading to my abode, the sky a tapestry of deep oranges and purples. My faithful companion Max ambled beside me, his tail swaying rhythmically with my strides. The moment exuded tranquility, a serene conclusion to an ordinary day. Little did I realize it was the tranquility preceding the storm. The following morning, I awoke to a stillness that unsettled me. Max's usual morning bark was absent, his bed empty. Initially, I assumed he was exploring the confines of the house, but with each call of his name, the silence grew heavier, more suffocating. Panic began to take hold. I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, my voice growing hoarse as I cried out for him. Hours slipped by in a blur of frantic searching and pleading calls to neighbors. Just when despair started to seep in, I caught sight of him down the street. Relief flooded through me, and I rushed towards him, my heart racing. Yet, as I knelt to stroke him, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Max wasn't sporting his usual faded red collar. Instead, a sturdy vintage leather band encircled his neck, adorned with intricate carvings and a gleaming brass nameplate. My stomach twisted as I reached for it, my fingertips brushing against a small note tightly rolled and secured with twine. With trembling hands, I unfurled the paper. The uneven script appeared hurried, almost frantic. I have observed what you have chosen to overlook. Your sanctuary is not as secure as you believe. Beware of the enigma buried beneath your cozy existence. My heart raced as I read the enigmatic message once more. What mystery, what peril lurked within my home? And who was this enigmatic R with such intimate knowledge of my life? I scrutinized the collar more closely. The blank brass nameplate seemed to convey a silent message, while the carvings on the leather appeared ancient, deliberate, and ominous. Max appeared unharmed, yet oddly subdued. He made no move as I removed the collar and inspected him carefully. No wounds, no signs of trauma. Despite this, a sense of disquiet lingered. Determined to unveil the truth, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal journey. I traversed the streets where I had found him, my gaze scanning for any hint. The once comforting neighborhood now exuded an unseen tension. The paths led me to the local park, a familiar haunt for Max and me. There I noticed a figure seated on a bench. His eyes darted nervously as they met mine, and though his countenance seemed familiar, I couldn't quite place him. "Excuse m'm," I began, steadying my voice. "Have you witnessed anything unusual in these parts? My dog vanished last night and returned adorned with this peculiar collar." The man's eyes widened, his hands fidgeting as he avoided meeting my gaze. "I know naught of any collar," he murmured uneasily, "but exercise caution. Sometimes appearances deceive." His cryptic words sent a shiver down my spine. Thanking him, I walked away, my thoughts whirling. What had Max endured? Who was R? And how were they privy to the intricacies of my life? Upon returning home, I embarked on an exhaustive search of the premises, scrutinizing every inch, scouring hidden recesses, and scouring for any anomaly. Yet, everything appeared ordinary. The familiar surroundings, the comforting disorder of daily life, all seemed like a facade, concealing something elusive. Nonetheless, the sensation of being watched persisted, an intangible presence bearing down on me. In the ensuing days, the eerie feeling refused to wane. I kept a vigilant eye on Max, monitoring for any hint of distress or peculiar behavior. He seemed to have reverted to his usual self, frolicking around the house as if nothing had transpired. However, the collar remained, tucked away in a drawer, its ominous message a constant reminder of the unanswered queries that plagued me. Who was R? What did they mean by a hidden enigma beneath my existence? The unease that had replaced the sense of safety and comfort I once associated with my abode lingered like a shadow. As the days passed and the autumn leaves continued their descent, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely the prologue to a more enigmatic tale. Story 67. In the quiet embrace of a Sunday morning, as the world outside slumbered, a subtle shift began. It was a gentle stirring, almost imperceptible at first, like a whisper in the wind. I found myself lost in the endless scroll of my social media feed, seeking solace in the digital tapestry of lives lived out in pixels and captions. And then, like a ripple on a still pond, a post appeared before me, long, detailed, and hauntingly familiar. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the words, the accusations woven with a precision that sent a chill down my spine. They were directed at me, someone I thought I knew so well, but now felt like a stranger in the shadows. At first, disbelief clouded my thoughts. It had to be a mistake, a cruel jest of fate. But as I delved deeper into the words that painted a portrait of my life with unsettling accuracy, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. The post revealed places I had visited, conversations held in the hush of intimacy, secrets whispered between trusted confidants. The cloak of anonymity draped over the accusations only amplified the sense of foreboding that gripped my soul. It was as though a spectral hand had torn through the veil of my existence, exposing every raw nerve and hidden truth to the harsh light of scrutiny. Desperation clawed at my heart as I scrolled through the comments that followed. Some offered words of support, beacons of hope in a sea of condemnation. But many were like daggers, cutting deep with their venomous disbelief. The accusations, like wildfire, spread swiftly through the digital realm, staining my name with a dark ink that seemed impossible to erase. It was more than an assault on my reputation. It was a meticulously crafted plot to unravel the very fabric of my being. I knew I had to act swiftly, decisively, before the shadows of doubt consumed me whole. With trembling hands and a resolve born of desperation, I crafted a response, each word a shield, each sentence a plea for understanding. I denied the claims, refuted the accusations with a fervor that bordered on desperation. I laid bare my willingness to cooperate, to face the storm head-on and emerge unscathed. But the storm raged on, relentless in its fury. Despite my efforts to stem the tide, the accusations continued to swirl, gaining strength with each denial. The more I fought back, the more entangled I became in a web of suspicion, each thread woven with a precision that bespoke intimate knowledge of my life. Days blurred into nights, each moment fraught with anxiety and sleepless torment. I sought solace in the counsel of a lawyer, a beacon of hope in the darkness that threatened to consume me. Together, we gathered every shred of evidence that could vindicate me, laying bare my life in a bid for redemption. Simultaneously, I embarked on my own quest for truth. Every interaction, every lingering glance, scrutinized for signs of betrayal. One figure loomed large in the shadows of my suspicion, a former friend, now turned stranger in the twisted dance of deceit. Our confrontation was fraught with tension, words hanging heavy in the air between us. I laid bare my doubts, my fears, the pieces of the puzzle that seemed to point to their guilt. Their denial was vehement, their distress palpable. And yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of doubt lingered. Weeks turned into months as the investigation unfolded, each lead a dead end in the labyrinth of deception. And then, like a flicker of light in the darkness, a breakthrough emerged. An anonymous tip, a hidden cache of evidence unearthed, revealing the orchestrator of my torment. A former ally turned adversary, their heart poisoned by envy and a thirst for vengeance. The revelation struck me like a thunderbolt, shattering the fragile remnants of trust that had sustained me through the storm. Their machinations, their lies, had torn at the very fabric of my existence, leaving scars that ran deeper than skin deep. Legal justice was served, but the wounds inflicted upon my soul refused to heal so easily. Rebuilding my life became a slow, arduous journey, each step fraught with the ghosts of doubt and suspicion that haunted me in the dead of night. Yet through the crucible of betrayal, I emerged changed, stronger, wiser, with a resolve forged in the fires of adversity. The shadows of the past may linger, their whispers a reminder of the fragility of trust. But I refuse to be defined by the darkness that once sought to consume me. In the quiet depths of the night, I find solace in the knowledge that I have weathered the storm, that I have emerged from the crucible of deceit stronger than before. And though the scars may never fully fade, I walk forward, head held high, on my own terms. Story 68. The room lay concealed within my home, a secret sanctuary veiled behind the familiar walls. It remained undiscovered until one somber afternoon, when I delved into the depths of the cluttered basement, seeking solace amidst the chaos that had begun to encroach upon my once tranquil abode. The suburban neighborhood, usually devoid of spectacle, had recently become a stage for unsettling occurrences. Nocturnal echoes reverberated through the stillness, possessions shifted of their own accord, and the inexplicable disappearance of my loyal companion, Max, left a void in my heart. Determined to restore a semblance of normalcy, I embarked on the task of organizing the neglected basement, a realm of forgotten relics, dusty memories, and untold stories. While shifting an ancient bookshelf, my hand brushed against a peculiar part of the wall, an anomaly that stirred a sense of wrongness within me. The texture under my touch diverged subtly from the rest, hinting at a concealed truth waiting to be unveiled. As I scrutinized the area, a faint seam emerged, barely perceptible yet undeniably present, a hidden doorway. Tremors of anticipation coursed through me as I traced the outline, marveling at the skillful camouflage. With a deep breath, I located a small gap where time had warped the wood just enough to grasp. Exerting force, the door yielded with a protesting groan, releasing a gust of stale air from the shadows beyond. Standing on the threshold, a primal instinct urged caution, but curiosity beckoned me forward. Illuminating the darkness with the soft glow of my phone's flashlight, I ventured into the hidden chamber. Dust motes danced in the beam, shrouding the meticulously arranged room in neglect and mystery, a juxtaposition that heightened my unease. A solitary bulb dangled from the ceiling, cast flickering shadows that danced along the walls, revealing a haunting display. Photographs, countless in number, adorned the walls in a methodical pattern. To my disquiet, every image depicted me. Initially, benign snapshots gave way to intrusive glimpses of my private life, moments of vulnerability and solitude immortalized without consent. A chill seized me as I realized the extent of the invasion. Someone had been observing me, documenting my existence in unnerving detail. Amidst the photographs, scattered notes adorned with erratic scribblings offered insights into my innermost self. Observations, revelations, and unsettling truths. A weathered table at the room's center bore witness to further revelations, notebooks brimming with intimate details of my life, each entry a violation of my privacy. A weathered camera, cloaked in dust, stood sentinel in the corner, connected to a dated monitor that displayed grainy footage of my life, captured from clandestine angles within the confines of my own home. Dates on the recordings hinted at a timeline of intrusion spanning months, perhaps even years. Tears welled in my eyes, not from fear, but from a profound sense of violation. My sanctuary had been transformed into a twisted spectacle, a reality show curated by an unknown voyeur. As dread coiled within me, suspicion swirled. Was it a stranger, a neighbor, or perhaps someone closer to home? Recollections of a cryptic note attached to Max's collar resurfaced, a harbinger of danger overlooked. A paralyzing realization dawned upon me. What if the surveillance was ongoing? What if they were watching even now? Panic seized me, propelling me to seal the hidden portal and flee to the safety of the upper floors, securing every entry point as my heart thundered in my chest. The authorities had to be notified, yet a gnawing fear gripped me. What if my actions exacerbated the peril? Despite my trepidation, I reached for the phone, uncertainty warring with resolve. The dial tone echoed, a harbinger of impending disclosure, but before a connection could be established, a faint sound reverberated from below, the stealthy creak of the hidden door, reopening with ominous intent. I was not alone. Story 69. In the midst of turbulent months filled with identity theft, enigmatic messages, and unsettling occurrences, a sense of disorientation gripped me, leaving me yearning for a return to normalcy. Seeking refuge, I sought solace within the serene confines of the local library, where the hushed atmosphere and the nostalgic aroma of aged books promised respite from the chaos swirling within my mind. One crisp autumn afternoon, as I wandered through the labyrinthine aisles of the library, my hand brushed against a dusty, weathered tome nestled on a shelf. Its leather-bound cover bore the marks of time, its title faded into obscurity. Intrigued, I carried the ancient book to a nearby table, where I gingerly turned its brittle pages, each one whispering tales of bygone eras. As I delved deeper into the mysterious volume, a tattered manuscript fluttered to the table with a gentle thud, its yellowed pages bound together by a frayed string. The handwritten script, aged and smudged, seemed to bear the weight of untold stories hastily penned over the years. Intrigued by the enigmatic contents, I embarked on a journey through its pages. The words within the manuscript danced between the realms of poetic contemplation and chilling lucidity, weaving a narrative that seemed to straddle the line between reality and imagination. Initially resembling a personal diary or a forgotten novel, the entries soon revealed a disconcerting familiarity. They recounted moments from my own life with an unsettling precision, detailing my daily rituals, familial history, and even recent unsettling incidents kept secret from the world. With each passage I perused, a growing sense of unease enveloped me. The manuscript did not merely recount past events. It foretold occurrences yet to unfold. It spoke of the identity theft, the cryptic messages, and even the harrowing episode at the remote cabin, all with an uncanny prescience that sent shivers down my spine. As I neared the conclusion of the manuscript, my breath caught in my throat. The final pages painted a vivid picture of a looming event, the night of the full moon, where the boundaries between past and present would blur. A foreboding warning of a revelation that would shake the very foundations of reality loomed ominously on the page, its date set for the present night. Prepare for the convergence, the cryptic message proclaimed, igniting a fire of trepidation within me. In a state of bewilderment and urgency, I sought out the wisdom of Mrs. Carter, the venerable head librarian whose decades of service had made her a repository of knowledge. Upon sharing the unearthly manuscript's contents with her, she furrowed her brow in contemplation and agreed to aid me in unraveling its mysteries. Together, we delved into the archives of the library, unearthing the book's origins, a donation from an abandoned estate on the town's outskirts. The former owner, a reclusive writer consumed by an obsession with the occult and destiny, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy shrouded in enigma and whispers of supernatural influence. Driven by a blend of fear and curiosity, I implored Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the desolate estate under the moon's watchful gaze that very night. The crumbling mansion, cloaked in shadows and steeped in the echoes of the past, exuded an aura of spectral grandeur as we crossed its threshold. Navigating through its dilapidated corridors, we stumbled upon a study adorned with relics of a forgotten era, ancient tomes, faded maps, and arcane artifacts that hinted at a fascination with fate and the unknown. Amidst the clutter, a weathered wooden desk stood as the centerpiece, adorned with scattered pages and journals that beckoned to be explored. My gaze fixated on a weathered journal, its time-worn pages whispering of prophecies and destinies intertwined. The writer's fixation on a narrative involving me sent a chill down my spine, as if I were a character in a tale scripted long before my existence. The final entry, left unfinished and teeming with urgency, spoke of an impending convergence that demanded the confrontation of shadows and the embrace of truth for the elusive promise of peace. The weight of realization settled upon me like a heavy shroud, the revelations of the manuscript, transcending mere words on a page, to resonate with a profound, almost intimate truth. Was the writer a mere observer of my life's journey, or did forces beyond comprehension conspire to orchestrate a narrative that defied logic and reason? Departing from the estate with more questions than answers, the moon casting elongated shadows in our wake, I grappled with the unsettling certainty that the writer's prophecies continued to unfurl, their implications lingering like a lingering mist in the night air. That evening, ensconced in the ethereal glow of moonlight filtering through my window, I contemplated the events that had transpired, the manuscript, the mansion, the cryptic omens. And in that moment of introspection, a revelation dawned upon me with crystalline clarity. The convergence of past and present was not a tale of external forces at play, but a journey of inner reckoning, a confrontation with the shadows of yesteryears, the buried truths, and the enigmas I had evaded for far too long. The prophetic words had guided me towards a revelation that demanded acknowledgement. The only path to liberation lay in confronting the darkness within. As the echoes of the past faded into the hush of the night, a newfound sense of serenity and acceptance enveloped me. Though the future remained a realm of uncertainty, a profound courage welled within me, dispelling the shadows of fear that had long haunted my steps. Story 70. On a cool autumn morning, a peculiar discovery awaited me in the mailbox. A weathered envelope, addressed to a mysterious John Doe. At first I dismissed it as a simple mix-up, a common occurrence with mail. Yet there was an eerie aura surrounding this envelope. It lacked postage, a return address, any indication of postal handling. Intrigued, I unfolded the letter within, its content neatly penned in block letters. As my eyes traversed the words, a chill crept down my spine. The letter recounted with unsettling precision my entire previous day, the morning stroll in the park, the quaint coffee shop visit, even the fleeting exchange with the barista. A single line at the end sent shivers through me. I hope you enjoyed your day. Bewilderment gripped me. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge of my routine? Rationalizing it as a prank or misplaced notes offered little solace against the growing unease. In the following days, more letters arrived, each more intrusive than the last. Details of my evening on the porch, interactions with strangers, and even a private moment within my home were meticulously documented. The violation of my privacy seeped into every corner of my existence. Paranoia became my constant companion, every sound and shadow a potential threat. I sought answers from the postal service, only to be met with shared bewilderment and fruitless promises of investigation. Driven by fear and desperation, I fortified my home with security measures, monitored every movement, and altered my habits in a futile attempt to evade the unseen observer. Yet the letters persisted, delving deeper into my personal thoughts and actions. A chilling sketch of my residence hinted at a proximity that sent shivers down my spine. Police involvement yielded no breakthrough, leaving me isolated in my distress. Then a turning point came with the arrival of a letter so invasive, recounting a private conversation that could only have been known to a trusted confidant. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. My life was under siege by a shadowy presence. The mere thought of hidden surveillance devices lurking within my sanctuary drove me to the brink of paranoia. In a desperate bid for control, I transformed my home into a fortress of motion sensors, fortified locks, and vigilant surveillance. Yet the letters persisted, a relentless reminder of my vulnerability. And then, as abruptly as they had begun, the letters ceased, plunging me into a new realm of uncertainty. Had the threat vanished, or was it merely biding its time, waiting to resurface? The aftermath of this ordeal left an indelible mark on my psyche. The sanctuary I once cherished now felt like a prison, my peace shattered by the specter of unseen intrusion. The scars of that time linger, a constant reminder of the fragility of privacy and the insidious nature of unseen threats. The letters had imparted a harsh lesson. Privacy, once breached, becomes a fragile veil against the most invasive of intrusions.